Go check out the original author A.J. Kuhn on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1. Hidden Leaf in Crisis. October 10th, the night that will be forever carved into the hearts and minds of every citizen of Konohagakure. The citizens of Konoha at first, however, were blissfully unaware of the impending destruction of their homes. The abrupt attack of the nine-tailed demon fox had disrupted the normality and tranquility of this day. The large fox's tails destroyed the village as it thrashed them around. It snarled and roared loudly as more of the village suffered. The shinobi of the Hidden Leaf bravely rushed the fox in the name of protecting their families and homes. As the attack commenced within the village, young shinobi and citizens had already been evacuated to the forest, which overlooked the village. A barrier prevented anyone from getting in, likewise from getting out. However, the fact that the young shinobi couldn't fight alongside their teachers and comrades made them very restless. "This is ridiculous. How are we supposed to prove our youthfulness if we're stuck here?" asked a young 16-year-old Might Guy. "There isn't anything we can do," said Kakashi with a sigh. The fox growled and slammed its hand on a group of shinobi. Guy's hands were white as he balled it into a fist. "Tswanda-sama and Jiraiya-sama ordered us to stay here, so that's what we'll do, follow their orders and stay here," surmised Yoba. "That's right," a jonin appeared in front of the large group of shinobi. "This isn't your fight, this fight is for the current generation of ninjas to fight. If we should all perish, it'll be your jobs to carry on the will of fire." He gave them the thumbs up then disappeared again. "All we can do is wait for more orders," said Asuma Sarutobi. Everyone else all had emotionless looks on their faces. It was a really solemn atmosphere. Whilst observing the carnage before them, a small cry from behind them broke their trances. They all looked at the source, their expressions softening as they observed the young child. Naruto Namikaze, son of the Yellow Flash and the Benihime of Konoha. Tswanda and Jiraiya dropped him off here so they could go fight the Kyuubi. The young boy had yellow pajamas on, adjoining them was a pattern of animals. He had spiky blonde hair and azure eyes, which made him look a lot like Minato. At the moment he was upset, angry and frightened all at the same time. He threw a tantrum when Tsunade and Jiraiya told him that he had to stay here. He proclaimed that he wanted to fight and protect the village. In many ways he was very similar to Kushina at times, however, his personality best matched Minato's. He was a quiet and well-mannered boy, his parents never spoiled him and such he wasn't a bratty child. His frightened dark azure eyes scanned the burning village as he watched his home be destroyed by the large fox. Kakashi walked over to him, his eyes closed indicating that he was smiling. "Hi there Naruto-kun," he said. Naruto looked at him and quickly wiped his tears away. "I wasn't crying, okay," he said as he turned his head away and crossed his arms. Kakashi chuckled softly. "I wouldn't worry about your parents and your little brother Naruto, they'll be fine," said Kakashi. He whimpered at the mention of his parents and his unborn little brother. Kakashi looked perplexed and unsure what to do. There, he patted him on the back, unsure on what to do. "Come on, Naruto-chan," said Shizune. She walked up to him and picked him up, he rocked him back and forth to soothe the crying child. "You're hopeless, you know that?" she asked. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head. "Shizune," asked Kurenai. "Shouldn't you be in the hospital?" she asked. "I did request to be, but Tsunade-sama said that they had enough medics and that my safety was more important," she sighed. "Are my Kaa-chan, Tusan going to okay?" "Kaa-chan said that she had to be careful because she had my little brother in her tummy," he said. She really couldn't answer that question, after all they had no idea what was happening at the present time. Nor did she know about the situation in the leaf, well besides the horrific view. "Naruto-kun, you don't need to worry about your parents. Jiraiya-sama, Tswanda-sama and Lord Third are backing them up. So don't worry, your little brother in your Kaa-chan's tummy is going to be fine, okay?" He smiled again at the young child as he rubbed the top of his head. Naruto nodded and sniffed as he held onto Shizune tight. Shizune noticed that his grip tightened when the fox roared. "You don't have to be scared Naruto-chan," said Shizune with a smile. "I'm not scared of the fox," he said. "I'm scared because I can't do anything to help the village," he cried. Hiruzen narrowly avoided a rogue tail. He flipped backward and faced the fox. He swiftly went through some hand signs. "Katan, Karyu Enden," he called out as a large stream of fire erupted from his mouth. The stream of fire forced it back a few paces making it roar. "It's holding out as expected, but I never imagined that it would be this strong." He landed next to some jonin as the Kyuubi roared again. He summoned his adamant staff again. "All right everyone together, push it out of the village," ordered Sarutobi. "Inoichi, coordinate the attack," he spoke. Inoichi made a hand sign, he felt myriad ninja minds become connected with his own. "All right let's go, Tsume," he yelled. Tsume and a fellow clansman jumped over the large pack of ninja. Kitsuga, they both exclaimed as the slammed into the sides of the Kyuubi, making it stumble back. Tsum and her fellow clansmen landed on some rubble. Shikaku, she yelled. A shadow traveled from Shikaku's feet and wrapped itself around the Kyuubi, restraining it. The Kyuubi roared in discomfort. He struggled against the shadow, making Shikaku as a bead of sweat ran down his forehead. Now Choza, he exclaimed. Choza in expanded form charged at the Kyuubi. He shoulder tackled the large fox, making it double over several paces in front of the hidden leaf gate. All right, Inoichi, called Choza. Everyone together, he thought as he made the ram hand sign. All the leaf ninja fired off all manner of jutsu at the fox. The fox was hit with a barrage of attacks that stunned him and forced him outside of the perimeter of the village. He snarled and thrashed his tails, destroy some of the forest. This thing is tough, said an Umbu. No matter what the hidden leaf, will not lose. Sarutobi and the other Umbu disappeared in a burst of speed toward the fox to continue the battle. Naruto, I know it's hard, but we're all feeling the same way you are, she told the young child. This is our home and we want to protect it, said Shizune. I think you're very brave and mature for your age for saying that. She kissed him on the forehead, making him blush. A few moments of silence followed until Naruto spoke up. Gigi is really quick, said Naruto as he watched the Nine Tails get beat back by the third Hokage's adamant staff. Yeah, he's the strongest of his generation, said Kakashi. Yash Naruto-kun, do not fret for we will triumph, said Guy with a thumbs up. You're weird, he giggled, cheering up. Every person in the area struggled not to laugh. Guy cried as his ego was crushed by the 5-year-old. Bachan and Pervy Sage aren't as fast, said Naruto as the duo delivered a double uppercut to the Kyuubi. How can you tell, Naruto-kun? Asked Kakashi. Tusen said that I have Kekwa, you are, Kekai Genkai, said Kakashi with a chuckle. Yeah, that one, said Naruto. Tusen said that nobody in our family has had one in ages, Naruto explained. Well, he's distracted at least, thought Kakashi. Tswanda-chan, Jiraiya-kun, I take it that the birth of Kushina and Minato's newest child didn't go as planned, said Sarutobi. Yes, unfortunately you're right, said Tsunade. There were complications, she sighed. It can't be helped, our priority is to force the Kyuubi back so it can do no more damage, said the wise leader. Where are Minato and Kushina? Are they okay? Asked Hiruzen. Yes, they're all right as far as I know, said Tsunade. Minato arrived with a yellow flash above them. He appeared in front of the Kyuubi with a serious look on his face. He touched the Kyuubi's forehead and teleported the both of them outside the village. Where are they? Asked Sarutobi. Over there, said Jiraiya as he pointed outside the village as a large explosion rocked the area. Let's go, said Swanda. The seasoned shinobi disappeared in a burst of speed toward the site, intent on helping the young Kage. Tusan just teleported away, said Naruto, still in Shizune's arms. How did you know that, Naru-chan? Asked Shizune. Is it your Keki Genkai? Asked Kakashi. Yeah, Kaa-chan just teleported with him too, said Naruto. That's quite an ability you've got there, said Kakashi. Do you know what it's called? He asked. The Swifty released, he laughed. The Swifty released? Kakashi thought for a second. I think you mean the swift release, Naruto-kun, he chuckled. Oh yeah, that's what I said, he laughed. I don't know anything about it though, he said. So I guess it has to do with the speed then, said Kakashi. Kakashi and the other teens continued to make conversation with him to keep him distracted, even if none of them felt like talking. The young child was frightened and needed them. 10 miles outside of Konoha. Kushina subdued the large fox with her chakra chains as she looked down at her newborn son, who started crying again. I'm sorry, Ren-chan, did Kaa-chan wake you up? Asked as the baby wailed. Minato appeared in front of her in a yellow flash. Kushina-chan, are you alright? He asked. TCH, I'm tougher than you, she grinned. I can't argue with that, he chuckled. Listen, Kushina-chan, I can't let Naruto-chan and Ren-chan grow up without a mother. I can't seal the Kyuubi back into you, otherwise you'll die, so the burden falls to Ren-chan. I have to seal him into Ren-chan. A tear rolled down his face. Minato, it's a heavy burden to place upon a person, she sobbed. I understand, Kushina, but at the present moment this is the best course of action that we can take. Lord Third, Tswanda and Jiraiya-sensei are heading toward us now, he sighed. I want to use the Teko Fuin to seal the Kyuubi in Ren-chan, he growled. I wish there was another way, but we're running out of time and we don't have any options right now, Kushina, the Kyuubi growled as he finished his sentence. You won't seal me away again, whelp, he roared as went to strike Ren. Sarutobi's adamant staff knocked the Kyuubi back a few paces and Kushina tightened her hold on him. Kushina, Minato, the 3 older shinobi appeared on the battlefield. The 3 Kage-level shinobi looked down at the small bundle in front of Kushina. He was about to burdened with a terrible destiny. But if anyone could bear this burden, it was a Minato and Kushina's child. Is Naruto-chan," Kushina breathed exhausted. "Is he alright?" she asked. "Don't worry, we dropped him off at the barrier, he's been looking after," reassured Swanda. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief knowing that her eldest was safe. Tsunade ran after to her and placed her hand on her back. Her hand glowed as she used the Shozen Jutsu to heal her wounds. She breathed in as she felt her chakra return. "Alright, let's do it," said Jiraiya once Swanda had finished. Minato summoned a small altar and placed his crying newborn son on it. The four shinobi shuzened on different sides of the kyubi forming a square. They all went through the necessary hand seals, their palms glowed and they all held out their hands as the kyubi struggled against Kushina. Kyubi looked into Kushina's eyes, he showed fear. "I'm sorry Kuruma," she smiled at him. "But you're far too dangerous to roam free," Kyubi snarled and thrashed against the chains. His eyes looked at Kushina but he saw Hashirama. "No! Not again," he roared again. "Together! Teko Fuin," the four shinobi yelled at once as the jutsu was activated. The fox roared one last time until it changed form into a large cloud of chakra, he was then dragged into the seal on Ren's stomach. Kushina placed her hand on her child's stomach. "Fuin," she exclaimed as the seal appeared on Ren's stomach. After silence followed for a few moments until Minato collapsed as did Sarutobi. The young boy wailed even louder, somehow, someway, aware of the heavy burden he has been charged with to bear, and only a few hours old. "Ren," she stroked her son's head lovingly. Kushina felt her eyes go heavy, her seal being broken and giving birth finally catching up to her as she fell next to her son exhausted. Tsunade shoeshined next to her and picked her up. "Let's get them to the hospital," Minato nodded as he picked up Sarutobi and Minato. "Right, call Kakashi to collect Naruto," said Jiraiya as they both nodded to each other. Swanda managed to grab Ren as well and the two ninja disappeared in a burst of speed. A few hours later, Hidden Leaf Hospital. Kakashi carried Naruto into the hospital as the revolving doors opened for them. Kakashi held Naruto to his chest, not wanting to expose the young child to the horrors that he looked upon. "Kakashi and where are we?" asked Naruto. "We're at the hospital, don't you want to see your Kaa-chan, Tusan, and your new baby brother?" "They're all resting in the room down the hall," said Kakashi as he let Naruto look up. "They're all here," he exclaimed. "Yes Naruto, but this is a hospital and you have to be quiet," scolded Kakashi making Naruto nod. Kakashi opened the door to see Minato and Kushina on separate beds next to each other. In the middle was a crib with a small bundle wrapped up in a blue blanket. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Hiruzen were sat on different chairs in the room. "Gigi," said Naruto as he wiggled out of Kakashi's embrace and into the old Hokage's. "Ho-ho, Naruto-kun," said the Hokage as he picked him up. "Gigi, are Kaa-chan and Tusan okay?" he asked. "Yes, they're both fine, other than a few scarps and bruise, all they need is a good nap," he said sincerely. Naruto smiled at the old man. Suddenly a small cry could be heard from the crib in between Minato and Kushina. "What's that?" asked Naruto. "That's your new baby brother Naruto-kun, would you like to meet Ren?" asked Sarutobi. The young Namikaze nodded his head vigorously. "Okay then," the former Kage brought Naruto over to the crib, holding him so he could see into the crib. "Hi, I'm your big brother Naruto, nice to finally meet you Ren-chan," said Naruto with a smile. The baby stopped crying when he saw Naruto's face. He had violet eyes like his mother and small tuft of red hair at the top his head. Ren giggled and held his arm out at Naruto, he grabbed his blonde hair and pulled it. "I think he likes you Naru-chan," said Swanda. "Naruto-chan, I'm so glad you're okay." Naruto looked up at Minato who smiled. "Tusan," said Naruto. Sarutobi put Naruto down on his bed and Naruto crawled over into his father's hold. "Are you and Kaa-chan okay?" asked Naruto concerned and unsure. "I wouldn't worry about me, especially not your Kaa-chan, you know how tough she is," he chuckled weakly. "You should be resting kid," said Jiraiya. "I'm the Hokage, I don't need sleep," he laughed. "Tusan, you were flashing around so fast, were you in a battle?" he sobbed. "That other guy why you were fighting. He wasn't as fast as you but he knew where you were gonna be, I thought you were in trouble," he said. Minato chuckled. "That Kekii Genkai of yours huh?" said Minato. "It's certainly becoming stronger as you get older," Minato chuckled. Naruto closed his eyes as sleep began to overtake him. "Yes, sensei, is there a Namikaze Kekii Genkai?" asked Kakashi. "Don't worry Kakashi, I'll explain it all later. But for now, I can't keep my eyes open," he chuckled again. The father and son duo fell asleep together and began snoring lightly. "They're both asleep," commented Jiraiya. "Ah, they're so alike it's ridiculous," chuckled Tsunade. "Sometimes, Naruto-kun does have a little temper at times," said Sarutobi. "I can already tell about Ren-chan, he's going to be like his mother. Those Uzumaki features are a definite sign," said Jiraiya. "Kakashi-kun," spoke Sarutobi. Kakashi looked up, broken out of his stupor. As you know, Minato-kun will be extremely busy rebuilding the village, and not to mention that that'll be a new baby, he explained. I want you to take up Naruto's training and teach him to be a shinobi. Kakashi blinked in confusion. Ah, but Tsurumbuai would love to be the one to teach Naruto, but... Don't worry about Kakashi-kun, Sarutobi smiled. I've reappointed you. I think you'll enjoy the change of pace, it'll be a lot less stressful and you'll get to spend time with him, said Hiruzen. Oh okay, I'd like that Sarutobi-sama, said Kakashi with a smile. Chapter 2. I want to be a ninja. Life in the Hidden Leaf had finally begun to settle down after a few months. The people had settled back into everyday life. The happenings of that night on October 10th will always be remembered. However, as per Minato and Kushina's wishes, the truth about Rin Namake's status as a Jinchuriki would be kept secret, and breaking that law was considered an S-class crime and punishable by death. The damage to the village was all but fixable, and no lasting effects from the Kyuubi attack would be forever present in Konohagakure. The academy, Hokage monument and memorial site had luckily remained unscathed. Right now though, the Namake's household's residents' ears were being damaged pretty heavily. Calm down Rin-chan, it's okay, Kaa-chan's here, soothed Kushina as she rocked the few-week-old baby back and forth in her arms. She was in Ren's room. It had teddy bear wallpaper that adorned the walls. The room was a bright blue. It had a changing table, a crib and a bookshelf. The room was very well set up. Ren's cries began to soften. Kaa-chan, is Ren-chan okay? He sounds upset, asked Naruto as he poked his head out through the opening in the door. It shocked her. Every time she saw Naruto it shocked her. The likeness between her eldest son and Minato was uncanny. Same hairstyle, same eyes, same nose, same face. The only difference was that Naruto wasn't as shy as Minato was, although he was quiet. However, whenever Naruto did say something he showed maturity above and beyond a 5-year-old child. Oh, Naruto-chan, don't worry about him, he's just testing out his lungs, she smiled. You did the same thing when you were this small. You wouldn't remember, but you were a very noisy baby, she giggled when he shook his head. I wasn't, at least I don't think I was, he thought out loud. Oh trust me Naruto-chan, your Kaa-chan was there, she sighed. Naruto walked over to her and put his hands on her dress. Are you okay? You look sleepy, he asked. Oh you're so sweet, she put her hand on his head. But you don't have to worry about me Naruto-chan, it's just what happens when a new baby arrives, she giggled. Kaa-chan, how does a baby arrive? He asked as he looked up at her with innocent blue eyes. Kushina blushed at her son's question. Well you see, Naruto-chan you can. She was at a loss for words. She hadn't prepared for this talk. Jiraiya walked past Ren's door and she coughed. Ask your Aji-san, she said. He asked as he looked into the room. Aji-san. Kushina put her hand over his mouth as soon as she remembered just who Jiraiya was and what he was all about. What is it Naruto-kun? He asked. Never mind him Jiraiya, she giggled nervously. He just shrugged and walked on. Naruto grabbed her hand and pushed it away. How come you did that for Kaa-chan? He asked. Because, it's a surprise, she said. A surprise? Asked Naruto excitedly. Yes Naruto-chan, a surprise. I'll tell you when you're older, she laughed. Oh, he contemplated this for a few seconds then smiled. Okay, he said. Kaa-chan, he asked. She looked at him with a smile. Could you teach me some ninjutsu? He asked. Kushina chuckled. Oh Naruto-chan, she rubbed the top of his head. Do you want to become a ninja? She asked. Naruto nodded his head furiously. Why do you want to become a ninja? She asked. So I can protect everyone, he said simply. Why? She asked. Why do you ask so many questions? He asked as he cocked his head to the side. Oh just curious, she smiled. What does that mean? He asked. It means that I wanted to know. Before he was about to open his mouth again she put her finger to his lips. I wanted to know because I needed you to give me a good reason for me to teach you, she giggled. Of course I'll teach you Naruto-chan, we can start after lunch if you want, he smiled and hugged her. Thank you Kaa-chan, he said. You're most welcome my handsome boy. She put Rin down in his crib and wrapped his arms around him. But Naruto-chan, we won't be able to do this often, she said with a frown. A new baby is a lot of work. I promise we'll do this whenever I find time. His expression saddened. Don't worry, Kakashi-kun will come over and he'll help you become a ninja, she laughed when his expression brightened. You and Kakashi and I are going to teach me to be a ninja, he chirped. Yup, she smiled. How about you go and talk to your father, he's in his office, she suggested as Rin began to cry again. Okay, bye-bye Kaa-chan, he walked out. Naruto walked through the halls of the Namake's compound until he reached his father's office door. He knocked on it and waited for a reply. Come in, he heard his father call. Naruto opened the door and was met with his father's smiling face. Although he had to look over the stack of paperwork, so it was a strained smile. "Oh, Naruto-chan. What a surprise." Naruto walked up to his father and he lifted him up onto his lap. "What is it?" he asked. "Is your Kaa-chan okay?" He looked down at his son. "Kaa-chan, she's okay, she's just sleepy is all," he said. "Oh, so what is it that you want, Naruto-chan? We can play after dinner," he offered. "Okay, Tusan, but He blushed in embarrassment. "I want to be a ninja, so I was wondering. What's the first thing I have to learn?" he asked. "Oh, so you want to be a ninja like your Kaa-chan, and your grandparents," he chuckled. "That's awesome, Naruto-chan," said Minato. "Really?" he asked. "Of course, being a ninja is a hard job, you're very brave for wanting to be a ninja," he said. Naruto blushed again at his father's praise. But to answer your question, Minato swirled around on his chair to the bookshelf behind him. He pulled off a book titled, The Beginner Guide to Becoming a Shinobi. "You can read this," said Minato. "A book on how to be a ninja?" asked Naruto. "Yup, I'm sure your Kaa-chan will read it to you if you ask nicely. She might even teach you some cool ninja stuff if you're good," he whispered the last part. "Really?" he asked with a smile. "Why don't you go play in the backyard? I'm sure your eagle friend is missing you," he chuckled. Naruto took the book from his father's hands and hugged him. He hugged his son back and then patted him on the forehead. He then lifted him back down. "Off you go now, have fun," he said as he watched his son walk out. Naruto walked out into the backyard of the Namake's compound, after he put the book back in his room. He was instantly greeted by a small bird who landed on top of his head. "Hi there, Talon," he giggled. The eagle chick chirped happily at him. "Do you want to play? I bet you can't catch me," he laughed. Not waiting for an answer, he took off laughing playful. The young chick flew up and began to fly after him. "He's so cute," said Tsunade as she watched him play with his friend from the porch on the opposite side of the yard. Well, he was bound to be adorable. Minato was a cute kid. If Naruto's lucky, he'll be as good-looking as his grandfather, he chuckled. Tsunade smirked. "I'm just so glad that Minato-chan and Naruto-chan inherited my blonde hair," she chuckled. "Your hair makes you look older than you really are, dear." Jiraiya's face turned blue. "Tsunadeheim, that hurt," he sighed. "I'm not old because you keep me young," he smiled. She giggled and kissed him on the cheek. "Good save." She turned back to watch her grandson run around frantically with a smile on his face. "It's a shame that he had to witness the Nine Tails attack," she sighed. "He doesn't look all that affected," said Jiraiya. "In fact, I was just talking to Kushina. She thinks that Naruto wants to become a ninja now so he can protect what he cares about," he explained. "That's a pretty good reason," she said. "Well, my reason was a lot better, so I could get all the girls," he giggled. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. "Well, why don't you go and find all those girls?" She humped and turned the other way. "Tsunadeheim, I was only joking. I never, actually got that many," he said sheepishly. "Yeah, I know, but you got the best one," she chuckled and stood up. "Where are you going?" he asked. "To go see my youngest grandson," she said as she walked back inside. Jiraiya sighed and looked out to his grandson. He giggled as he fell over on the grass. He instantly sat up and spat some grass out of his mouth. "Okay, you win, now I'll chase you," he laughed as the bird flew away and Naruto chased after him. "Alright, Naruto-chan, you ready?" asked Kushina. Naruto and Kushina stood in the backyard together. "Yup, Tusan gave me a book," he said. "I couldn't read it all because of all the big words, but I got that I had to turn on my your chakra," she finished. "Yeah, that," he said. "You're very smart because that's what we have to do." She made the ram sign. "This is called the ram sign. There are 11 other ones you need know," she said. 11, that's so much," he said. "Wow," he exclaimed. "Yup, but don't worry about those, just do this one," she said. Naruto made a crude ram sign. He just couldn't get his fingers to do what he wanted. Kushina smiled and grabbed his hands and corrected the position. "You got," she praised. "Now this part one can't help you with." A blue aura began to swirl around Kushina. Naruto reached out and touched it. "It's warm, isn't it?" she asked. He nodded. "That's because chakra is the life energy in everything," she explained. "Now I want you to look deep inside. Then I want you to draw that energy to the surface. So close your eyes." He did as he was instructed. "Now see if you can find your chakra. You should feel a pull in your belly." She poked his stomach, eliciting a small giggle from the boy. "Okay, you got it?" she asked. Naruto's eyebrow furrowed and his face began to turn red. "Naruto-chan, you aren't supposed to hold your breath, Databane," she exclaimed. Naruto breathed in and fell down. "I couldn't get it," he said downtrodden. "That's because you were focused on holding your breath. Try again," she said. "And this time breath, child," she scolded. He nodded and made the ram sign. "Now I want you to look deep inside. Then I want you to draw that energy to the surface, he remembered. Look inside and then I just gotta. Unknown to him, a small blue aura began to swirl around him. Okay, Naruto-chan, that's. Suddenly a burst of chakra came forth from his form. It blew Kushina's long hair back and some stray leaves. He opened his eyes again with a smile. I think I did it that time, he said. He has so much chakra it's ridiculous. I'm glad that he asked me to help him before his reserves got too big for him to control and he struggled to even to create a bushin, she thought. That's amazing, Naruto-chan, you did it, she praised as she hugged him. He blushed in embarrassment. Kaa-chan, I don't feel so good. He began to lose his grip on her dress. Kushina helped him to the ground. It'll pass, she said. He just used a lot of chakra for his age, now wonder he feels a little flat, she though as she watched her son gain his bearings. That's enough for today, Naruto-chan, she said. Hey Kushina-sama, Naruto-kun, waved Kakashi as he walked into the backyard with a smile behind his mask. Hi Kakashi and Iwu. He tried to get up but fell back down. Kakashi chuckled. You alright there, kiddo? He asked. He's fine, just a little frazzled. He activated his chakra for the first time, she explained. That's awesome, Naruto-kun, said Kakashi. Although, judging from the look on your face, I don't think you're up for any training today, he laughed. Not true, he struggled to his feet but immediately fell down. I'm not sleepy, I just can't. You've used up a lot of energy, said Kakashi. That's alright, I can come by another day. He turned around and Kushina coughed. Nuhu, there is something I want you to do, said Kushina. I want you to read Naruto-chan a book that Minato-kun gave him, she said. Sensei, he asked. He gave Naruto a book and you want me to read it to him, he reiterated. Yup, it's in his room, you two have fun, I'll see you both at dinner, she waved as she walked back into the Namake's compound to check on her baby and Tsunade. Alright Naruto-kun, can you stand? Asked Kakashi, slightly amused. Not very good, he crossed his arms. Naruto-kun, he waved down. Don't look so frustrated, Kakashi picked him up. I'm not frustrated, he huffed. It's easy to tell when you're lying, said Kakashi as he walked inside. Is not, Naruto argued. Kakashi walked into Naruto's room. Naruto sat down on the bed with his feet dangling over the side. Kakashi picked up the book that Kushina was alluding to in the backyard. The Beginner Guide to Becoming a Shinobi, he read aloud. Chapter 1, Chakra. He looked down at the book. Chakra is the most essential part of the most basic technique. Naruto looked at him with curious eyes as he read on. Through various methods, the most common of which is hand seals, chakra can be controlled and manipulated to create an effect that would not be possible otherwise, such as walking on water, exhaling fire, or creating illusions, he read. Wow, shinobi can do all that? Asked Naruto. Yes, they can with training and many years of experience, explained Kakashi. Naruto nodded and then yawned. Kakashi continued to read on. Chakra is ordinarily not visible to the naked eye unless it is highly concentrated, manipulated by one's own natural element or manifested in large amounts. Kakashi looked up to see Naruto had a confused look on his face. Don't get it, he asked. Naruto shook his head. Okay, did your Kaa-chan show you her chakra? He asked. Naruto nodded in response. And did you see that it was blue? He asked. Yup, it was warm too, he explained. That's because your Kaa-chan has a lot of chakra, so you were able to see it. You can't see most ninjas' chakra because they don't have enough, do you get it now? He asked. Naruto nodded. But what about the element thing? He asked. Don't worry about that, we'll get to that later, said Kakashi. Okay, what's next, Kakashi and he yawned. Kakashi smiled. He's about to drop, he thought. He found where he was up to and started reading again. General training methods for improving one's molding and manipulation of chakra are the leaf concentration, tree climbing, and water surface walking exercises. Kakashi finished as he heard a soft snoring. Had enough, he chuckled softly. Kakashi removed his shoes and tucked him into bed. Is he asleep yet? Asked Kushina in the doorway. She had a sleeping baby Ren in her arms. Yeah, he's asleep, lasted longer than I expected though, he chuckled softly as he looked down at Naruto's sleeping form. So, now that you've seen what his chakra's like, what's your assessment? He asked. It's certainly like an Uzumaki's in terms of stature, she explained. But it's as potent as Minato's and Tsunade's, she said. Meaning? Asked Kakashi. It's very strong, she said. What about the Swifty release? He joked. She joined him in chuckling. Yes, well Minato-kun said that it'll manifest itself when he's older. So we'll just have to wait and see. It's a very rare bloodline, apparently only 2 other people in the Namake's clan have been known users. The most prominent was of course Riku Namake's, the one who fought against Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, explained Kushina. Sounds like it'll be interesting to see how he turns out, said Kakashi. As long as he's happy, she walked over to him and kissed him on the forehead. They both walked out unaware of the smile on Naruto's face. Chapter 3. A Budding Shinobi. So Naruto-chan, how's your leaf balancing exercise coming along? Asked Kakashi as he entered the training field Naruto was currently in. Kakashi and I asked as the leaf atop his head fell to the ground. Well, it was going pretty well, he begrudgingly stated. Easy now, Kakashi laughed. How come the umbu that Kaa-chan sent left? He asked. Huh? Oh, and how did you know that there was an umbu following you? He asked. Because you shouldn't a lot of times, Tusan is way faster, he stated. Oh, so the swifty release, chuckled Kakashi. Naruto's cheeks puffed up in embarrassment. I didn't say that, he crossed his arms. I was there, he cracked his neck. Well, come on, show me how far you've gotten. Kakashi picked up the leaf and handed it to Naruto. Kakashi watched Naruto balance the leaf on his head. Wow, only a day and you've managed to master it, praised Kakashi. Thanks Kakashi and he smiled. Alright, next exercise, he said with an eye smile. Huh, I thought you were going to teach me a new jutsu, he asked as he took the leaf off his forehead. I could do that, but let me explain why these exercises are so important for you. He put his gloved hand on Naruto's shoulder. Listen Naruto-kun, you and your mother are a lot alike, although everyone can see your sensei's son, he chuckled. You have a lot of chakra for a boy your age, so if I taught you a new jutsu it would take you a lot longer for you to learn it than most children, he explained. Does that mean I'm not good? He asked. No, it'll definitely be a good thing later on. You see, by mastering these exercises you'll be able to control your chakra and you'll be a better ninja for it, explained Kakashi. Don't fret, you only need to master 2 more exercises and then I'll start teaching you some jutsu. Naruto's smile beamed at his older brother. Really? You promise? He asked. I promise, he patted him on the head. Alright, the second exercise is the tree climbing practice. Naruto nodded at him and he continued to explain. It's a training method used to gain more skills with chakra control. This training involves focusing a fixed amount of chakra to the bottom of your feet, and using that to climb a tree without using one's hands. Naruto looked perplexed. I'm not lying, said Kakashi sensing his question. If the stream of chakra is too weak, you'll lose your footing on the tree and fall off. If it is too strong, you will be pushed away from the tree, causing the tree to break around the point of contact and again you will fall, Kakashi explained. Now you're only 5 so don't hurt yourself, said Kakashi. Naruto nodded at him. Alright, Kakashi channeled chakra to his feet and he began walking up the small nearby tree. Wow, said Naruto astonished at the display. When he reached the top he jumped down. Alright, now you try. Remember, just concentrate and you'll be fine, said Kakashi. Naruto did the ram seal and the bottom of his feet became coated in a blue color. Okay, now keep it balanced. Naruto began to walk up the tree. Taking it one step at a time he ascended up the tree trunk. Hey, I'm doing it, he giggled as he got higher and higher. Naruto looked down. Amazing, he's already got it, thought Kakashi. Hey Kakashi and look how high I am, Kakashi chuckled. That's awesome Naruto, now walk back down, don't go any higher, he said. Okay, Naruto then carefully walked back down the tree. He jumped back down onto the floor. I did it, he announced. This kid is something else, thought Kakashi. Alright Naruto-chan, last one before the day is up. If you can get this one I'll take you out for ice cream, he winked at him. Ice cream, exclaimed Naruto. Yup, now come on. Kakashi picked him up and body flickered away. They landed on stones. They were at a secluded hot spring. The hot springs. Why are we here? Asked Naruto. Kakashi put him down. We're here for the next exercise. The last one is called the water walking technique, he explained. Water walking? Asked Naruto. What? You just walked up a tree, I didn't think you'd be so shocked, he shrugged. I'm not, it's just super cool, he said sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. To walk on water you'll need keep a constant stream of chakra from the bottom of your feet and using the force to walk across the water's surface. This technique is more difficult to master than the tree climbing practice, because the amount of chakra that needs to be used changes all the time, he explained. It's kinda the same as the last one, stated Naruto. In many ways yes, but you see. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet and walked onto the water without much trouble. Hey look Kakashi and do I get ice cream now? If Kakashi hadn't been wearing a mask Naruto would have seen him gap like a fish. You can't be serious, he thought. Hey, Kakashi and san, did I do it right? He asked standing on the water with a smile on his face. This kid, amazing, he thought. Yes, that's enough for today Naruto-chan, tomorrow I'll teach you some jutsu, he said with a strained chuckle. Oh, can you teach me the Rasengan and Uzumaki no Sutepu? He asked. And who told you about those? He asked with a hint of amusement. Aji-san, he said with a hint of regret. Ahu, thought as much. Your Kaa-chan sword step and your father's jutsu are a bit too advanced for you at the moment. Naruto looked down. But one day, he knelt down. Listen, I'll teach you some that you'll use for the rest of your shinobi career, Naruto nodded. Alright, now, I owe you some ice cream, said Kakashi. Naruto's face instantly brightened at the mention of the tasty treat. Slow down Naruto-kun, chuckled Kakashi. Naruto licked the treat frantically. He and Kakashi sat in a booth together at the ice cream shop. Kakashi had quickly eaten his ice cream. A testament to that was the empty bowl in front of him. Naruto, however, was quick, but not that quick. He had ice cream all over his face. Well, Mr. Hataki, babysitting I see. Naruto and Kakashi looked up to see you, a young girl with brown hair. She wore a Jonin flak jacket. Underneath she wore a purple shirt and the typical ninja mesh. She wore long black pants and open-toed blue shinobi boots. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail and two bangs framed her face. Oh, hi there, Rin, said Kakashi as he waved to his old teammate. Did you miss me on your last mission? She asked with a hopeful smile. Kakashi blinked at her question. Oh, Kakashi and I has a girlfriend, chanted Naruto. And who's this? Asked Rin. And why did he call you Kakashi and I? Asked Rin. This is my younger brother Naruto. Naruto, he motioned at Rin. This is my old teammate Rin, he stated. Introducing the two strangers. It's nice to meet you, Rin-san, said Naruto. Rin smiled and grabbed a napkin. She wiped his face. It's nice to meet you to Naruto-kun, but you don't have to call me San, you can call me Rin if you want, said Rin. Okay, Rin-chan, are you and Kakashi and I boyfriend and girlfriend? Rin blushed at the question. No, we aren't, stated Kakashi. And you really need to rein in on the embarrassing questions because you know exactly what you're doing, scolded Kakashi. Naruto chuckled. Nuhu, see, her face is red like when Tunin smiles at Kaa-chan, that means you're boyfriend and girlfriend, stated Naruto. I shouldn't have to explain this to you at your age, Kakashi sighed. You're too smart for your own good sometimes, said Kakashi. Naruto-kun, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? Asked Rin, changing the uncomfortable subject. Bubblegum, he stated excitedly. No way, mine too, said Rin. Really? He asked and she nodded. I bet your favorite color is purple, said Naruto as he pointed to her shirt. Yes, you're very observant for a boy your age, praised Rin. Thank you, Rin-san, said Naruto. Naruto-kun, you have very good manners, but please, you can call me Rin or Rin-chan if you want, she offered. I don't really like all the formal stuff, she smiled. Okay, he smiled. Naruto-kun, are you going to be a shinobi? She asked. Yup. Kakashi and I is already training me, he said with a beaming smile. Oh, Kakashi is, Kakashi rubbed the back of his head nervously. Yup. We just finished today. He said I did good so I get ice cream, he said. So is Kakashi a good teacher? She asked. Well, I guess, he said. What do you mean you guess? Asked Kakashi. Naruto cocked his head to the side. I mean, what do you mean by that, Naruto-kun? He coughed. Well, you're okay, I guess, he shrugged. Kakashi's sweat dropped. You can't use that, that's mine, said Kakashi. He's so cute, said Rin as she hugged Naruto, making him blush. Rin, you shouldn't encourage him, said Kakashi as he held his hand out. Come on, Kakashi, you've been doing that to people for years. 'Bout time someone used it against you, she giggled as she put Naruto on her lap. A rain cloud appeared over Kakashi's head as he looked down. So Naruto-kun, what have you learned from Kakashi-kun? She asked. I learned, he thought out loud. I learned how to use chakra, the leaf balancing, tree walking and water walking, Rin laughed. What's so funny? Asked Naruto. You're a bad liar, she giggled. He isn't lying, said Kakashi with a nice smile. Not another genius, she smiled. Yes, another genius, Kakashi chuckled. He's a lot like Minato-sensei, said Kakashi. So everything just comes naturally to him, huh? She said as he looked down at the mop of blonde hair underneath her chin. Yeah, he's got a talent for the shinobi arts, that's for sure, Kakashi gave Naruto an eye smile. Naruto blushed at the kind words. Thank you, he said meekly. You're just too cute, Naruto-kun, squealed Rin. She hugged him, making his head squeeze between her breasts. Rin-chan, spoke Kakashi. Yeah, she responded with a small blush at the chan suffix that he rarely used. MFFPHMMF muffled Naruto as he struggled to breath. Oh, sorry Naruto-kun, she pulled him away and he breathed heavily. You okay? She asked. He nodded. Why, yeah, I'm okay, he breathed and then rubbed the back of his head. Good, I'm sorry, she said. That's okay, he smiled. Hey Rin-chan, can I ask you a question? She looked at him. Of course you can, Naruto-kun, she beamed. What was Kakashi and I like when he was a kid? Kakashi spluttered at the question. Why would you ask that? Kakashi waved his hands. Because I'm curious, he said, remembering his mother's use of wording. So you're curious about Kakashi-kun when he was a kid? Asked Rin. Well, he always calls Tusen-sensei. If you were on his team, then that means you were around Kakashi and I when he was a little, he said. So what was he like? He asked. Wow, you are smart, she mused. Okay, I'll tell you, she smiled. Rin, I don't think you should. Now Kakashi, he did ask nicely, she stated. Well, Kakashi was very crazy about the shinobi rules. He always recited them and told others when they were disobeying them, she smiled. He's always worn that mask, she pointed. And he was mean to everyone, she whispered, making Naruto giggle. Rin, you don't have. He was very talented and smart. He used to always outsmart all the bad ninja. Kakashi averted his eyes. This also made him very nasty sometimes, and he had a bad attitude, she whispered again. But he was also very kind and sweet when he wanted to be, she giggled when Kakashi sighed. Are you finished torturing me? He asked. I think you've had enough for today. I have a mission anyway. She got up from the booth. It was nice meeting you, Naruto-kun, she smiled. I'll see you around, Mr. Brooder, she giggled and walked away. You had to really look, almost magnify your vision, but Kakashi had the faintest blush on his face. She's nice, said Naruto as he ate more ice cream. Yeah, I guess, he sighed. Come on, now that you've had your ice cream, there's someplace that I want to show you, he said as he got up. Naruto took one last bite and then followed him. Naruto took Kakashi's hand as they walked through the streets of Konohagakure. We're going to visit your grandfather, said Kakashi. Gigi, he asked. Yes, said Kakashi. How come, he asked. Well, I need to ask him about something, and well, you like visiting him, don't you, he asked. Naruto nodded. Good, said Kakashi with a smile. Naruto and Kakashi walked into the Sarutobi Manor without their shoes on. Asuma was out on a mission and Hiruzen sat outside on the porch drinking some. Sarutobi-sama, Kakashi knocked on the inside door. Hiruzen turned around to see Kakashi giving him an eye-smile, with Naruto in hand. Sarutobi smiled and gestured for them to come out. Well, isn't this a nice surprise? He got up and hugged Naruto. Hi Gigi, said the young boy politely. Hello to you, to Naruto-kun. If I knew you were coming, I would have prepared some sweets. He gave him a grandfatherly smile. That's okay, Kakashi and I went out for ice cream, he smiled. Only because I did okay in the new training, he explained. Did well, you're underselling yourself, kid, thought Kakashi. Oh, that's wonderful, Naruto-kun. What did you learn? He asked. Actually, Lord Third, I'd like to talk to you about that, voiced Kakashi. Okay then, he turned to Naruto. You can go play in the backyard if you wish, Naruto. He gestured to the space in front of him. Thank you, Naruto giggled. He bowed, then jumped off the boards and onto the grass. Now what is it that you'd like to discuss? He asked. Kakashi sat down on the opposite side of the table. It's Naruto, sir, he rubbed the back of his head. There's no other way to say this, but, he paused. Yes, pushed the former Hokage. Well, he's great, he said with a chuckle. Great? Great as in great at something, or a great child? He asked. No sir, he's great at well today. He master every chakra control exercise that most genin can't master. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. My, it would seem that the Namikaze have a penitence for being gifted, he chuckled. But that hasn't been done, not since Minato-sensei, spoke Kakashi. Well, what else did you expect from Minato-kun's child? He asked. Why, you expected him to be talented? Asked Kakashi. Well, I'd say expected would be the wrong word, he said. Naruto-kun is the first child in the Namikaze clan to be born with their swift release Kekkai Genkei in a very long time, he chuckled. I always knew that he was special, he smiled. He's also extremely smart for his age, said Kakashi in wonder. Oh my yes, he picks things up very quickly, he smiled. Maybe even more so than Minato-kun. He drank some tea. Are you saying that he might be an even greater shinobi than sensei? Asked Kakashi. Well, putting a bet on something like that isn't very smart, he spoke. Minato is a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Don't forget, Kakashi-kun, Naruto is only 5 years old. To put a stake to the claim that he'll surpass his father is impossible at the moment, he said. However, what do you say we test him? Asked Hiruzen. Test? Asked Kakashi. Yes, Naruto-kun also has Uzumaki heritage, he paused. So why not give him some Fuin Jutsu to work on as well, he asked. Fuin Jutsu is extremely hard to learn. Jiraiya-sama even has to ask Kushina-sama for assistance. Hiruzen chuckled at his comment. Yes, it's extremely hard to learn. Kushina-chan began learning Fuin Jutsu at a very young age as well. If Naruto-kun can master some basic seals within a few months then, maybe there might be some merit to the statement that he'll surpass his father, he explained. How would learning Fuinjutsu reinforce that statement? Asked Kakashi. Because Minato-kun came asking me for help with Fuinjutsu at about his age as well. So if they're anything alike Naruto-kun will take to it like a fish does to water, he smiled. Alright then, thank you for your time Sarutobi-sama, said Kakashi as he bowed and then stood up. One more thing Kakashi, said Hiruzen. Yes sir, he asked. Please take good care of my grandson. Although he does wish to become a shinobi, he has a very kind heart and it's my wish that he has a normal childhood, said Hiruzen with a grandfatherly smile. Kakashi bowed. I swear on my life sir, I'll take care of Naruto-kun, said Kakashi. You've made this old soul very happy, he laughed. Naruto at dinner next to his brother at the dinner table. He was in his high chair and he certainly was a messy eater. Naruto laughed when he saw his face, with pumpkin all over it. Kushina came over and wiped his face. He shook his head indicating that he did not like it. So Naruto-kun, how was your day with Kakashi? Asked Minato. Well, we trained a little bit then with got ice cream, he paused as he ate. Chewing with his mouth closed, he finished and then smiled. Then we visited Gigi and I got to play, he also gave me a scroll, he rubbed the back of his head. He said it's for you. Naruto pulled a scroll out from his pocket and handed it to his father across the dinner table. Minato gently took the scroll from his eldest and looked it. Once he finished reading he smiled. Well it would seem that we have a budding shinobi in the family, said Minato as he smiled at his son. Naruto blushed at the attention he was given by his father. Chapter 4. The Meeting of the Young Geniuses. Hiruzen Sarutobi was right about most things. In his old age he had learnt many things and retained a lot of information. Information about people. Recently regarding one Naruto Namikaze, Hiruzen had predicted that Naruto would take to Fuinjutsu. Well, Naruto had fallen in love with it to say the least. Kakashi bought him a beginner seal kit, which entailed some paintbrushes, ink and paper. He also bought him a book that showed him how to draw kanji. Minato and Kushina had been very surprised that their son was a genius. However, the pair had their suspicions. Especially Minato, who had tested Naruto a couple of times. Minato had deduced that his eldest could retain information at a very high rate. Also that Naruto was a lot like himself when it came to the shinobi arts. Naruto was progressing at amazing speeds. His mother had trained him in chakra control on numerous occasions. He herself had stated when Naruto was born that, he's going to be like his father, I can already tell, a mother knows. Naruto had also grown a little taller. His hair had also grown out a little, his bangs reached just below his nose now. He wore a mesh shirt underneath a white shirt. He also had a black and white hottie on, which was slightly opened at the top. He wore tape around his calves and over a pair of black pants. He also wore blue open-toed shinobi shoes. The youngest Namikaze, Run, had celebrated his first birthday the other week, just after Naruto's 7th birthday. Both birthdays had been a small affairs, only close family and family friends. The two brothers were extremely close and Ren knew who exactly his big brother was and would often call out to him when he saw him. Ren would often follow/crawl after Naruto around the house, always chasing after him, afraid of being left out. Unfortunately he never got very far. Ren had also spoken his first word a few weeks ago, Kaa-chan, much to Kushina's delight. Seeing as Naruto's first word was, Tu-san, Minato had hoped to go 2 for 2, but he was significantly busier than he was back when Naruto was first born, whilst he was being groomed for being Hokage. Minato spent as much time with his son as possible, sadly though he tried his very best to spend time with Ren but his Hokage duties kept him busy most of the time. Naruto had excelled in his shinobi training. He had mastered all the academy ninjutsu necessary to pass the exam to become a genin. Kakashi was well aware of this, however, Minato had risen the age for the academy, so Kakashi's request for Naruto to enter the academy was denied. Although Minato was aware that Naruto wouldn't have a problem with the requirements to pass, however, he wanted him to have a normal childhood and for him to enjoy being a kid. Naruto's taijutsu was also coming along nicely. Kakashi was never adept at this area but he was competent and taught Naruto the basic leaf kata, in which all genin were taught. However, Naruto had often told him that he didn't like it. As it didn't feel natural, he had learned all the basics despite this. Kakashi had just smiled and told him that one day he'll find a style that'll suit him and it'll come even more naturally to him than anything he had learned prior. Minato had offered Naruto some scrolls on the Namikaze hummingbird style, however, Naruto had declined his offer, much to his surprise. Naruto had reasoned that he didn't want to become a carbon copy of his father and that he wanted to forge his own path. Minato had gained a little more respect for his son as shinobi after that conversation. At the moment though Naruto was standing with Kakashi at their usual training field, Rin sat on a log observing. She had gotten quite attached to the blonde Namikaze. She found the fact that he was so polite at his age was adorable. To her never-ending delight he had slipped on day and instead of the usual san suffix he always used he had called her Rinwunshin. From then on she instead that he call her that. And so he did. Kakashi and why do you have a piece of paper, he asked. Very astute of you, you noticed, Naruto huffed. Now I was only joking, he handed it to him. It's a special paper called chakra paper, it'll tell us what your element is, he explained. Oh, so then I can start learning so elemental jutsu, he asked. Yup, to find out, all you need to do is channel your chakra into the paper. What happens will tell us what element you have. If it splits in half, you have a futon element. If it turns into dirt, then you have doton. If the paper becomes soggy, then you have a sueton element. If the paper burns, you have a katon element and finally, if it crumbles then you have a raiton element, explained Kakashi. Naruto hadn't taken his eyes off the paper. This was his next step that he had to take in his training, to becoming a splendid shinobi. Alright, let's go, he said as he channeled chakra into the piece of paper. Naruto then dropped the paper and he watched in anticipation. After a few moments nothing happened. Is there something wrong with the paper, he asked. I guess that means that you don't have an elemental affinity, said Kakashi. I don't, asked Naruto, crushed. I'm sorry Naruto you just have to. The chakra paper was swiftly cut in half. Then the right half burned and the left half crumbled. 3 elements, now things get interesting, I've come to never be surprised by this kid, though Kakashi with a smile. The number of jutsu that you could potentially learn has just doubled, he grinned as he watched Naruto's shocked expression. Is that good? Asked Naruto. That's amazing Naruto-kun, I can tell you're going to be very adept at ninjutsu, he chuckled as he patted Naruto on the head in a brotherly way. Alright, I think we'll start with a katon jutsu as I know some basic ones, he rubbed the back of his head. Okay, I'm ready, said Naruto. Alright, I'm going to teach you the katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, explained Kakashi. Kakashi showed Naruto the hand signs. He quickly memorized them, however, the sequence wasn't very fast. Kakashi then told him once he had memorized the sequence that he needed to quicken the pace of his hand signs. It's fine, at least you know it. Now, the key to any katon jutsu is your stomach. They call the stomach the sea of chakra, although yours is full of ramen, he chuckled. You suck in, inhaling air. It'll become gradually easier to do this once you've practiced. Once you've sucked you'll force the chakra from your stomach, up your esophagus and out your mouth, it then becomes fire infused with chakra. Kakashi turned around and quickly went through the hand signs. He blew out quite a large fireball. Naruto's hair wisped up as he watched the fire burn. The fire reflected in his eyes and the smile on his face began to be more and more noticeable. Once the fire receded Kakashi pulled his mask back up. Okay, Kakashi turned around and gave him an eye smile. Now you try, he said. Naruto walked past him and went through a series of hand signs. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, he breathed in, he could feel the chakra travel up from his stomach. He blew out and a stream of fire shot out of his mouth. It was by no means as large as Kakashi's, however, it could do harm to a small group of ninja no doubt. Naruto turned away from the charred earth with a smile. He had soot on his mouth, he chuckled. 1 week later. After his training with Kakashi and Rin, Naruto had set out to master the katon jutsu to its fullest extent. Kakashi had stressed that whilst he was able to perform it firstly was an achievement. However, the intensity and speed, which the jutsu was conducted was subpar. So Kakashi refused to teach Naruto any more jutsu until he could do the fireball jutsu in his sleep. He had done so and was now very proficient. Naruto was currently at home and had resolved to target practice in the Namikaze backyard. He threw 3 kunai at the 3 logs set up. He hit all 3 targets in the bullseye. The 7-year-old smiled at his accomplishment. It's becoming second nature, he thought to himself. Naruto went to walk over to retrieve his kunai, he stopped mid-step. Somebody jumped from behind him, with a kunai the young boy thrust down with a kunai. Naruto pulled out a kunai the two met with sparks. Kushina answered her front door with Ran in her arms. She smiled when he saw who it was. It was her best friend. Mikoto Uchiha, her son Sasuke was also in her arms. Mikoto, you're glowing. And this is little Sasuke, she cooed. Hi Kushina, thank you, you're glowing yourself. I think Itachi-kun went around to your backyard to play with Naruto-kun, Kushina smiled. Yes, that boy is always out, always learning something new, she said. Well, are you going to invite me? She laughed. Kushina blushed in embarrassment. Of course I was, she yelled and stepped outside, allowing a giggling Mikoto into her home. I really hope that Itachi-kun and Naruto-kun can become friends, she said as they walked through the Namikaze compound. Yeah, maybe they'll even become rivals like us, laughed Kushina. Of course, you never beat me though, she gave her a sly grin. What? You just can't admit when you lose, that's your problem, said Kushina with her arms crossed over her ample bosoms. What's your problem? Asked Naruto as he held the attacker at bay. My name is Itachi Uchiha and well, I didn't know how to approach you, so I decided that a direct approach would be best, he smiled. Itachi was a similar height to him and also a recognized genius like Naruto. Itachi had a long ponytail tied at the back of his head. 2 bangs of black hair framed his face. He had to tear makes running from his eyes to his lower chin. He wore a simple black shirt with the Uchiha fan on the back and pants with white shinobi tape around his calves. He also had open-toed shinobi shoes on. It's nice to meet you, Itachi, Naruto groaned as they both struggled trying to force the kunai out of each other's hands. I'm Naruto, so I take it that you want to spar? He asked. A smile on either boy's face began to grow. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu / Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Mikoto and Kushina heard the Katan Jutsu being called out. The pair of them had been talking for about 10 minutes. They both jumped up off the couch in a panic and made their way quickly out into the backyard. 2 streams of fire fought for dominance. Kushina and Mikoto looked horrified. They spotted Jiraiya watching them with a small smirk on his face. What are you doing just watching this? She yelled. Why would you want to stop this? Asked Jiraiya. What? Yelled Mikoto. The smiles haven't left their faces since they've started, commented Jiraiya as the streams of fire dissipated. Naruto and Itachi charged at each other, each with kunai in hand. They both swung forward, the pair ending up on opposite sides. The prodigies pivoted back and began trading blows and slashes. Itachi swiped horizontally and Naruto vaulted Itachi and went to punch him from his blind spot. Once he made contact, Itachi replaced himself with a log. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet and flipped back. How did you know I was going to do that? Asked Itachi. You aren't the only one with a Kekkei Genkai, although, it doesn't work when I tell it to, only sometimes, he chuckled as he threw the kunai at the ground between. Truce, he threw his hands up. Itachi smiled. All right, said Itachi. Truce, he chuckled when Naruto began to rub the back of his head. Ah, those kids, Jiraiya Namikaze laughed. Why are they both laughing? Asked Kushina. They're even weirder than Use, commented Mikoto. Jiraiya chuckled. Because, he smiled. Their friendship is born out of mutual respect, which will turn into a rivalry, and a rivalry that those two will grow through. Becoming best of friends, he chuckled. You two are exactly like them, he rubbed the back of his head. Well, of course Naruto-chan is way stronger, commented Kushina. What? Itachi-kun was about to win. Get some glasses, Grandma, Mikoto huffed. Can't you take a lesson from those two? Asked Jiraiya. The bickering mothers looked up to see their sons laughing together. Not too long ago they were like that, starting their journey to becoming a shinobi. They both saw themselves, their sons had just becoming friends. So you're from the Uchiha clan? Well, obviously, since your name is Itachi Uchiha, said Naruto as he rubbed the back of his head. Yes, that is correct, said Itachi. What have you learnt so far? He asked. I've mastered the 3 chakra control exercises, I've learnt all the basic academy ninjutsu, a katan jutsu and some fuin jutsu. I've also trained in the leaf katas, said Naruto with a smile. Itachi nodded. I assume you've done a lot more than me? Asked Naruto. Why would you assume that? Asked Itachi. Aren't you the Namikaze heir? Stated Itachi. Yes, well, I hear that the Uchiha heir starts training at age 4, whereas I started age 5, he said. Actually, you assume wrong, he smiled. I haven't learnt much more than you, I've only had more time to practice, he chuckled when he saw Naruto sigh in relief. I was worried there, I thought that you were miles ahead of me. He sat down on the cool grass and Itachi joined him. Who says I'm not? Joked Itachi. Says the spar we just had. Well, I could tell you were holding back, said Naruto with a smile. Well, I could tell you were holding back as well, said Itachi. Naruto and Itachi's expression softened. Suddenly they both broke out in a smile, they shot up and resumed their spar. Their smiles never leaving their faces, not for a second. The 2 proud mothers watched on their younger children had recently joined them. They watched their 2 eldest children spar. They both saw themselves and what they were like as shinobi rivals. Unknown to them, those 2 children were going to go down in the history books as 2 Konoha's greatest shinobi ever. We have a problem, stated Minato. He and the other shinobi council members assembled, Koharu and Hamaru were seated next to him. I'm afraid that I miscalculated, he said sadly. What exactly is the problem? Asked Shikaku. My son, Run, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, he sighed. The seal isn't going to work like I wished it to. It was initially unwise to seal away that much chakra, however, the seal is holding it back quite nicely, he said. Then what's the problem, Minato-sama? Asked Inoichi. The seal worked too well. Ren will never know that he's a Jinchuriki unless someone tells him. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I wanted Ren to master the Kyuubi's chakra when he came of age. Unfortunately, none of the Kyuubi's chakra is mixing with Ren's, meaning that Ren won't be aided in any way, nor will he have any benefits of being a Jinchuriki, explained Minato. In a time of uncertainty such as this, Ren would be greatly aided by being a Jinchuriki, stated Hamaru. In a time of uncertainty such as this, Ren would be greatly aided by being a Jinchuriki, stated Hamaru. What do you suggest? Asked Koharu. Another vessel. Danzo stood up. I may have a solution, he stated. Minato grew uneasy. Danzo was a very suspicious man. Minato wasn't sure if he had his son's best interest at heart, or his own. Yes, pushed Minato. Kusagakure, he said. Kusa? Asked Shikaku. Yes, they were greatly weakened in the war and are in need of allies, he smiled. Hokage-sama, I have a remedy, however, at the present time I do not have all the details confirmed, he narrowed his visible eye. Well, alright then, Danzo, I trust that you have this village's best interest at heart, he nodded at the affirmative. Well, alright then, you said another vessel, do you intend to capture one? He asked as he narrowed his eyes. Of course not, Hokage-sama, I will not act without your consent, he said. You will inform me of any developments whatever they may be. Also, this whole affair is to remain secret, nobody is to speak of this meeting outside this room. Ren will be told of his Jinchuriki status by myself and Kushina. When we transfer the yang half of the 9 tails out of Ren, he will be sedated and his conscious mind will remain unaware of anything. The sealing will occur out of the village aware from the village, similar to the births of my 2 sons. My personal Umbu will also be present and will monitor the situation. Also, we are to properly inform the new host of his or her soon-to-be status. If they come from Kusa, then we are to meet them at the border and escort them to Konoha. Danzo, I trust that you will work collaboratively with Koharu and Hamaru. You will report back to me with your plans. I will also be present in the diplomatic talks with Kusagakure. If they wish to give us a new host as a symbol of an alliance, we will not turn their offer away. He stood up and sighed. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 5. The First Days. Oh, you're going to do great, sweetheart, Kushina fussed over her eldest child. Like many mothers did to their children in the courtyard of the academy. Just do your best, respect your senpais, pay attention in class and always bring a water bottle with you, she kissed him on the forehead. Keika'a-chan, stop, Naruto's facial color rivaled a tomato. Ha ha, Nisan your face, giggled Ren as he held onto Kushina's dress. Oh, and make sure that you make some really good friends, she giggled when Naruto. Just do your best, came a new voice from behind Kushina. Minato walked over to them carrying a baby girl. The little baby had taken the Namikaze household by surprise. Little Carrie Namikaze, unlike Ren, she was born in the Hidden Leaf Hospital, the birth was normal and no giant foxes, destruction or deaths occurred. She was a blessing and a healthy beautiful baby. She was very active, she had blonde hair but violet eyes. Different from Ren and Naruto who had taken after one of their parents, she had inherited traits from them both. She had Kushina's round face, but she inherited her father's hair. Kushina took Carrie from Minato and rocked her up and down gently. Minato put his hand on Naruto's head making him smile. Do your best, I know you'll make me proud, he tousled his hair and walked off to the podium in front of the crowd. Kushina smiled as she saw her eldest son turn around at the big crowd. She saw him hesitate. She gave him a gentle push forward, making him take the first step. He continued on as he gulped audibly. Kushina watched him walk over to the other group of aspiring genin. A motherly smile appeared on her face as she watched her son walk off. They grow up too fast, she said aloud. I'd have to agree with, said Mikoto, appearing behind the Namikaze family. Itachi bowed. Mrs. Namikaze, Kushina smiled at Itachi. Hello there Itachi-kun, Naruto-chan just walked off, she pointed to the crowd. I will find him, he bowed again and walked off. A bundle in Mikoto's arms began to cry. Oh there baby, she rocked. She's gotten bigger, hello there Ayano-chan, commented Kushina as she observed the baby girl in Mikoto's arms. Mikoto smiled as the baby's cries began to soften. She's adorable, said Kushina as the baby opened its black eyes. Hi. Mikoto Obasan, greeted Ren with a smile and a wave. Sasuke held onto Mikoto's dress. Hello to you Ren-kun, how are you, asked Mikoto. I'm okay, Kaa-chan said that she'd take me for ramen today if I'm good, he giggled. That's great, you better make sure you're good then, she commented as the young redhead nodded his head eagerly. Carrie in Kushina's arms began to fuss about. Yes, I know you're bored, she giggled and kissed her on the forehead. We'll stay for Minato-kuen's speech and then we could go to the park, suggested Kushina. Ren cheered and Sasuke smiled. That sounds nice, said Mikoto. Welcome all, today you're taking your first steps into becoming shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, started Minato. Naruto watched his father with a smile. He was broken out of his stupor when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around to see his smiling friend, Itachi. You're looking chirpy this fine morning, commented Itachi with a chuckle. Naruto chuckled with him. Coming from a person who's notoriously broody, that's ironic, said Naruto as he smiled and rubbed the back of his head. The word you're thinking of is introverted, said Itachi as crossed his arms. Call it what you want, he shrugged. Itachi sighed and smiled. All of you, don't take your studies lightly, work hard, and I know you will all become splendid shinobi and usher in the new generation of Hidden Leaf Ninja, he flashed away. Naruto sighed and rubbed the back of his head. I get the feeling that the academy is where we'll meet some real interesting people, said Naruto as he surveyed the cheering kids his age. Well, this is where new ninjas form their team bonds, said Itachi with a smile. The teachers all called out their students via a roll in front of them. When the classes were assembled, the students were led to their classroom, following their new teachers. Okay, Naruto Namikaze, said a Chunin. Here, he walked up to his teacher. It's nice to meet you, Aoba-sensei, Naruto bowed respectfully. Yes, it's nice to meet you to Namikaze-sama, said Aoba. Naruto blushed. Oh, you don't have to call me that, please, Naruto is fine, he waved and rubbed the back of his head. All right then, Naruto, Aoba nodded and led his class away. You know, this academy thing isn't all it's cracked up to be, Naruto leaned on his forearms in his chair. He sat next to Itachi at the back of the class, who was listening to Aoba's lecture intently. He also took some notes on a notepad in front of him. Naruto, come on, why don't you listen, he whispered harshly. Naruto groaned and banged his head against his desk. He looked up and surveyed his new classmates. There was a girl with facial tattoos and sharp-looking features. She had unruly brown hair and she wore pants, blue shinobi shoes, a mesh shirt and red undershirt. Over the top she had an open red jacket that was tattered at the ends. Naruto then turned to another girl sitting by herself. She had her hair up, making it look like a pineapple. She wore a mesh undershirt and a small skirt. She wore a trench coat over the top of her mesh shirt. Naruto looked at her and she glared menacing at him. He sharply turned the other way with a scared look on his face. Another boy that sat in front of him kept coughing, like clockwork. It was rather predictable. He was a sickly-looking kid with brown hair. He wore a top and khaki pants with shinobi boots. On the other side of the room was a girl with an unusual hair color of light purple color. It was short and went down just past her ears. She had brown eyes that sparkled with mischievousness as she smiled to herself. She wore a purple top and three-quarter pants with shinobi boots. She had a bracelet around her wrist. Itachi broke his pencil and sighed. He turned to his friend. Naruto, may I borrow a pencil? He asked. Sure. Yugao, who heard them talking, turned around to see who it was. While Naruto was rummaging in his pants pockets for a pencil, she caught Itachi's eye line. He just looked at her, his lips broke out into the tiniest smile. Her cheeks turned a pink color and she quickly turned back. Here, said Naruto as he handed Itachi a pencil. Thank you, he said as he continued to write notes. Naruto looked down at the two rows in front of him. It was a boy with long brown hair. He hadn't said a word today. He had no pupils in his eyes. He wore a bandage around his forehead. He also wore a jacket and khaki shorts. Next to him sat a boy with long black hair tied into a ponytail. At the top it spiked out in all directions. He had round black eyes and the bushiest eyebrows that Naruto had ever seen. He wore a gi-like brown shirt with a belt tied over it. Underneath he wore a mesh shirt. He also wore black three-quarter pants and black shinobi shoes. In the row in front of the two boys was a girl with brown hair, tied up in small buns. She had bored expression on her face. She wore a brown top and three-quarter pants with shinobi boots. Naruto sighed again. Do you know the answer, Naruto? Asked Aoba. Yes, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, fought with Madara Uchiha at the site now known as the Valley of the End. Aoba nodded and continued his lecture. You could try and act a little interested, suggested Itachi. Naruto chuckled and nodded as he looked up. The end of the day. The sun was setting as the academy students made their way out of the academy gates. Itachi and Naruto had made some friends. The girl with the light purple hair, Yugao Yuzuki. The Inuzuka heiress, Hana Inuzuka. The sickly boy, Heiei Gecko. The bushy-browed loudmouth, Rock Lee. The girl with the buns in her hair, Ten. Finally the girl with pineapple hair, Anko Mitarashi. They were all interesting and they all had unique personalities. They all met at lunch and they all quickly became friends. So guess I'll see you all tomorrow, said Ten. Yeah, for sure, Tenten-chan, said Lee with a smile. They both walked away with smiles on their faces. "Bye, everyone, bye Itachi-kun, bye Naruto," said Yugao as she walked away. "I guess I'll see you losers tomorrow," said Enko as she stuffed her hand in her pockets and walked away. Heiei coughed and bowed. "Goodbye, Naruto-san, Itachi-san," he walked away with another cough. "See you later pups, tomorrow we should have a spar," Hana giggled and walked away. "Well, today was an interesting day wasn't it?" asked Itachi. "Yeah, it was a nice day," said Naruto as the two began to walk home. Naruto put his hands behind his neck as they walked. "Did you have a nice day at school, Naruto-chan?" asked Kushina as Naruto walked in the door. "Oh, yeah I did and I made some nice friends," said Naruto. "I'm glad," said Kushina from the kitchen. "Ni-san." Naruto was tackled by a red blur who latched himself onto his waist. "Hi there Ren-chan," said Naruto as he rubbed the top his head. "Ni-san, can you play with me?" asked the small boy. "Sure Ren-chan," Naruto smiled as the young boy cheered. "Come inside when I call for dinner boys," said Kushina. Ren ran outside followed by Naruto. He turned around to see his father and Kakashi walk in the room. Naruto smiled at and turned around. He bumped into somebody and fell down on the floorboards. "Shusui," greeted Naruto. "Hi there Naruto, long time no see." "Hey," he patted him on the head. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Oh, nothing, you know me, just dropping by, your brother is getting impatient." "Ni-san, are you coming?" asked Ren as he popped his head through the door. "Yeah, I'm coming." Naruto ran out after his little brother. "Alright, Kakashi, I have something to discuss with both of you," said Minato as the duo walked to his office. Naruto walked with his backpack onto the academy with a smile on his face. People in the street waved at him and he happily offered a hello and a wave of his own. Many addressed him as Namikaze-sama, which he didn't mind as it was only a formality. "Hi Namikaze-sama," said a young mother. She pushed a stroller with a baby girl inside. "Hello miss," he stopped and bowed. He continued on. Well, what do we have here?" A jonin appeared in front of Naruto making him stumble back. A young man in the springtime of his youth. Striving to become the best shinobi he can be, whilst trying to be humble and polite. "That is very youthful of you Naruto-kun," cried Guy. Oh, hi, mister. The name's Might Guy, the green beast of Konohagakure and master of the shinobi art, Taijutsu." He gave him a thumbs up and his teeth sparkled. "Taijutsu? You say you're master of Taijutsu?" asked Naruto. "Yes, that is correct my young friend, there's nobody better." "I assume you're on your way to the academy?" asked Guy. "Yes I am Guy-san, if you'd excuse me I'm late for class." He bowed again and began to walk off in the direction of the academy. Ho ho ho. Naruto-kun, I as a jonin have been given the power to pull students out of class to test their abilities. Will you accept my challenge? He asked. "Challenge?" asked Naruto. "Yes. If you can land one hit on me in a hot-blooded taijutsu match then I'll do 500 laps around Konoha on my hands and I'll also take you on as my personal taijutsu student." Naruto clenched his fist. "Okay, and if I land a hit on you, what's that entail?" he asked. "It means that you'll have to give up being a ninja," he said seriously. "Give up?" he asked. "Yes, you'll have to give up being a ninja." "Is it worth the gamble Naruto, to learn from a taijutsu specialist?" he asked. Naruto stared at the ground. I accept." He glared into Guy's eyes with his blue ones. "Very well," said Guy. "Meet me at training ground 12 in 30 minutes, he disappeared in a leaf shushin. Guy stood up in the middle of the training field with his eyes closed. "Well Naruto-kun, are you ready?" asked Guy. Naruto walked up to him. He quickly channeled chakra into his legs and sprinted forward toward Guy. Before he could reach him he exploded. Guy shielded his eyes from the smoke. That was the Bunshin Daibakuha, an A-rank ninjutsu. How did Naruto-kun learn that jutsu, he wondered. Naruto appeared behind Guy in a burst of speed and attempted to strike him in the head. Guy quickly moved his hand up and grabbed it. "Your form is sloppy and the power behind the punch was subpar. You still have a long way to come in taijutsu." He kicked him in the midsection, which sent Naruto back several paces. He skidded back on the grass holding the spot that Guy kicked. "He used the explosion to distract me and attack me at my blind spot." He smiled when he saw Naruto glaring fearlessly at him. "This kid has got spunk." Guy pushed off and charged toward Naruto. He immediately had Naruto on the defensive as he was forced to dodge. He blocked when he had to. But the problem was that Guy's punches still did some damage, despite the fact that he wasn't fighting at full strength. Naruto flipped back. "I wish I could use ninjutsu, but I have to get better at taijutsu." Naruto growled as he kicked back off the ground. He attempted to kick at Guy's feet. Guy jumped up and crashed into the ground with a double-footed stomp. "He's pretty quick for a kid his age," thought Guy as the dust cleared. Naruto stood in a basic taijutsu stance a few paces away from Guy. "I see, so he does have some form," thought Guy. Naruto ran sidewards to the right. Guy stood straight, not looking at him. He has to have a weakness, Naruto growled when Guy didn't follow his movements. He's baiting me, he thought. You have to attack Naruto-kun, you either think on your feet or you give your opponent time to think. Guy disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared above Naruto. Naruto lost his footing and fell backward. He covered up awaiting the pain, but it never came. Naruto opened one eye to see Guy standing over him with his index finger pointing toward Naruto. So what are you going to do, Naruto-kun? Are you going to give up being a shinobi? Asked Guy as he stared into Naruto's eyes. Naruto's fingers dug up the dirt around them. No, he said. Why not? He asked. Because, I'll never give up or back down. I haven't lost because there's no way that I'll ever stop trying, he yelled. You think that just because you never give up or back down that you can beat me? Asked Guy. Yes, I do. If being a genius means that I'll always be spoon-fed Jutsu and told how great I am, then I'd rather be a fool. Guy's eyes widened at the young boy's resolve. I'll never give up and I won't back down, he yelled on determination. I see. Guy took a few steps back and Naruto got back up. Naruto charged at Guy. Naruto charged at Guy. Guy smirked at Naruto as the young academy student cocked his arm back. Guy just watched as Naruto punched him in the stomach. Guy winced a little and Naruto's eyes widened. Why did you let me hit you? Yelled Naruto. Because, Guy smiled. You've got the guts to be a splendid shinobi, he put his hand on his head. Naruto gasped as Guy laughed. Why the tears, Naruto-kun? You just found your nindo, he laughed as Naruto began to cry. Thank you, he whispered. Huh? Asked Guy, unsure of what he said. Thank you so much, Guy-sensei, he exclaimed as loud as his lungs would let him. All right, let us begin our training right away. Afterward I'll do as promised and do 500 laps around Konoha on my hands, he yelled in joy. Just informing you that your child was absent from the Ninja Academy today, read Kushina. Kushina read the message that appeared in a puff of smoke on her dining room table. What? He skipped school on his second day, she yelled. Naarrruttoochann, you are in so much trouble, she punched her open palm. She stormed into the living room to see Ren playing with his toy cars. His 5-month-old sister trying to sit up on the floor. When she walked into the room, Carrie raised her arms at Kushina. She babbled happily as Kushina picked her up. Ren-chan, we have to go visit your Tusan at the office, go get your shoes, she said sickly sweet. Oh okay, Kaa-chan, he panicked as he ran for his shoes. Kushina went over to the stroller and put her daughter. Ren hopped down the stairs trying to get his shoes on. He got them on quickly and ran up to his mother. Ready, Kaa-chan, she smiled. Good boy. At least one of my sons isn't a delinquent. Ren looked at her confused. Kushina-sama, the Hokage is. Kushina ignored the receptionist. Minato Namikaze, where is our son? He skipped school and there you are, she yelled and pointed to Naruto. His clothes were tattered and torn and he had dirt all over his face. His backpack at his feet. Guy stood next to him with a broad smile. Kushina-chan, stammered Minato as he rubbed the back of his head. It's okay, Naruto-chan didn't intend to skip the academy, said Minato as he waved his hands in front of him. Explain, she crossed her arms. Carrie recognized Naruto and waving her arms around happily at her older brother. Hi Carrie-chan, he chuckled. Naruto Namikaze, where were you today? She questioned. I was training with Guy-sensei Kaa-chan, you know, he punched his fist into his palm. Guy-sensei said that as a jonin he has the privilege to get me out of school to train. Kushina looked at her child with an inquisitive look. Did he now? Said Kushina looking behind her son toward Guy. Yup. Guy-sensei helped me find my nindo and he said that he'd train me in taijutsu. Naruto smiled but it deteriorated when he saw his mother's stern look. If, that's okay with you Kaa-chan, he rubbed the back of his head nervously. She sighed and bent down. She cupped her son's cheeks and with her thumbs, her palms rest on his neck. She turned his head side to side. You're not hurt are you? She asked. And no, said Naruto. She smiled. So Naruto-chan, what's your new nindo? She asked. I'll never give up or back down, he cheered with a bored smile. Chapter 6. The New Edition. I knew you'd be up here, Itachi Uchiha smiled, matured Sharingan activated, walked up behind his friend. Naruto lay on the grass above the Hokage monument. He had his hands behind his back as the warm wind blew through his blonde hair. This was his favorite spot in the entire village. A place of solace. A place of peace. A place to reflect. Naruto now sported a tanto strapped to his shoulder. Really, what gave my location away? Asked Naruto as Itachi sat down next to him. Because, I know your chakra. My Sharingan can detect it in an instant, said Itachi. His Sharingan receded. Well, either my chakra is really memorable, or you're a creep, said Naruto with a smile. Itachi chuckled. Maybe you're right, it's probably the latter. They both broke out in laughter. Hey, you want to see something new I figured out? Asked Naruto. Itachi nodded curiously. Naruto sat up and faced his friend. Kaa-chan told me that you have to be really creative to fight with Fu and Jutsu. So I got creative. See, he pulled up his long sleeves to reveal 2 seals on each arm. On each wrist there was a band and over the top was the kanji for seal. What good will those do? By the looks of things they're just storage seals. I remember you showing me them a few months after we became friends, said Itachi with a confused expression. Well, despite the fact that shinobi always carry ninja tools, they always have to reach in for pockets and compartments that aren't functional and sometimes cause them to lose precious time in battle. But with these seals, I can summon ninja tools that I've stored away in them in seconds, explained Naruto. Oh, I get it, said Itachi. That's pretty cool actually, but why would you need to wear them now? I mean, we still have to finish the academy, Naruto chuckled. Before you say anything, I am well aware that we are well ahead of those in our year, said Itachi. Meaning that we probably won't be at the academy very longer, Itachi sighed. Well, you're forgetting Yugao, she's really scary sometimes, she'll give us a run for our money if we don't keep training, said Naruto. Yeah, she's strong, said Itachi with a nod. We probably don't want to wait around here anymore. I also came by because I know you've developed a habit of being late. So I'd thought that I'd save you the trouble of any other lecture from Aoba-sensei, said Itachi with a laugh. Yeah, Naruto held his fist out with a smile. Itachi smiled back and fist bumped with Naruto. They both looked out over ledge. A single leaf blew out in front of them. The leaf danced in the wind, it slowly made its way to the grass below. Once the tip of the leaf touched the ground, both boys broke the fist bump, sprung to their feet. They both ran and jumped off the top of the Hokage monument. The leaf behind them kicked up again into the wind. Yahoo! Naruto and Itachi dove down the Hokage monument. The pair of them flipped backward and jumped onto the roof of the Hokage tower. The 2 resident Sannin stood on top of the roof of the Hokage tower. Settle down, mister, or you'll get a good super strong punch, said Tsunade as she poked Jiraiya in the chest, pushing him back. Ah, come on Tsunade-heim, just take off Naruto, Itachi. Jiraiya looked to his right to see his grandson and his best friend rocket toward them. Just take off, Naruto, Itachi. Is that your idea of a pickup line? I expected. Naruto and Itachi ran past them on either side. Trails of dust behind them, the pair jumped off the Hokage monument in a fit of laughter. Typical, Tsunade smiled. Those kids really has the worst timing, Jiraiya pouted. It's good to see that you're all here on time, Naruto, Aoba joked, making the class laugh. Naruto blushed and looked down at his desk, showcasing his shy side. Now, we all have the pleasure of making a new friend today. Naruto looked up. Aoba never spoke indirectly, he was always straightforward. Naruto looked at him with a look of innocent curiosity. We have a new student that will be joining our class. She comes from a land very far away. Come in. Aoba looked to the door and the person who walked through the door. A girl of average height walked through the door. She wore glasses with rounded edges. She had a blush of embarrassment on her face. She wore a mesh undershirt with a small jacket over the top. She also sported shinobi boots and mesh shorts that stopped by her mid-thigh. Her most striking feature was her blood-red hair and eyes. Uzumaki, thought Naruto. Hey Naruto, she looks like your Naruto. Itachi tried to get his friend's attention, but Naruto was in shock. The girl's red eyes met his curious blue ones and her blush intensified. This is just too strange, he thought. Everyone, I'd like you all to meet Karen Uzumaki, said Aoba as he introduced his new student. Hello, she said meekly. Look Karen, there's a spare spot next to Naruto, see? Aoba pointed up to one of the last rows. Still sporting her blush, she walked up to the seat next to Naruto. She awkwardly sat next to him. Hi Karen, it's nice to meet you, said Naruto with a small smile. Hi, she looked down at her desk. Good morning Karen, my name is Itachi, nice to meet you, said Itachi. Karen, can you hear us? Asked Naruto curiously. Maybe she's ill, suggested Itachi. Her face does appear to be red. Naruto put his hand to his own forehead and another to Karen's. You're right, she's burning up, you know. Karen shied away from the contact. I'm sorry Karen, did I hurt you? Said Naruto remorsefully. No you didn't, I'm fine, she blurted out. The entire class looked at the young girl. Sorry, she looked back down to her desk. Karen, please be quiet, said Aoba as he continued to write on the board. Naruto chuckled. What's so funny? She whispered harshly. Nothing, you just remind me of my little brother. He smiled and then turned back to Aoba. Karen didn't know what to make of this boy. He looked rather girly if she was honest. But his chakra was gentle, warm and cheerful. Something she knew nothing about being. It had been 6 months since Naruto started to train with Guy in the Goken-style taijutsu. Guy suspected that Naruto would not take more to a direct style of fighting, however, he was mistaken. Kakashi had offered to teach him some of the Namake's hummingbird style. Naruto declined. Why? Because Naruto was determined to become his own person and not his father. He loved the Goken style and taijutsu quickly became one of his favorite areas of the shinobi arts. Naruto had also developed a small array of jutsu. He had mastered 2 Katan jutsu, Katan, Gokakyu no jutsu and Katan, Hozenka no jutsu, as well as 2 Futon jutsu, Futon, Daitapa and Futon, Ripusho. He had yet to explore his Raitun element. Kakashi had expressed that although Raitun was extremely useful, it was a volatile element. Kakashi deemed him too young to learn any Raitun jutsu just yet. Naruto and Itachi would often spar and practice their jutsu against one another. The two were on the fast track to becoming shinobi, much to the chagrin of their mothers, both of which wanted them to remain innocent for as long as possible. But at the rate they were both progressing, that wouldn't be the case. The 2 7-year-olds were extremely gifted in the shinobi arts and would soon become genin. The 2 friends stood across from each other with smiles on their young faces. They were both situated in a clearing in the hidden leaf forest. A small stream ran through the clearing. The 2 friends stood across from each other with smiles on their young faces. They were both situated in a clearing in the hidden leaf forest. A small stream ran through the clearing. You think you can beat me? Asked Itachi as he dropped into the Uchiha's interceptor fist style. She shut his eyes and a second later opened them to reveal his fully matured Sharingan. Bring it, Naruto, as he dropped into his stance. He bent his one foot in front of the other. He held his left hand out in front of him opened. His right hand was balled into a fist and held firm by his hip. Both kicked off on their back feet, causing blades of grass to wisp up from the ground. Both pumped chakra into their legs and chakra dashed toward each other. Both were knocked back a few steps when they collided with each other. Itachi back-flipped and threw some shuriken at Naruto. Itachi quickly went through some hand signs. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he called out. Naruto smiled as he stomped his foot behind him. The shuriken slowed down in his eyes. He sidestepped them all with ease. Itachi watched in amazement with his Sharingan. Even with his dojutsu recording his every movement, Itachi struggled to follow. It wasn't that Naruto was fast, it was as if he had his own Sharingan. He predicted all of the shuriken's trajectory. Once the barrage was over, Naruto disappeared from sight and reappeared behind Itachi. Tanto in hand, he swung down at Itachi, who replaced himself with a log on the other side of the training ground. Itachi smirked and Naruto's eyes widened as Itachi reached out and pulled some invisible wire. Naruto was wrapped up and left immobilized. Looks like I win, Naruto, said Itachi. You're usually right, but in this case, Fuin, exclaimed Naruto as Itachi fell to his knees as a gravity seal activated on the field. When did you set that up? Asked Itachi. Naruto struggled but eventually made a cross-hand sign. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, the clone grabbed his Tanto and cut the wire, leaving him free. Transform, said Naruto as the clone transformed into a demon wind shuriken. Naruto grabbed the large shuriken. I can't get out of the seal barrier, thought Itachi as his Sharingan spun clockwise. The shuriken spun in Naruto's hand. He smirked and jumped up. He flipped forward with his arm outstretched. There, thought Itachi. Naruto threw the shuriken at Itachi with all his forward momentum. Itachi clenched his fist and grabbed the loose wire in his hand. He pulled it toward him. He hardened the wire with chakra so it wouldn't break upon impact. The wire wrapped around the shuriken and redirected it off course at the forest. It cut through a tree and then become embedded in another. The seal receded in a small light. Naruto and Itachi panted. Naruto pulled out his Tanto and Itachi pulled out a kunai. The two rushed forward again. Both met each other's forward slash. The impact created a loud clang and sparks. The two began trading blows one after the other. Itachi ducked a strike from Naruto and went to sweep his legs. Naruto back-flipped away, Itachi closely in pursuit. Whilst in midair, Naruto put his hands together. Futon, Ripusho, he propelled himself upward out of Itachi's strike range. He smirked down at Itachi. Naruto flipped back down. That was pretty interesting. I didn't know you were that far along with futon manipulation, commented Itachi as he sunk back into his stance. I've also come up with another really cool trick. Naruto made the ram seal and wind chakra focus to the back of his heels. Here I come, the chakra burst forward. Naruto was propelled toward Itachi with Tanto at the ready. Itachi was able to predict his movements and sidestep him. Naruto went sailing a few steps past him. He stabbed the ground with his Tanto. He swung around the hilt, channeling more wind chakra to his lower body as he landed on his feet. Itachi held out a kunai and with the help of his Sharingan was able to parry away Naruto's strike. Itachi was able to pull out a second kunai and he held it to his friend's throat before he could strike him. Looks like I win, said Itachi with a smile. Think again, said Naruto with a smirk as he held a second kunai of his own inches away from Itachi's abdomen. D-draw then, said Itachi as he sighed of exhaustion. TCH, that's 4 in a row now, said Naruto as he fell backward panting. Itachi chuckled and sat down next to his friend. What do you make of that new girl Karen? Asked Itachi still panting. Well, she's definitely an Uzumaki, that hair is a dead giveaway. So I guess in some weird way we're related, cousins I think. He adopted a thinking pose. Come to think of it, the fact that she ended up in our class has Kaa-chan written all over it. Maybe she hoped that I'd befriend her or something or other, he shrugged. Well, if she's from the Uzumaki clan then you are both relatives somehow, but then again. I remember you telling me that Uzumaki is a common name on Ushiogakure. It wouldn't surprise me if my Kaa-san was involved as well. They probably ganged up on Hokage-sama. Itachi scratched the side of his face and smiled. Probably, well, I wouldn't agree with them if they teamed up on me, laughed Naruto. I completely agree with you, that's a duo that I wouldn't want to run into in a dark foggy night if I was an enemy shinobi, joked Itachi. Naruto chuckled. Who says you don't have a sense of humor, said Naruto. I'm full of surprises. They also say you look girly, said Itachi with a smile. Do you think we'll graduate soon? He asked, changing the subject. Well, at the end of the day, it isn't up to us. But I'm not really in any hurry to graduate, said Naruto. Why not? Don't you want to be a ninja? Asked Itachi. No, nothing like that, I just don't want to go out unprepared. I mean, every ninja, even Kage, are inexperienced at some point in their career, but being that little bit more prepared may mean the difference, said Naruto with a sigh. You've been thinking a lot lately, huh? Asked Itachi. It's just silly, what-if stuff. I've got to get home before the sun goes down. He flipped up onto his feet. Catch you later, you know, he waved as he walked off. Itachi sighed and shook his head. He eventually made his own way back to the Uchiha compound. Naruto casually walked up to the Namake's compound with a blank look on his face. Maybe if I increase the chakra that seal outputs, the gravity will increase, then I might invent some sort of crippling seal, he thought as he opened the door to his home. He took off his shoes, leaving only white bandage around his ankles. He yawned and rubbed the back of his head as he walked into the living room. Minato read the newspaper, relishing in the free time that he had been granted from his Hokage duties. Naruto's 9-month-old sister sat at the table in her high chair. She squealed as she saw her older brother walk in the room. Hey there, kiddo, said Minato as he looked away from his newspaper. Hi Tusan, said a cheerful Naruto as he put his bag on the table. Kari reached out for her brother, which made Naruto smile at her. He reached out and he grabbed her hand gently. Nah, she said, making Naruto chuckle. Your little brother and Kaa-chan are talking to your new friend in the study, said Minato. Really? Wait, new friend? Asked Naruto. Yup, new friend. Go and talk with them, said Minato, drinking out of a mug. Nah, babbled Kari, trying to get her big brother's attention. Chapter 7. Formation Team 7. Everyone, let's give a big congratulations to Itachi, Yugao and Naruto for graduating the academy in only 1 year, each at 8 years of age, an impressive feat. The class clapped as the 3 newly promoted genin stood at the front of the class. Yes, I knew I was ready, said Yugao. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed at the attention. Itachi just nodded and remained as stoic as per the status quo. Okay, your new Jonin sensei is waiting for you on the roof. Class, we will be revising the shinobi principles for the big exam next week. The entire class whined, which made the trio smile. Karen huffed. He isn't so great, she thought. Yash. Naruto-kun is striving to be the best. As sibling disciples I will not let him surpass me, declared Lee. Itachi and Naruto shizened away. Yugao crossed her arms. I really have to learn that jutsu, she thought as she begrudgingly walked up to the roof. When she arrived she found Itachi staring up at the clouds and Naruto drew in a book that he kept his Fuinjutsu designs in. She sat down next to Naruto, who was too engrossed in his book to notice her. She looked over to Itachi, who appeared to be daydreaming. Itachi-kun, who do you think our sensei will be? Asked Yugao, trying to strum up a conversation. Itachi turned to her with a quizzical expression. I'm unsure, it could be anybody. What do you think? He asked back. That's not going to work, but if I tweak it here and maybe a little here, he thought out loud. Well, I think that a team should be balanced. And each member should complement each other. Even though we graduated at together, I think we make the perfect team. I mean, I'm a sensory-type ninja, who can back you up from a distance. You're a mid to close-range fighter who can back up Naruto with ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Whilst Naruto is a close-range fighter and can back us both up if need be, she explained. So you're saying that our sensei should be someone who complements our skills? Asked Itachi. Why yeah, she said. It might not be, voiced Naruto. I mean, it might be the case of who's the best teacher or who's available after the third great ninja war. We're a little low in manpower, said Naruto. Well, it isn't the latter, that's for sure. They all looked up to see a female jonin appear in front of them. Rin Nichan, exclaimed Naruto. The one and only, she smiled. Rin was clad in a jonin flak jacket, which was unzipped on top of her regular attire. She also had a tanto strapped to her shoulder. Since when do you take a genin team? Asked Naruto. Since I decided that I did, she shrugged. She held out 2 leaf headbands, one blue and one black. These are for Yugao and Itachi. Itachi grabbed the black one and Yugao grabbed the blue one. What about mine? Asked Naruto. You'll get yours later, she winked at him, making him smile. I want you all to tell me about yourselves now, dislikes, likes, hobbies, future ambitions, things like that. She smiled at her young pupils. I'll go first. My name is Rin Noera. I like hanging out with my friends, working at the hospital, Suetun and Katan Jutsus and medical ninjutsu. My hobbies are collecting seashells and visiting restaurants. I dislike traitors and people who hurt my comrades, and my dream for the future is, she blushed and giggled. Well, that's private. Okay, you go, she said as she pointed to Itachi. My name is Itachi Uchiha. I like Katan Jutsus and spending time with my friends. My hobbies are reading and learning new jutsu. I dislike people who slander my clan, people who are insensitive of other people's beliefs and who are intolerant of other people because they're different. My dream for the future is to becoming a great and respected protector of the village, he smiled. Okay, now you with the strange hair color, she pointed to Yugao, who huffed. My name is Yugao Yuzuki. I like watching the moon, going to plays, playing with my little brother and eating onigiri. My hobbies are painting, learning new things and studying history. My dislikes are people who hate the Hidden Leaf Village because of past actions and people who hold grudges. My dreams for the future are to become Umbu captain and to have a family, she said. Okay, now you little brother, she pointed to Naruto. My name is Naruto Namikaze. I like spending time with my little brother and sister, learning new jutsu, eating ramen at Ichiraku and training to be strong. He punched his open palm, making the surrounding ninja smile. My dislikes are people who hate me because of who my parents are, people who are intolerant of other people's beliefs and cultures, as well as which village they come from, and people who give up. My ambitions are to live up the Namikaze name and become a strong and respected ninja of Konohagakure. A breeze ran through the area. Naruto closed his eyes and then sharply opened them. To be Hokage, that is my dream. Rin's eyes widened. She quickly regained her composure. He's a perfect mix of those two, she thought. Alright, you're all unique and you all have your own goals. Meet me at Training Ground 10 tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Team 7 starts its first mission tomorrow. She shoo-shined away. We're ninja, this is so cool, said Yugao, pointing to her new headband. A ninja who can't shushin, said Naruto jokingly. You're just upset because you don't have to your headband, she mocked and poked her tongue out. Rin-sensei said that I'd get it soon. I don't mind waiting a little more, Naruto smiled. I'll see you guys at the training ground tomorrow morning. Naruto used a leaf shushin to teleport away. I'll see you tomorrow, Yugao. Good night. Itachi smiled and jumped away. She giggled and jumped away in the other direction. Ni-san. Naruto closed the door behind him and he was met with a red blur who tackled his waist. Naruto immediately knew who it was. Hi there, Ren-chan. He patted his baby from on the head. Ni-chan. Carrie waddled over to her older brother and hugged his leg. Hello to you, to Carrie-chan. What's that you've? Carrie held a black leaf headband in her small hand. For you, she said as he held it out to him. Naruto gently took it from her and quickly tied it around his forehead. How do I look? Asked Naruto. Oh, said Carrie. Huh? Asked Naruto. Naruto-chan, you look so handsome. Kushina ran over to her eldest child and hugged him, lifting him up in the process. Thanks Keikawa-chan, he wheezed. Don't hurt the poor boy, Kushina-chan. Minato walked over to them as Kushina put their son down. He put his hand on his head and rubbed. I knew you'd do us proud, son. He tousled his hair. Congratulations, he chuckled at his son's embarrassed expression. Naruto blushed at his father's praise. Your grandparents are waiting in the kitchen. We all have gifts for you, said Minato. Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Swanda all sat around the kitchen table with smiles on their faces. Well, here's the little ninja, said Jiraiya with a hint of glee in his voice. It looks good on you, Naruto-chan, giggled Swanda. You look like a strong young man, she smiled at him. Well done, my boy, said Hiruzen with pride in his voice. We all have gifts for you, Naruto-chan, said Kushina as the family made their way to the couches in the living room. Naruto sat down next to Ren and Carrie, each sat on his sides. I can't wait, I'll go first, said Kushina as she pulled out a scroll and unsealed its contents. I knitted you this red scarf. I put all of my mother's love into it for you. She smiled and handed it to him. Thank you Kaa-chan, it's so warm, said Naruto as he put it in his lap. I got you this, said Minato as he pulled out a yellow scroll. The kanji on the scroll seal said, Swift. When you become stronger, I promise to teach you how to master your Kekkei Genkai. The scroll disappeared in a puff of smoke. I'm sure you've noticed it developing in your spars with your friends. From what I've researched, you've just begun to scratch the surface of your power, he smiled. But it's dangerous for you to begin using it at your age due to the strain it puts on your body, so you need to develop your body to handle the strain. Until then, become strong, Naruto. Naruto nodded firmly. Thank you Tusan, I will. Naruto smiled brightly. Look what I got you. Jiraiya handed Naruto 2 scrolls. One contains my most famous katan techniques. The other one has my world-renowned Fuin Jutsu techniques. Naruto smiled as his grandfather struck a pose. Thank you Aji-san, he chuckled. Naruto-kun, I got you a gift that saw me go through the first great ninja war. Sarutobi pulled out 2 black gloves from his robe. These gloves are infused with chakra and will increase the strength of your strikes. I know how much you love taijutsu. They also have other properties, but I'll let you figure those out for yourself. He smiled at his grandson and handed him the black gloves. Thank you Gigi, I'll take care of them, I promise. He put the gloves on his lap. Enni-san, Naruto looked to his little brother as he pulled his shirt. Yeah, he asked. Ren ran into the kitchen and quickly scurried back in front of his brother. Emmi and Kari-chan made you this. Kari watched her older brother hold out the card at Naruto's face full stretched. Kari gripped her eldest brother's pants. You both made this for me, he asked with a smile. Kari nodded and Ren blushed. The color of his face rivaled his hair. Naruto gently took the blue piece of cardboard out of Ren's hand. The front of the card had Nissan written on it with gold glitter. Naruto smiled as he opened the card and read out loud the writing on the first page. It was written in glitter pen as well. Dear Nissan, you're awesome and do your best, love Ren and Kari, Naruto chuckled. On the other side of the card was a drawing in glitter pen. 3 figures each a different color stood hand in hand. The tallest one, written in orange glitter pen, held his stick hands out with 3 fingers to the 2 smaller figures either side. On the right was a figure in red and on the left a smaller figure in purple. Do you like it? Asked Ren. I can do another one if you don't. Naruto pulled in Ren for a hug. His other one wrapped around his younger sister. I am going to do my best, thank you both so much. Naruto kissed Kari's head as Ren sat down. I guess I'm last, Tsunade smiled. Close your eyes, said Swanda. Naruto closed his eyes, he awaited to what Swanda had given him. Naruto felt a small weight around his neck. His new forehead protector loosened and fell into her hands. Swanda kissed Naruto's forehead. It's your dream to become Hokage, isn't Naruto-chan? Naruto opened his eyes. This necklace was your great-great-grandfather's, the first Hokage. I'm betting on you, that you'll become the greatest Hokage. Naruto looked down at the crystal necklace around his neck. Ba-chan, he said in shock. Hey, I believe in you. So does everyone else, we all know that you're going to great and make us all proud. Swanda hugged him and tied his forehead protector tightly around his head. Okay. Let's eat, cheered Kushina. Naruto awoke to the smell of pancakes, his favorite breakfast. Today's the day, he jumped out of bed. The first Hokage's necklace sparkled around his neck. He got dressed in his shinobi attire, which consisted of a mesh undershirt and a white undershirt. He also sported an open short-sleeved white jacket that stopped at his hips. He also wore black shinobi pants and black open-toed shoes with the heels visible. All right, and I can finally wear this. He tied the forehead protector around his forehead. Today's the day, he cheered as he raced downstairs. Good morning, sweetheart, said Kushina as Naruto sat down at the kitchen table. Your brother and sister aren't up yet, so you get extra. She handed him the plate and a glass of orange juice. He quickly ate it and sat there with his orange juice. Good luck, Minato came up behind him with a smile. His was dressed in his shinobi attire with his Hokage robes on top. Minato then kissed Kushina on the cheek. Have a good day, sweetheart, said Minato. You too, darling, said Kushina as she pecked him on the lips. The childish side of Naruto wanted to shout out that his parents' affection from one another was gross. He bit his tongue and refrained from such a childish act, but he was extremely tempted to making barfing noises. You better get going, Naruto-chan, said Kushina. Naruto nodded and drank the last of his orange juice. Okay, I'm ready, see you guys later, he waved and ran out the door. Minato-kun, they grow up too fast, commented Kushina as she watched her firstborn run off. Well, it can't be helped, he chuckled as he brought an arm around his wife's arm. It seems only yesterday that he begged me to read him books on chakra, and when we used to go for walks in the park together and he would ask for ramen and ice cream, some tears cascaded down her face. He chuckled again. It isn't funny, she turned around and crossed her arms. Akushina-chan, he wrapped his arms around her. They have to all grow up sometime. They can't stay babies forever, he smiled and kissed her on the cheek. I guess, but I don't have to like it, you know, she said with a sigh. That's all right, I'll be home for lunch. He walked out the door waving goodbye with a cheerful smile. Bye, she have him a wave goodbye. Naruto smiled as he walked with his hands behind his neck. In the forest the birds chirped happily. When he arrived at Training Ground 10, Yugao and Itachi were already present. Itachi was mediating under a tree and Yugao practiced her katas. Their new forehead protectors glistening in the sun. Hi Naruto, said Yugao with a smile. Morning Yugao, hi Itachi, he said to his friends cheerily. Good morning, said Itachi politely. He opened his eyes to reveal his Sharingan. Well, you're all here. Rin appeared in front of them with a smile. Must you always do that, Rin-sensei? Asked Naruto. Short answer, yes, very much so, she chirped. What's the mission, sensei? Asked Yugao. Well, your mission are these. Rin held out 2 bells attached together with red string. What exactly do we need to do with those bells? Asked Itachi. You have to take them from me, she said with a smile. But there's only 2 of them, commented Naruto. You're right, which means that only 2 of you will pass, the other will hand me their forehead protector and he or she will be sent back to the academy in disgrace, she said seriously. Naruto's eyes widened. Do you like it? Asked Rin. I can do another one if you don't, Naruto pulled in Rin for a hug. His other one wrapped around his younger sister. I am going to do my best, thank you both so much. Naruto kissed Kari's head as Rin sat down. I can't lose this now, I've just got it. Wait, if one of us is sent back to the academy then, none of us will be made genin. There aren't any others who graduated at the time we did. Konoha's genin teams operate in 3-man cells with a jonin sensei, which means, there's a catch, but what? Wondered Naruto as he narrowed his eyes. She pulled out a small alarm clock from her back pocket. She pushed the button on top of the clock and placed it on top of a rock. She smiled sweetly at them, she then suddenly turned serious. It's set to noon, the student who is weakest in my eyes won't get lunch. Unless of course 2 of you get the bells, then the one that hasn't got a bell will fail automatically. She narrowed her eyes at the 3 students tensed. Come at me with the intent to kill, or you won't be able to take anything, she said as she tied the bells to her belt. The test begins in 5, 4, Itachi's Sharingan spun clockwise. 3, 2, Yugao put her hand on her holster at the side of her leg. 1, Naruto tightened his gloves around his hands. Begin, the 3 genin scattered around the training. Well, they suppressed their chakra very well, she observed. Yugao hid behind a tree. Naruto and Itachi were stationed at opposite ends of the field in the forest canopy. Yugao and Naruto tensed simultaneously, they were both pulled into a mindscape. Genjutsu, said Naruto as Yugao appeared next to him and then Itachi. You casted a genjutsu on me when I said hello, he chuckled. What for? He asked. The both of you realize that this test is more than it seems. We're Team 7 now, there's no way she'd declare us a team and then disband us, said Itachi. Also, there's no way that newly graduated academy students would be able to defeat a seasoned jonin, said Yugao. Bells aside, what do you think she's really testing? Asked Naruto. Well, I believe what Yugao said was true, there's no way that we could defeat her, so beating her is out of the equation. There's only 2 bells, so they're really inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, said Itachi with a curious look. Then what's our objective? Wondered Yugao. She's testing our teamwork, Naruto clicked his gloved fingers. If there are only 2 bells then that's surely to discourage teamwork. But if we ignore the bells and work together, then we'll pass, he punched his open palm. Itachi and Naruto looked at each other. Katan combo? Asked Itachi. Yup, said Naruto. Yugao, back us up with some Doton Jutsu, said Naruto. Yugao nodded. Okay, let's go, yelled Naruto as Itachi released them from the genjutsu. Itachi and Naruto quickly went through some hand signs. The pair of them threw multiple shuriken through the tree canopy. They both covered them with fire jutsu, Rin was surrounded on each end. She sweat dropped. They all figured out the purpose of this test so fast. I knew these kids would be little monsters, but even our team didn't figure out the purpose of this test until after lunch, she giggled in excitement and rubbed the back of her head. She looked down to see 2 hands grab her ankles. Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, she smiled. Good teamwork, she disappeared in a burst of speed and Yugao tunneled underground. The field was bombarded with flaming shuriken. Rin landed on the other side of the field. Naruto took her back and went to strike her with a right punch. Without looking she caught it. That punch had some power, she though analyzing his skills. Chakra-infused kunai hurtled toward the 2. It's just a clone, she thought as he gracefully vaulted the clone allowing it to take the hit. The real Naruto appeared above her, he flipped backward and attempted to kick her. She caught his foot. He channeled wind chakra to his foot, propelling his body forward. Naruto reached out and touched the bells. Not bad, he thought as she shoo-shined away. She can use the Shushin in battle, that's insane, he thought as he flipped backward to his teammates. Can you sense her? Asked Itachi. Yugao made the ram sign and closed her eyes. Behind that rock, she whispered. Itachi threw shuriken at the rock, ninja wire attached to them. They wrapped around the rock swiftly. He went through some hand signs. Katan, Kane Senpu, he exclaimed as a whirlwind of the flames erupted from his mouth and traveled up the wire. The rock was incinerated on contact. Well, trying to set your Jonin-sensei on fire isn't very nice, she appeared behind them. You weren't even curious enough to let me warm up, she giggled. She never threw a strike at me. She's toying with us, but it doesn't matter, we aren't trying to beat her, just prove to her that we can work together, thought Naruto as Rin went through some hand signs. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, she blew out a torrent of water, the three genin were sent flying in different directions. Yugao rolled through the brush. When she stopped she quickly took a position behind the tree panting. She separated us, she thought with a sigh. If I eat a little something now, then maybe I can get the jump on her while she's eating lunch, she thought as she pulled out some packaged crackers. She munched on them quietly so nobody would hear. Well, insubordination, Rin smiled from above Yugao. She sat on a branch with one leg hanging over the ledge. It wasn't a rule, you didn't say anything about when we had to eat lunch, she protested. You're right, but I am in charge and I make the rules. What makes you any more special than those other two? Asked Rin. Well, I'm not, she said. Right, and if my rules apply to everyone then that means you all have to follow them, correct? Asked Rin. Right, she said. Good, then we have an understanding, she clapped her hands together. This is ridiculous, yelled Yugao who was tied to a post. Her stomach growled in protest to being empty. She blushed and Naruto chuckled softly. This isn't funny Namikaze. I'm being punished for breaking a rule I didn't know existed, she growled. Right, but it does exist and now, I'm off to enjoy lunch, see ya in an hour, she teleported away. She's so strong, said Naruto as he took a bite out of his bento. Yeah, no kidding, she's more than worthy of her rank as a Jonin, she isn't even trying, Itachi sighed. Yugao's stomach growled. Damn it, said Yugao in embarrassment. Naruto chuckled again. This isn't funny, she yelled. Here, said Itachi as he held his bento up to her. What, I can't eat, it's against the rules, she said. True, but, Naruto held out his own lunch. We're a team now, that means that we can't afford to have you going hungry if we can help it, he smiled. A ring of fire appeared around them. How dare you? Rin appeared in front of them, her face like thunder. Sensei. Rin squirmed frantically against the rope around her. I just have one thing to say to you all. You all, pass, the ring of fire disappeared. The three genin shocked at the display of power waited for her to explain. It's true that you broke the rules, and sure, those in the ninja who break the rules are scum. That much is true. But those who abandon their friends, are worse than scum, she explained. You all did great, you grasped the concept of the test very quickly. You corned me extremely well, we'll make a wonderful team. Congratulations. What do you say, we all go out to dinner to celebrate, she offered. All right, hailed Naruto making his two teammates cheer and smile. Chapter 8. C rank. All right Loud Purple, are you in position? This is Sexy Sensei, do you read? Over, a growl was heard of the intercom. Yes, this is, Loud Purple, I'm in position, she replied. Good, now Broody Red Eyes, do you read? Are you bringing up the rear? Asked Sexy Sensei. An uncomfortable cough could be heard over the radios. Why yes, I'm where I'm supposed to be, he coughed again. Now Girly Blonde, are you above the target? She asked. Yes, this is Girly Blonde, he said begrudgingly. I'm above the target, Sexy Sensei, he sighed. Good, she chirped. On my signal, move in and restrain the target, she ordered. The target stalked an empty walkway next to a picket fence. Now move in, she ordered. The three genin moved in toward the target. Got you. Quit squirming you. Rin jumped down to see her students. She giggled when she watched Naruto hold their target up in the air. Their target was that daimyo's wife's cat. The cat in question was called Tora. He had plagued genin teams in Konoha for a few years now. Team 7 was no different, as Naruto was now learning. The cat clawed at him violently. Put him in the cage and let's report in, she said. As Yugao held the cage and Naruto and Itachi struggled to put the cat in the container. This is ridiculous, just throw it in there and let's go, yelled Yugao. We can't just throw the cat in there, said Naruto as the cat struggled. Hold it up, I'll hypnotize it. Naruto held up the cat to Itachi. His Sharingan appeared and spun anti-clockwise. The cat looked into his eyes and it calmed down, jumped out of Naruto's arms and walked into the cage. Yugao closed the door with a smile. Now was that so hard? Asked Rin. The 3 rookie genin groaned and all fell backward. Team 7 reporting in from another D-rank mission, said Rin cheerily. So I take it the mission was a success, said Minato as he sat down next to the other mission managers of the Leaf. The 3 genin grumbled incoherently. Naruto put the cat carrier on the desk with a tired look. Well, looky here, Tora-chan, nice of you to join us again, said Minato with a smile. The cat meowed happily as Minato let him out of the cage. The 3 genin tensed. Hokage-sama, you have no idea how long it took us to catch that thing, said Itachi. Don't worry Itachi, Tora's a friendly cat, said Minato as he rubbed the cat's back. Tora purred affectionately. That thing actually likes someone? Asked Yugao. We've gotten to know each other over the years, he chuckled. If that's true, then he must escape regularly. Why does he run away? Asked Naruto. Well, Minato trailed off when he heard the cooing of a loud woman outside the door. Oh! Snookums! The door burst open revealing a plump woman. She wore a red dress, high-heeled shoes, a ring on every finger and gold necklaces around her neck. She also carried around an expensive handbag. Tora-chan. I'm so glad you're safe, with speeds that would make the Yellow Flash envious. The daimyo's wife whisked Tora up into her arms. The cat struggled frantically, trying to free himself from the vice grip. The daimyo's wife just smiled and handed Minato a roll of money. Naruto smirked at the cat's struggle. Serves you right, he thought. Pleasure doing business Minato-kun, said the wife as she walked out with her cat in tow. That's how it is, you use Tora as a cash cow, said Naruto. Yup, said his father as he counted the money. I've got to admit that's pretty clever, said Yugao. Well, Team 7, said Minato as he put down the money. He held up a stack of D-rank missions. You can paint a fence, walk a few dogs, maybe weed a garden or 2-inch. He couldn't help but smile at the banal tasks. Actually Hokage-sama, spoke Rin, making the Hokage look up. Yes Rin-chan, he asked. I believe that my team is ready for a C-rank mission, she spoke with confidence, making the genin smile. Oh, are you sure about that? Asked a Tunin. 100%, they may be young but they are competent and reliable shinobi, she assured. Very well, Minato changed piles and rummaged through the latest C-rank missions. This one came in yesterday and I believe it is of great importance, an escort mission. He tossed the mission brief to Rin, who began reading over it. That's interesting, I'll brief my team later. We accept Hokage-sama, said Rin with a bow. Good, the clients will be waiting for you in the port town mentioned in the Land of Waterfalls, said Minato. From there you will be headed to the location in that brief, said Minato. Rin nodded. This mission will be about 3 weeks, so remember to pack, oh and pack warm, said Minato with a smirk. You're letting him go on a C-rank mission so soon. He's only been a genin for a month, shouted Kushina. The Namake's household was never quiet, as Karen would soon learn. She watched the one-sided argument unfold from the couch. She was attempting to finish her homework and had asked Minato for help. He was happy to help her, but Kushina burst through the door, having heard from Mikoto that Naruto's team will be going on C-rank mission. What's going on? Asked Naruto as he jumped over the couch and sat next to Karen. He was in his casual clothes rather than his ninja attire. He also didn't wear his hishi-8. Oh, Naruto, when did you get home? Asked Karen. About half an hour ago. Seems like you beat me home. Lucky you, he chuckled. I wouldn't get so cocky, they're arguing about you. Naruto looked perplexed. Naruto Riku Namake's. Naruto jumped back. He knew his mother was angry because she didn't address him with the chan suffix and she used his full name. Your middle name is Riku? Asked Karen. Why yeah, said a scared Naruto as his mother marched over to him. Do you mean to tell me that only after a month of being a genin you're going to be going on a dangerous C-rank mission? She asked as she grabbed his son's shirt and pulled him toward her. He nodded rapidly. She sighed and gently let go and brushed out the creases in his shirt. I know you're a genius, Naruto-chan, but your progression is so fast. You're only 8 years old, almost 9, and you're already going out on missions. You could get hurt, or worse, she fretted. I won't, he said cheerily. And how could you know something like that? Asked Kushina. Because I have comrades who I trust with my life without question, she smiled. You're so much like your father, it's amazing, she giggled and moved away. Hi Nii-san, said Ren as he walked into the room and sat on an opposing couch. Hi, said Naruto with a smile. What you doing? He asked. Nothing, oh Karen, the answer is 322, said Naruto as he jumped over the couch, avoiding a swipe from Karen. How arg, I hate how he's smarter than me, she shrieked. Nii-san isn't that smart, I'm way smarter than him, said Ren. Your 3 and your bark is a lot bigger than your bite, she said as she turned the page. What's that mean? He asked. Point taken, she adjusted her glasses. No way, he protested. The next morning. 5 a.m. Team 7 stood with backpacks on ready. They were all clad in their shinobi attire, the only change was that Naruto's jacket now sported the Namake's crest on the back. Why do we have to get up so early? Asked Yugao with a yawn. Because Hokage-sama ordered us to. Plus daylight is important, so let's head out, said Rin. Where are we going? Asked Naruto. To the land of snow, said Rin as they walked through Konoha's front gate. Izumo and Kotisu waved to them. They all waved back cheerily. Is that the rationale behind asking us to pack for a cold climate? Asked Itachi. Yeah, that's right, she chirped. You said you've been to the land of snow before, what's it like? Asked Yugao. Well, there's no spring there, so it's cold all year round. You're likely to meet all kinds of people from different lands as trade is big. As their cold weather prevents most vegetables from growing there, explained Rin. Also, it's under monarchy, although I'm unsure who the ruler is at this present time, she said as they continued to walk down the forest track. Naruto adjusted the strap around his waist and chuckled. What's funny? Asked Itachi. Aren't you excited? He asked with a broad smile. Itachi smiled. I guess I am, although we must exercise caution, he said. Would you lighten up once in a while, sheesh, said Yugao with a smile. Now Yugao, Itachi's right. If we don't exercise caution, we might run into unnecessary trouble, said Rin with a smile. But if you don't enjoy what you do, then what's the point, said Naruto with a small chuckle. This is very true, kiddo. But I'd think you'd enjoy being a ninja if you were alive, said Rin. You're right, I would, agreed Naruto. 1 week later. Team 7 had made it to the border of Takegakure 2 days ago. The climate was slightly cooler than that of the Land of Fires. The sun rose over the small camp that Team 7 had made in the forest. The sun just barely showing itself over the mountains in the background. Sensei, we could have gotten to the border a few days ago if we would have been running, said Yugao. That's true, said Rin as she emerged from her sleeping bag and stretched out the kinks in her neck. But you need to learn how to be patient. And besides, kiddo, we aren't scheduled to be in Azulong town in about a half a day, we have plenty of time to kill, said Rin. We could have made it to Azulong town and slept in a hotel, yelled Yugao. Well, consider this a lesson, kiddo. On covert missions you won't see any sign of civilization normally unless it's an infiltration or an assassination mission. The more you sleep outside, the more you're going to get used to it. Besides, I don't hear Naruto or Itachi complaining, said Rin with a shrug as she pointed to the sleeping forms behind Yugao. Both boys were wrapped up warmly in their sleeping bags. Both blissfully unaware of their teammates' stress and sore back. Yugao growled and ran through some hand signs. Suetun, Uo Tsuba, she spat small amounts of water at both the boys' face. Both boys immediately thought that they were drowning and began spluttering and choking. Rin laughed as both boys breathed heavily. What's the matter with you? No sleep, coughed Naruto. That was uncalled for, said Itachi as he sighed and rubbed his eyes. I thought it was funny, giggled Rin. Now you're up, come on, get dressed, meet our client in a few hours, said Rin as she tied her hair up. Naruto stretched out and yawned. Great night's sleep, he said. I'd have to agree, Itachi cracked his neck. You don't look so good there, Yugao, said Naruto with concern in his voice. Did you get sick? He asked. I'm perfectly fine, I'm lucky Moron isn't contagious, she growled as she stormed off into the forest. What's her problem? Asked Naruto. Well, Naruto-kun, started Rin. You'll never understand, so don't bother, giggled Rin as she put on her flak jacket. I'm unsure of what I exactly have to understand, he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. A paper bomb explosion went off in the direction Yugao walked in. Boys, she yelled as she took off in the direction of the explosion. Both genin followed their sensei to a clearing in the forest. Yugao backflipped to avoid a flurry of kunai. 3 bandits ambushed Yugao when she had arrived in the clearing to wash her face. The trio was dressed in tattered clothing and shinobi boots. The 3 bandits had a slash running across the waterfall symbol. The trio charged forward at Yugao, who stood defensively with a kunai in hand. Give us your money, little girl, yelled the leader of the small group. Rin shoe-shined in front of Yugao, she delivered a swift kick to the middle bandit. One bandit flipped away whilst the other changed his target and attempted to strike Rin from behind. She smiled when she felt the wind pick up. A loud clang erupted from metal hitting metal. Naruto's Tanto blocked the kunai strike with the flat side. Itachi appeared behind the other bandit and kicked his knee, making him fall to the ground in pain. He then knocked him out with a punch to the cranium. Naruto ducked a second strike from the bandit and punched him in the stomach, winding him. A light purple blur rushed past Naruto and delivered another kick to the bandit's genitalia. The bandit winced and screamed loudly. Naruto winced. Although the action diffused a potentially life-threatening situation, Naruto couldn't help but feel sorry for the bandit. He winced as he clutched himself. "That's not right," said Naruto as he shook his head. The bandit suddenly disappeared in a burst of smoke. "I let my guard down." Naruto's eyes widened as he felt a presence behind him. He jumped out of the way to avoid a kunai slash. The bandit charged at him with a battle cry. Rin stepped in and grabbed the bandit's hand. She quickly disarmed him. She spun the kunai to a reverse grip and stabbed the bandit in the stomach. Naruto looked shocked as blood splashed on his arm. Rin then proceeded to tie up the bandits with rope, leaving them in the clearing. She kicked the duo over. She was rewarded with groans of displeasure and discomfort. Please, we're just lowly bandits. Don't kill us too," they pleaded. "Nobody else needs to die," she said. "Go somewhere else, make an honest living and give up this life." She spoke a tone that the genin hadn't heard before. Later that day, the genin team entered the port town of Azulong with mixed emotions. They had just had their first encounter with an enemy ninja and experienced death for the first time. It wasn't a common sight for a group of 8-year-olds to come into contact with, but such is the life of a ninja. "Are you all right?" asked Rin. "I'm fine, sensei," said Yugao. "That's not what I meant. I've already checked you all over for injuries," said Rin. "I guess I'm shocked," said Itachi. "This is a reality that all shinobi must come to grips with. We carry out the act of murder when needed, some are twisted, and do it for fun. If you can't deal with this reality, then we might as well go home now," she explained as they walked through the crowd. "It's not death I'm afraid of," said Yugao. "It's being the cause of someone else's." She looked down at her shoes. "I know all that comes with being a shinobi, and death is something we'll come into contact with. The best thing we can do is just accept it," said Naruto as he rubbed his arm. The spot in which the blood had landed on. "It gets easier, trust me." She turned around, surprising all of them. "Okay, we have to meet our client in an hour or so," said Rin. "I'm going to track them down. I'll send a clone to come and get you all. Stick together and stay out of trouble," she instructed as she shoo-shined away. "How did she get so good at that?" said Naruto as he shielded his eyes from the wind. "Well, anyway, what should we do now?" asked Yugao. "I hear there's a ramen stand that specializes in all types of fish-like ramen," said enthusiastically. "I could eat," shrugged Itachi. They looked at Yugao. "Ah, damn it, peer pressure." "All right," she sighed. "Lead the way," she said with a smile. "Oh yeah," exclaimed Naruto. "I think the restaurant district is up ahead," he chuckled with glee. 1 hour later. "Oh man, that ramen was so good," said Naruto as he rubbed his stomach. "It was okay, fish really isn't my thing," commented Yugao. Itachi smiled happily. The trio walked through the streets. "Do you think you'd be able to do it?" voiced Yugao, changing the subject. "Do what?" asked Naruto. "Kill someone," she said. Naruto chuckled. "What?" she asked. "You worry too much, you know," he shrugged. "How can you be so calm?" she asked. "Because, I know without a doubt, if someone threatens my friends, I wouldn't hesitate. We may only be 8 years old, but we signed up to be ninjas," said Naruto with a smile. Itachi smiled. "Do you feel reassured now?" asked Itachi with a smile. "I guess so," said Yugao. "Cheer up, don't look so down, you gotta look positive." The squad of genin jumped out of the way as a young woman riding a horse at top speeds barreled past them. Moments later, a group of samurai clad in armor raced after her. The genin looked at each other. "Isn't that Princess Gale, from the film?" asked Yugao. "Yeah, it is." The pair of them looked at the spot where their friend used to be. "He can't help himself," yelled Yugao. Itachi just chuckled and the two followed after them. The princess raced through the streets with the group of samurai on horseback. One samurai changed direction down an alleyway. Naruto raced after her from above as he gracefully flipped over the numerous advertisements. The princess took a turn and was met with a samurai. The warrior attempted to throw a net at her. Kunai flew from above, slashing the net. The last kunai had a smoke bomb attached to it. The princess took her chance and raced off through the smoke. Naruto then jumped down and knocked out the samurai with a kick to the head. "Never fear, Princess Gale, I vow to protect you," he shouted proudly as he left behind the group of coughing samurai. Another group rushed past them. Princess Gale rounded a corner and jumped over some loan boxes. She came to a small flight of stairs. Her horse jumped down them swiftly. "Stop her, quickly," ordered the only horseman dressed in normal attire. He wore glasses and sported a ponytail. The samurai threw rounded bottles of oil down in front of the horse. The horse skidded along the ground. Princess Gale skidded across the pavement as the samurai jumped from their horses and onto her. The princess fought her way to the top only to be Yugao. "A henge," said one of the samurai. Itachi appeared behind the man with the glasses. He knocked him out with a chop to the neck. He tumbled down to the ground. The samurai all ran off. Yugao quickly went through some hand signs. She made the snake sign, bringing her hands together. Doton, Retsudo Tensho, the earth split into sections trapping the samurai in the small openings in the ground. Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. A loud sigh could be heard from above them as Rin sat down on a pole overlooking the trapped samurai. Typical, what do you both think you're doing? Asked Rin with an amused look. She disappeared and reappeared next to the man sporting the glasses. I'm so sorry about this is the client that hired us from the land of snow, she giggled nervously. Not a good first impression, she commented. Chapter 9. Protect the Princess. So you're the famous actress, huh? Asked Naruto as he and Princess Gale walked through the streets of Azulong town. Yes, now quit following me, you little twerp, she growled in distress as she marched ahead. For a princess you aren't very pleasant, you know, said Naruto with a sigh. What's it to you? Now leave me alone, she sprinted off. Sheesh, you know what they say about never meeting your heroes. He rubbed the back of his head and turned around in the other direction. She's nothing like the character she portrays in the movies, he walked away with a sigh. Our mission is to escort Yuki Fujikaze, the actress best known for her role as Princess Gale, to the land of snow, explained Rin. Team 7 and the director sat in front of a large poster of the latest Princess Gale movie. The movie set was bustling with activity as the production team and actors moved around and chatted constantly. The next Princess Gale movie is going to be shot abroad, which we're all really excited about, said the director's assistant. It seems a farce to go to such lengths for a few film scenes, commented Itachi stoically. I really liked the movie, ignore him, he often gets up on the wrong side of the bed, said Yugao with a chuckle. Rin giggled and put her hands on their heads. Your lead actress is a bit of a renegade if you ask me, she said. So sorry about that, ma'am, said Yuki's assistant. I'll tell you what though, you leaf ninja are something else. Taking out those stunt men, those were some pretty big guys, he chuckled. Oh well, thank you, said Rin. You didn't do anything, yelled Yugao. I did train you, she laughed. Not for very long, said Yugao. That location must be in the land of snow? Asked Itachi, pointing to the location on the back of the poster. That's the Rainbow Glacier, it's where we're going to shoot the trilogy's big climatic ending, shouted the energetic assistant director. Yuki's personal assist, Sandeu, recommended it, said the director's assistant. Sandeu was of medium build, he had short gray hair with a beard and mustache along with small black eyes. For the most part, he also wore small glasses, and a baby blue long-sleeve shirt with a navy blue blazer on top. Where's Naruto? Asked Yugao. He hasn't come back since we chased those bodyguards, said Itachi. Oh, he'll be along, said Rin nonchalantly. What if he's missing? Asked Yugao. He'll be fine, have some faith in your teammates, Yugao, they might surprise you. Even though boys all have tiny brains, she giggled. Yugao joined her. Itachi shook his head. Yuki downed another shot, her mood reflected the atmosphere of the bar that she sat at. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and alcohol. Not much conversation occurred during this hour, people either came to drown their sorrows or spend their money. Yuki poured herself another drink. Hey sweetheart, you lookin' for a good time? Yuki was caught off guard when a man of large stature put his hand on her shoulder. His breath laced with alcohol. He had an unkempt beard, which had some nuts shells from the bar tangled in the mess. He wore a tank top showing off his hairy gray chest. He wore black boots, which matched his black shorts. Me, have sex with you? She let out a bitter laugh. Not in a million years, now piss off, I'm trying to drink, she dismissed him, brushing his hand off her shoulder. Ah, come on, he chuckled. You don't know what you're missing out on, he exclaimed. Please, I'd sooner hurl myself off a cliff, she downed another shot. Okay, then I'm not asking anymore, you're coming with me, he laughed. I don't think so, she said, chuckle. Listen you. A swift chop to the neck knocked the large man down to the ground. Naruto appeared behind the man with a scowl on his face. So this is what you do in your spare time, wallow in the miserable life that comes with being a movie star? You're a bit sad if you ask me, said Naruto. Look brat, I told you to stop following me, she slurred. No you look, because you're acting like the brat now, he crossed his arm. I can tell you've already had enough sake and it took me a few hours to find you because I don't know this town very well. I'll take you someplace safe where you can sleep this off if you want, he offered, holding out his gloved hand. She pushed his hand away, but in the process her seat fell out from under her. Naruto caught her with an impatient expression his face. Are you finished? He asked. Shut up kid, she fought. I can't believe you stalked me, she yelled. Naruto blushed in embarrassment. I didn't stalk you, I just wanted to make sure you were okay, he insisted. She let out a snort of annoyance. That's quite enough now, a feminine voice spoke from behind them. Rin-sensei, said Naruto as the rest of Team 7, plus Sandeu stood behind them. So this is where you ran off to, Naruto-kun, said Rin with a smile. Rin looked at the scene in front of her. I see you've met our princess here, said Rin. She got sigh from Naruto and a nod. Sandayu, the hell do you want? She asked, holding on to Naruto. Well, he cleared his throat. We're leaving for the land of snow, she let out a bitter chuckle. Well, I'm not going, seeing as I'm quitting the movie thing, she sighed as Naruto helped her back onto the bar stool, which Itachi put back up for her. But it's not a big deal, okay? The lead roles change from sequel to sequel all the time, it's no biggie, she waved them off. Rin made the ram seal and tapped her on the shoulder. Sandayu caught her as she fell to the ground. Well, that's enough of that, good job Naruto. Naruto looked confused by her words. The air at sea was bitterly cold as they made their way to the land of snow. Team 7 had changed their attire to match the weather. They all wore cloaks over their attire minus Rin. They all wore closed-toed shoes. Naruto wore the scarf that his mother had made him. His normal white jacket was zipped up. Rin wore pants now, having discarded her miniskirt, which were tucked into bandages around her calves. She zipped up her Jonin vest and she also wore a yellow scarf and gloves. She also wore a long-sleeved shirt underneath her vest. Itachi wore a long-sleeved top underneath his normal black t-shirt. He also wore black gloves. Yugao similarly wore a long-sleeved top and a scarf. She also sported a purple pair of gloves. I can't believe I have to deal with her for a few more weeks, groaned Naruto as he sat on the deck. Well, it's our mission, so we have no choice, Itachi smiled. Quit complain, we're out of the village aren't we, said Yugao with a cheerful expression. Rin appeared from below deck with a cheery smile. Everybody, stop the boat, ordered the director. What is it, sir? We're about to navigate away from this slab of ice, said the director's assistant. We're shooting here, just look at it, it's begging us to film here. Let's disembark, she ordered. The scene before the Genin was amazing. It was like they were looking at a different person. Yuki suited her role as Princess Gale perfectly. It's you, Mao, she exclaimed. Never fear, princess, we'll deal with him, said the warrior next to her. Do you really believe that you're a match for me? He laughed. All of you get back, ordered Rin as she shunshined in front of the camera. Hey, get out of the shot, yelled the director. A loud explosion rocked the rough terrain. OST, Kyushu. Welcome friends, to the land of snow. A male snow ninja clad in chakra armor lifted a sheet of white from over the top of himself. The snow ninja was a man of pale tone, he had a thin and bony face and a narrow nose. He has a purple mark below both of his eyes are teal and pupilless. Moreover, his eyebrows are shaped like small thick purple dots. The snow ninja also wears a mask-style forehead protector. He also had long purple hair held in a ponytail running down his back. You, she growled. Well, how nice of you to come back home, Princess Koyuki. Another female ninja stood atop an icy spear with a smirk on her face. The female snow ninja's green eyes sparked with excitement as she stared down at her prey. She had pink spiky hair that stuck out of two holes at the top of her gray helmet, reminiscent of pigtails. She has small circular dark pink eyebrows. Similar to the ninja that had already shown himself, she wears chakra armor. Princess Koyuki. Rin's eyes then shot to her right as another ninja revealed himself. Coming out of hiding within the frozen wasteland. You're as good as they say you are, Shunshin no Rin. She clenched her fists. He was a rather large man with a short crop of purple hair and dark eyes. He wore the standard uniform of his team, which consisted of a blue and white outfit with chakra armor. He also had small circular-shaped purple eyebrows. Unlike his counterparts whose armor was relative small. He sported a gauntlet on his left arm. I had a feeling that I'd run into you when we came here, she turned to her genin. Naruto, Itachi, Yugao, protect Yukiya, she ordered. She got affirmative nods from all her genin. Fubuki, Mizori, handle the princess. Nadar jumped off the platform followed by his subordinates. Rin shunshined on an ice pillar, which was adjacent to Nadar's. It's been quite a long time, old friend, I do hope you've not missed me too much. Try not to run again before this gets interesting, he taunted. Didn't I set you on fire one time, she scowled. End theme. The pair of them jumped up the frozen tundra trading blows as they wall ejected each time. Yugao jumped in front of the famous actress with her kunai drawn. Get back to the ship, Yuki, she ordered. Yuki just stood frozen. Princess, yelled Sandayu as he ran for her frantically. In the background, the actors and the film crew scrambled to grab their gear. Naruto ran up to male snow ninja who raced toward him on a snowboard. He thrusted his gauntlet forward at Naruto, whose eyes widened in shock. His movements are so slow, he thought as he vaulted him. He came back around again. Naruto had landed on his hands and jumped above the second strike. Naruto threw a shuriken at him. He quickly went through hand signs. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he called out. The shuriken multiplied, thought the snow ninja. Futon, Ripusho, he brought his hand together. A powerful gust of wind emitted from his hands and increased the speed and rotation of the shuriken. The shuriken bounced off the ninja. "Huh, it's a chakra barrier," he growled as he landed back on his feet. "Hayaton, Tsubaim Fubuki," called out the female snow ninja. Itachi backflipped away from the blizzard. "Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu." Itachi quickly went through some hand signs and blew out multiple balls of fire that cancelled out another wave of ice. "This kid is good," she thought. She slammed her palm into the ground. "Hyero no Jutsu," she called. Pillars of ice formed up out of the ground after Itachi. Itachi quickly went through some hand signs and blew out a ball of fire that destroyed the pillars. The snow ninja slammed her hand into the ground again. The ice acted as a shield for her as the flames passed to either side. "Keep the cameras rolling even if it kills you," ordered the director as the crew scrambled onto the ship. "Show them the resolve of filmmakers," he yelled. "You need to go now, Yuki," ordered Yugao. Aye. "Come on, princess, we need to go," shouted Sandeo. "I don't care if I die, I won't go back to the land of snow," she screamed. "You're mine, girl," shouted the ninja with the gauntlet. He raced toward her on his snowboard. Naruto appeared next to him and struck him in the face. "It can't be helped, Yugao. Pick her up and get her out of here," he yelled. Yugao nodded and picked up a struggling Yuki. She ran for the ship followed by Sandeo. "Get out my way, brat." He jumped up and slammed his gauntlet down at Naruto. Naruto jumped out of the way. "Hayaton, Shigekiya," he slammed his arm in the ground that created a shockwave that raced toward Naruto. Naruto slipped on the ice. "Naruto," yelled Rin as she flipped away from Nadar. "Katan, Goryoka no Jutsu," she called out as Fire Dragon appeared above her and raced past Naruto. The attack cancelled out the shockwave in his face. The attack also knocked back the other snow ninja. "Are you alright?" she asked. "Why, yeah, I'm fine. But sensei, their armor." "I know, it's chakra armor. It used to be pretty pathetic," she said. "So you do remember me, Rin? After you defeated me last time, I've undergone some modifications." He laughed as he went through some hand signs. "Hayaton, Haryu Moko," he called as a giant appeared out of the mountain. Rin grabbed Naruto and shunsigned away. "Where are you going, Rin? We aren't finished yet," he yelled. The female snow ninja held her arm hand to the ground as two trails of ice pillars sandwiched him between the two. Itachi disappeared from sight. "Genjutsu," she said as she was engulfed in a stream of fire. She jumped away. The armor on her back activated, two wings appeared on her back as she glided away. "Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu," Itachi shot fireballs at her and she dodged effortlessly. A small frown appeared on his face. "She's pretty good using that armor," he thought. Rin landed a few paces away next to Itachi. "You two get everyone out of here," she ordered as the two genin ran off toward the last of the crew. "You aren't going anywhere, we haven't finished yet," he went through some hand signs. "Hayaton, Ikaku Hakugiai," he called as a giant white whale appeared below them. It ripped apart the ice as it dived back down. "Not bad, but not good enough," she called as she quickly went through some hand signs. She held her right arm above her. "Daienkai NTI level 1, she said as a moderately sized ball of fire appeared above her. "Fire, you're in a field of ice, you aren't going to beat me cancelling out my jutsu," yelled Nadar as he went through some hand signs. Another white whale appeared in the place of the old one. "Beat you? I don't need to beat you," she smirked. "Shatter," she yelled as the ball of fire burst apart creating a shockwave that destroyed the white whale. It burst into a shroud of steam. "She played me," he chuckled. All the genin and Rin appeared on the ship. Rin turned to Sandeo. "You have some serious explaining to do," she crossed her arms. "Ah yes, well, I understand, but after we're far away and the princess is safe," Rin nodded and looked over at her genin. "Are you three alright? I know this is only your second encounter with a real enemy," she giggled when Naruto sighed and fell backward. "I'm alright, but the constant threat of death is something that'll take some time getting used to." "I mean, how do you deal with the hatred?" asked Naruto. The other two genin were curious about her answer. "Well, Naruto, you've asked two questions." She looked at the slowly disappearing iceberg. "A ninja's hate for another ninja is different than a hate a shinobi has for the enemy." The three genin all looked a little confused by her words. "If a ninja kills a fellow comrade, we ultimately harbor hatred in our hearts for that enemy ninja. But the hatred you feel for those ninja is different, they threatened your friends, so you wish to protect what's precious to you. However, in this case those ninja feel neither of these things for any of you. They are simply hired shinobi, who sell their services for money, those who simply kill for the fun. We take the same missions, but rest assured, we're nothing like them." She turned heel and walked back down into the bow of the ship. Itachi sighed. "I guess, it's something we'll confront head-on, together as Team 7, he stated with a small smile. "I like the way you think, Tachi," she slapped him on the shoulder. You're right, the minor details aren't any of our concern, we just look after each other, he said cheerfully. Team 7, chuckled Yugao as she held out her pinky. What does that mean? Asked Itachi. It means that we'll make a promise to protect each other as members of Team 7, she said as she grinned. All right, said Naruto as he intertwined his finger with Yugao's. They both looked at Itachi, who blushed in embarrassment. Come on Itachi, Team 7, said Naruto. Yugao smiled at him. Team 7, yelled Yugao with a beaming smile. Yeah, he joined in as his finger intertwined with both of theirs. Rin smiled from the stairwell down to the bow of the ship. They're all growing up, she walked back down to. Chapter 10. Heroes do exist. Koyuki-ha, it's been a few years since I've heard that name, said Rin as she put down a strange key on a wooden desk below the ship. Koyuki slept soundly on the bed next to her. For someone so young, to have such a cold heart, Rin eyed her with an emotionless gaze. What a pity, she finished and she began to walk out of the room. Wait! Koyuki yelled. What? Asked Rin as she turned to meet the stoic face of Koyuki. Why? Why what? She raised an eyebrow. Why are you taking me to the land of snow? I can pay you double to take me back to the land of fire, she offered a small hint of hope in her voice. Well, it seems like you aren't a complete lost cause, she chuckled and walked out. Sandeo greeted her in the hallway. The ship pulled into dock a moment ago, he explained. Good, she briskly walked past him. Please don't be too harsh on Koyuki-sama, she's had a rough life, he insisted. Well, she has, but that's not an excuse to shy away from what she's eventually going to face, she sighed. That's almost reminiscent of the definition of coward, wouldn't you agree, samurai? She asked. Sandeos looked shocked. How did you? Rin had already walked away. A small group sat in the ship's chart room. Team 7, Sandeo and some of the production team sat in around a table. So the princess doesn't want to go back home, stated Rin with a sigh. Come on sensei, you can stop calling her princess, she's only an actress, said Yugao. Actually Yugao, she really is a princess, Yuki Fujikaze is only an alias, she narrowed her eyes. Her real name is Koyuki Kazahana, heir to the land of snow's throne, she crossed her arms. And the plot thickens, said Itachi with a small smile. This doesn't change a thing, we've come this far, we can complete the mission, said Naruto. Actually it does, she said. At first this mission was a C-rank mission, when low-level ninja became involved it became a B-rank, now that the daimyo's daughter is involved, this mission has now become A rank, she chuckled. What are the odds she sighed with a smile. Normally I'd call for backup, but by the time they arrive, the battle for the land of snow would be over, I guess we're it, she chirped the last bit. That's all we need, Team 7 the cream of the crop. Saves an entire country together, yelled Yugao dramatically. Well, now we've got a movie, exclaimed the director excitedly. You fools, came a voice from the doorway. You can't defeat Dodo, you're just kids and an old lady, Rin's eyebrow twitched. I'll have you know that I'm 20, she growled. A lot younger than you, she mumbled the last part. Whatever, just give up, there's no room in this world for fools who believe in happy endings, she cocked her head. The strong survive and the weak suffer, that's the way the world works, she chuckled bitterly. You're pathetic, said Naruto. Excuse me, she narrowed her eyes at the young genin. You're pathetic, you heard me, people like you are pathetic, he said simply. Pathetic. Why you little, she briskly walked over to him and grabbed him by his white jacket. Now who's pathetic you little bastard, Naruto remained impassive. You can run, pretty well, can't you? Aren't you tired of running? Asked Naruto. You don't understand just how powerful he is. He killed my father. My brother. He killed every ounce of happiness in my heart and yet I still can't cry, she yelled, her hands started to shake. Naruto grabbed her hands with his and moved them away. She didn't protest, looking down at the wooden floor. Please princess, said Sandeo. You fooled these people into taking us back to that god-forsaken place, she said bitterly. I'm finished, she said defeat as she slumped to the floor. Happy endings are real you know, she gasped at his words. But you have to be willing to fight for them, he got up and walked away. A convoy of trucks prepped for snow-traveled trekked on a frozen highway off a cliff face. Koyuki sat on her bed on her own private vehicle. She looked out to the frozen landscape, the cold dug up even colder memories from the past that ceased to go away. The trucks halted in their positions as the crew and director stepped out of the trucks. Okay, once we're done shooting here we'll move on to our hideout where? Mr. Makino, yelled the frantic assistant. What is it boy? He asked annoyed. It's Yuki, she's up and disappeared again. Like she's totally vanished sir, he exclaimed. Wah, he yelled over him. Fan out and look for her, order Rin as her genin jumped over the trucks and into the wilderness. Radio in if you find her, she ordered. Right, they all exclaimed. Naruto jumped off the cliff, his cloak wisping up in the wind behind him. For a civilian she got pretty far, said Naruto. She runs like a civilian though. He jumped between a few rocks and then over the frozen trees onto the snow. What a sight you are. Koyuki ran for her life. Naruto walked after her. She struggled as she clumsily ran through the snow. I won't go back to the land of snow, she yelled. Naruto disappeared in a shunshin and appeared in front of her. She fell backward and glared up at him. How would you know anything? You're just a naive child, you know nothing of the real world, she yelled in a fit of fury. Quit whining would you, you're embarrassing yourself, she smirked. What? She asked in shock. Come on, everyone is waiting, she said. She sighed in frustration. Naruto carried Koyuki on his back with a satisfied smile on his face. He walked through the tunnel that they had recently passed through on the icy road. Koyuki had a scowl adorning her face, unhappy at her current state. Being carried by an 8-year-old through a dark tunnel didn't exactly make for a dignified position. All she wanted to do was run away from the land of snow, run away from her title and run away from destiny. But this brat wouldn't let her. You're really annoying, you know that, kid, she asked. Well, in this case that would be rhetorical, because you obvious find me annoying, he said with a sigh. Well, it would be if you found yourself annoying, that is, she countered. Yes, but only to you, he said with a smile. I suggest you put me down, she said dangerously. Or what? What exactly are you going to do? Where are you going to go? He asked. Well, You can run but I'll catch you, you can hide and I'll find you, he chuckled at her when she pouted. Come on Koyuki, cheer up, you don't have to worry, chirped Naruto. You're just a kid, you can't promise me anything, she said bitterly. You think you can come into this country and save it like some hero? Heroes don't exist, brat, hate to be the one to break the news to you, she scowled. You're wrong, she said simply. What was that? She asked. I said you're wrong, there are heroes in this world, I'll prove it to you. I may be a kid, but I pick things up quicker than most. I haven't even seen much of this world, but even I can see that heroes exist, he chuckled happily. Where did you get that line out of, your bookshelf full on fairy tales, she mocked. Her tone was laced with sarcasm and bitterness. Actually my grandfather taught me that, he chuckled. Your grandfather? She asked. Yeah, his name is Jiraiya Namikaze, he's a hero from the Second Great Ninja War. He fought in all kinds of battles and he's taught a lot of things about being a ninja, she cracked a small smile. A real smile, not the fake ones that she used regularly for the camera. What are you reading, Squirt? Asked Jiraiya. A startled Naruto jumped up from his spot on the grassy field. He had been reading a very familiar book for the entire morning, a book close to his father's heart. He had snuck away from the academy so he could read all day. He had papers with seals all around him, all different designs and each of them at different levels. And nothing. I was just you see Aji-san. You skipped school, huh? Oh, just what would your mother think, he chuckled evilly. And no, please don't tell Kaa-chan, it took me forever to convince Itachi to copy my mother's handwriting so I could do this, he said frantically. That's actually quite clever, Naruto. So you've come out here to train, I presume that you also came out to work on your seals. He picked up a piece of paper with a seal on it. What are these, storage seals? What good will those do you, he asked. Well, I was thinking that well, it's hard if you run out of kunai and shuriken in battle. So if I kept some storage seals on my wrists then I'd be able to store more, she explained with a bashful expression. Oh, I see, so you modified the speed in which the seal activates by storing a small amount of chakra in them. Kid, that's genius, he patted him on the back. You think so? Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head. Ho, so you were also reading my book, Tales of a Gutsy Ninja, it's not that great. I'd show you some of my other work but you're a bit too young, he chuckled. The wording is a bit childish and the characters aren't that developed well, but... No way. It's the best thing I've ever read, he yelled with a smile. Really? Well, kid, thank you, not many people actually liked it, he laughed a little embarrassed at the notion. Oh come on, the main character's name is Naruto and he has the coolest sayings and has the coolest jutsu, he chuckled. How he never gives up and always keeps going, that's my nindo to you know, said Naruto with passion. Jiraiya laughed. It is, isn't it? He put his hands on his chin. Well, Naruto, I'll let you on a little secret, your father named you after the character in that book, said Jiraiya. He did? Asked Naruto. Yup, and the book is autobiographical, all those things really happened, he laughed with a thumbs up. Wow, really? Wondered Naruto. So you're so sort of a hero? Asked Naruto with stars in his eyes. Yeah, they all happened. Well, I'm not really a hero, I've just been a lot of places, he chuckled. Oh, Naruto then suddenly smiled. I still think you're a hero, even if Kaa-chan still says that you're just an old perv, said Naruto with a beaming smile. Well, thanks kid. Listen, how about we go for some ramen, he offered. Awesome, let's go, said Naruto as he began to seal the papers back into the storage seals on the ground. He sounds like a riot, said Koyuki. You know your sarcasm is getting a little dull, he said with a frown. The fact that you're lecturing me at your age is dull, she shouted. I guess that would be annoying, he chuckled. Koyuki sighed. A loud whistle ran through the cavern, it reached Naruto's and Koyuki's ears and startled the pair of them. What was that? Asked Naruto. A train? Asked Koyuki. A train? I thought that Sandayo said that there was no train anymore, said Naruto as the lights of the train suddenly appeared. Shortly after the train roared around the corner aggressively. Oh crap, exclaimed Naruto as he shot off in the other direction toward the tunnel exit. With the train hot on his heels, Naruto sprinted away from the train. Koyuki's hair whipped up behind them. We're done for, she shouted. No we aren't, yelled back Naruto. Are you insane? You can't do this, this is impossible, you're just a kid, she yelled. This isn't over, said Naruto. Huh? She asked. Emmi and Kari-chan made you this. Kari watched her older brother hold out the card at Naruto's face full stretched. Kari gripped her eldest brother's pants. You both made this for me, he asked with a smile. Kari nodded and Ren blushed. The color of his face rivaled his hair. Naruto gently took the blue piece of cardboard out of Ren's hand. The front of the card had Nissan written on it with gold glitter. Naruto smiled as he opened the card and read out loud the writing on the first page. It was written in glitter pen as well. Dear Nissan, you're awesome and do your best, love Ren and Kari, Naruto chuckled. On the other side of the card was a drawing in glitter pen. 3 figures each a different color stood hand in hand. The tallest one written in orange glitter pen held his stick hands out with 3 fingers to the 2 smaller figures either side. On the right was a figure in red and on the left a smaller figure in purple. Do you like it? Asked Ren. I can do another one if you don't, Naruto pulled in Ren for a hug. His other one wrapped around his younger sister. I am going to do my best, thank you both so much, Naruto kissed Kari's head as Ren sat down. OST strong and strike. I have people who believe in me, I won't let them down. I won't give up ever, exclaimed Naruto. He began pulling away from the train as his legs began to move at a faster rate. Koyuki was shocked at the sudden burst of speed. The train behind them was probably bordering on full speed and this 8-year-old boy with his body in its current state was outrunning this mechanical beast. The rocks around Naruto's feet would fly away as he stepped his feet. As a strange aura began to surround him. Come on, he yelled as he quickened his pace. The exit became visible as he rounded the last corner. He roared as he stepped into the light and jumped out of the way of the train. End theme. Naruto chuckled as he lay in the snow, it turned into full-blown laughter. You little fool, she growled. The train stopped in front of them. Naruto, exclaimed Itachi. He found her, said Yugao. A loud squeak echoed through the area, indicating that a microphone was being turned on. It's been a long time, Princess Koyuki, boomed the voice over the mic. It's him, she growled as she stood up, followed by Naruto. It's been what, 10 years, you've grown into a beautiful young woman, your beauty is certainly reminiscent of your late mother. Too bad you're not as smart as your father, after all you haven't surrendered to me yet, he finished. Dodo, she said shocked. Naruto stepped in front of her with a blank look on his face. Suddenly myriad large tree trunks rocketed down the hill toward the armored vehicle. They crashed into the train at high speeds. Samurai all lined up around the edges of the cliff with looks of steel adjourning their cold faces. There you have it, men. Sandayo stepped forward with his sword drawn. Our beloved Princess Koyuki has returned, he shouted. The samurai of the land of snow shouted approval for their once-missing princess. Charge, he yelled and the samurai followed him down the cliff. Sir Isle? Started Nadar but Dodo put his hand up silencing him. There's only one thing that worms like these understand, he smirked. Complete and total utter annihilation. He dropped his hand and the outer shell of the train receded revealing large Gatling guns with snow ninja atop each of them. What is he? Asked Itachi. He got his answer as the snow ninja began cranking the handles. A barrage of sharpened kunai was flung out of each of the large weapons. The stream of kunai impaled the samurai as they all ran to their deaths. Team 7's eyes widened as they witnessed the mass slaughter. This was what ninja were capable of when push comes to shove. Why you pig, yelled Yugao. How awful, all those people. Itachi clenched his jaw as he watched the samurai rush forward only to be mowed down. This is horrible, Naruto's fist clenched as he watched the smirk on Dodo's face appear. You. Dodo began to laugh. You. Dodo's laugh became boisterous as Sandayo fell to the ground. You animal, he exclaimed in rage. Dodo stopped laughing and turned to the source of the noise. Naruto glared at him. Dodo's eyes reflected Naruto's anger form. That boy, he thought. We're done here, let's go. Dodo disappeared back into the train. The train roared to life and sped off along the tracks. Itachi, where is Rin-sensei? Asked Yugao. I don't know, said Itachi. His voice was laced with anger as he surveyed the carnage in front of him. Is this what being a ninja means? He asked himself. Sensei, shouted Yugao as she watched her teacher gently place Sandeu on a wooden board. Is there anything you can do for him? Asked the director as Yugao stopped behind them. No, any medic interference now would only prolong their suffering, she said solemnly. He was a noble man, he held firm to his ideals even though he knew that he had no chance. But I think that all of them must have known that. She surveyed the rest of the samurai. All of them bloody, broken and dead. Rin turned around to see her students, all of them had blank looks on their faces. They shouldn't be exposed to this so young, she said aloud. Are you finished running yet? Asked Naruto as he came up behind Koyuki. I don't know, she fell to her knees. Just go away, she yelled. Just go away. Leave, this doesn't concern you, I don't care about the land of snow. I don't care about my family, all I care about is living, she yelled as tears flowed freely from her face. Naruto walked up behind her. Just go away, she threw snow at him. Just leave, go away, I don't want you here. Can't you understand? She kept throwing snow at him until Naruto put his hand on her head. Don't you worry, I understand completely, he said with a small chuckle. She sobbed as the sun began to pierce through the clouds. And Naruto, please help me, she asked through sobs. Of course I'll help you, he yelled proudly. Chapter 11. A Fool's Fight. Well, I guess Naruto has dragged us all into this mess, so there's only one thing we can do, said Itachi as he stared out the window of the director's hideout in the land of snow. Team 7, Koyuki and the director were sitting around a wooden table. The hideout was small because the bigger half was used to store the film equipment. And what's that? Asked Rin. Itachi turned away from the window with a small smile on his face. We rescue him. When he gets in over his head. His smile grew a little when he saw Naruto's grin widen a little. Then it's settled, said Yugao. No, nothing is settled. We cannot charge in. You're talking about overthrowing a county's ruler, which could have serious consequences, said Rin. All of which are good if we succeed, said Naruto. Is that so? Said Rin as she crossed her arms and looked sternly at the young genin. Yes. That's true, he stared back. Rin's eyes widened. Behind Naruto was a reflection of Kakashi. I'd rather be a fool than a coward. Naruto/Kakashi's words made her gaze soften. Naruto, you're going to be a strong shinobi one day, but until then, I'll protect you, she thought with a giggle. Well, alright then, if you're all hellbent on taking this course of reckless action. Then I'll remind that we will receive no backup for this endeavor. We will be scolded beyond belief. You all may be doing D-rank missions for the rest of your shinobi careers and you may all be genin forever, she warned, but none of their determined looks faltered for a second. You've got yourself a team of fools there, Rin, said the director. Rin smiled at her genin. Well, if that's the case, here's the plan, she began. Kazahana Castle. Dodo sat on his throne with his 3 mercenary ninja kneeling before him. Sir, please allow us to just purse and capture Koyuki Haim, said Nadar. You've already attempted that, remember, that Konoha Jonin played you for a fool. She is not one to be taken lightly, said Dodo in a monotone. This time will be different, he insisted. What's the rush, Nadar? They will come to us, he chuckled lightly. What makes you so sure? Asked Fubuki. Well, his eyes narrowed. This is horrible. Naruto's fist clenched as he watched the smirk on Dodo's face appear. You. Dodo began to laugh. You. Dodo's laugh became boisterous as Sandeo fell to the ground. You animal, he exclaimed in rage. Dodo stopped laughing and turned to the source of the noise. Naruto glared at him. Dodo's eyes reflected Naruto's anger form. That boy, he thought. The hatred in that boy's eyes was delicious. My armor spiked from the power he was emitting. You can't tell me you couldn't feel it, he laughed. I don't understand, why would we allow them to attack us, when we could be on the offensive, asked Ms. Ora. I don't care about titles or this land, I've never harbored any love for anything in my heart other than money. He pulled his wine glass that sat next to him to his lips. He drank the contents and placed it back down. Money is the key to power, and the key to money is Koyuki's adamant key. It's the symbol that marks her as the heiress of the Kazahana clan. It also opens the Kazahana clan's vault, which has been locked away from me for 10 long years, he explained with a sigh. How are you going to get that key then? Asked Nadar. He'll come to me, he laughed. Go now, he dismissed them all with a wave of his hand. Team 7 and Koyuki stood at the gates of the main city of the Land of Snow. All of which had solemn expressions on their faces. The city around the main palace was completely abandoned. Where are all the people? Asked Yugao. Dodo has completely cut off this country from the outside world. No supplies have come in from other nations from some years now. Since the land of snow's climate is so harsh, merchants and traders stopped coming here. This had a snowball effect on the economy and soon, the people were forced to leave their lives behind, explained Rin with a harsh look. Koyuki's hands shook as she stared at her old home. This place, she started getting everyone's attention. Has been the bane of my existence for so long, she confessed as she tightened her fist. We'll change that, said Yugao. Why do you think we're all standing by you? It's because friends stick together and you got the best team in all of Konoha backin' you up, Team 7, she announced with fire in her eyes. She's right, we stand together, said Itachi firmly. A wild grin erupted on Naruto's face. We can do this, said Naruto. Well, isn't that sweet, boomed a voice. It's so nice of you to join us here. The three mercenary ninja appeared atop the front gate to the city. Why won't you die? Asked Rin as she glared up at the snow ninja. Now Rin-chan, if I were to die, who would be left to haunt your worst nightmares? He made some hand signs. Oh, lots of things, like that hideous armor that you insist on wearing. She cracked her knuckles and threw off her cloak. Watch each other's back and don't do anything reckless, she ordered. Nadar and Rin both disappeared in bursts of speed. This left Yugao, Koyuki, Naruto, Itachi, Fubuki and Mizora. Itachi threw off his cloak and glared up at the snow ninja. His Sharingan flared to life as he analyzed his enemy. He turned to Yugao and Naruto. We're ready, he said. He got affirmative nods from both, who threw off their cloaks. I'll back you up, said Yugao. The two snow ninja as well as Yugao and Itachi disappeared. Naruto, why aren't you going to fight with your friends? Asked Koyuki, worried for their safety. I know who I have to fight. He tightened his glove around his hands. And Naruto? She was silenced when he turned around with a serious look on his face. Stay safe, he said as he walked forward into the city. Wait, you can't, she yelled, but he didn't listen as he kept walking on. Rin and Nadar stood atop the city walls. The tops of the walls were covered with the snow falling steadily from the sky. Hayaton, Nami, he shouted as a small wave of ice traveled toward her. Fire erupted from the ground around her feet and the ice around her melted. The wave of ice traveling toward her dispersed as well. Just how strong is she? Wondered Nadar. Stronger than you'll ever be, she answered. His eyes widened in shock. Can she read my mind? He thought frantically. Rin remained stoic as she watched him run through some hand signs. Don't bother, kid, he suddenly stopped. I've had enough of you, you've become a real annoyance, she stared into his purple orbs. You think this is a game, don't you? She asked. You think that the lives that you've ruined in this land are of little significance. As ninja, it is our duty to serve the weak so that they may live in peace and prosperity. Your kind sickens me, preying on the weak for your own gain. You can take this with you to the afterlife. There was someone who totally outclassed you in every way imaginable. You were helpless to stop your own demise because in the last moments of your wretched little life you were too weak to save yourself. She looked coldly at the ninja before her. He was at a loss for words. This wasn't the same Rin he had fought many times before. She was a true shinobi in every sense of the word. Although they were in the snow, he didn't feel the cold weather, but he felt her cold, hardened gaze stare right through his soul. Had she been playing with him all this time? She disappeared in a burst of speed. She reappeared behind him and delivered a kick to his back, sending him skidding along the cold surface. He recovered and black flipped. The process, he flung multiple shuriken at her. She ran through some hand signs and then slammed her hand on the ground. Katan, Bukahiki no Jutsu, she said as a wall of fire appeared around her, protecting her from the shuriken. The wall of fire then shot forward like a pillar at Nadar, who jumped off the wall. He looked up as the fire dispersed. Big mistake, Rin appeared above on the wall above him. He growled as he channeled chakra to his feet and stopped on the only to be met with a harsh kick from Rin. He fell off and doubled back until she grabbed his leg. Your ninja way is weaker than mine, she yelled as she twisted his ankle around. A sickening crack rang through the snowy wasteland, followed by a loud scream. She held onto his leg and jumped off the wall. No, he protested in desperation. She slammed his body into the ground as the landscape underneath the snow buckled under the force. Rin appeared in a shunshin away from the crater. This battle was over before it began, she said as she took one last look at the corpse in the crater. She turned again without a second thought. Yugao glared at the large shinobi in front of her. Itachi and the other female snow ninja were fighting in the background. She watched him backflipped and launch a katan jutsu in her. She flew up on top of a building and he followed after her. Little girl, you better keep your eyes on me. He fired a cable from his gauntlet at Yugao. She narrowly dodged it. It was an unexpected feature of that heavy armor. He held the armor forward, aiming at her again. The claws receded and were replaced with kunai holsters. Die! He exclaimed as a barrage of kunai shot out of the small openings at Yugao, who ducked into an alleyway. Hold still, brat! The gauntlet-wielding shinobi appeared at the entrance to the alley. He fired more kunai at her. She used what she learned from the tree-climbing exercise and run up the alley wall onto the roof. She ran and jumped onto the next roof. The snow ninja jumped onto the roof with a scowl on his face. He held his gauntlet out toward her again. The center of the gauntlet opened up and his 3 claws reappeared. The claws rotated around the center. A stream of fire shot out toward her. She quickly went through some hand signs as fast as she could. Suetun, Mizurappa, she said as she held out the ram sign with one hand. She blew a stream of water that canceled out the fire. This brat is good, he growled. But not good enough. He slammed his gauntlet into the roof. The rubble hurtled toward her at rapid speed. She was caught off guard and hit in the face with a moderate-sized piece of roof. He appeared in front of her and slammed the gauntlet into her stomach, winding her. She grabbed onto his gauntlet. Just what are you trying to do? A wind blast from the back of his gauntlet launched the iron fist forward and propelled her off the roof. She landed back on the pavement with a thud. Her face bleeding and her clothes torn in a few places. Some blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth onto her chin, but she ignored it, opting to glare at him. You're starting to piss me off. The large brute pulled back his gauntlet. He jumped off the roof and swung down at Yugao. She black-flipped and narrowly avoided the fist, which destroyed a large portion of the street around the impact of the punch. She landed on the roof behind her, clutching her ribs. A few are broken. He's got me backed into a corner. In a straight-up fight I can't win with him swinging that gauntlet around, but I can certainly outsmart him. She made the ram sign. Still fighting the inevitable. You pathetic girl. He jumped up with his gauntlet cocked. He swung down and once again she dodged. The building was destroyed. OST raising fighting spirit. Is that all you can do? Dodge me, he taunted. HA, she exclaimed as the tag she placed his gauntlet when he broke her ribs exploded. He roared in pain as the gauntlet sparked. He jumped back away from the smoke. She disabled the mechanisms in my gauntlet, commented as he surveyed the damage. At such close range, the chakra barrier was useless. Clever girl, he growled as the smoke cleared. She glared at him. Sorry, but this is as far as you go, she exclaimed as Shu went through some hand signs ending in the snake hand sign. Doton, Doskiryu, the ground beneath them began to shake. Where did this brat learn a jutsu of this caliber? He shouted. A dragon made of the earth erupted from the ground behind them. It stood proudly behind her. This is impossible, he thought. She flipped forward and thrusted her arm at him. The dragon twisted and shot upward. It propelled itself at the ninja who was engulfed by the rock dragon. The core in his gauntlet was pierced and the energy began licking out in the form of purple substance. As the rocks fell onto the snow ninja, his gauntlet exploded. It destroyed some leftover chakra-infused earth, but he was ultimately buried in the remnants of the dragon. End theme. She panted and fell to her knees, her hand moved back to her ribs. She coughed up some blood, she breathed sharply and rolled onto her back. He must have hit me harder than I thought. She began to lose consciousness. The last image she made out was 2 feet that appeared in a shunshin next to her. Not bad boy, yelled Fubuki as she jumped up over the roof as she parried a kunai that Itachi threw at her. She landed on a roof and Itachi landed on the street. His Sharingan glared up at her, his Tomo spun once and he took out another kunai. You're well behind your years, aren't you? She asked. Itachi didn't answer as he dropped into his interceptor fist stance, with a kunai in his left hand. Not much of a talker, huh? She chuckled. Itachi disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. A Kagebushin, that's a Jonin-level technique. I've been fighting a clone this entire time, she thought in a rage. He appeared in a burst of speed behind her. She turned and looked into his Sharingan. I've analyzed your technique with my Sharingan. It's obvious that you rely heavily on this armor. It would be a shame if I were to strip it away, he said with no emotion evident in her voice. She quickly jumped off the roof. Her glider wings at the back of her armor shot out and she propelled herself away from Itachi. She smirked when he saw him just look at her. Her eyes widened as the sky suddenly turned black. What the hell? She yelled. A blood-red moon suddenly appeared from beyond the clouds. The Sharingan appeared on the moon. He caught me in a genjutsu, she thought frantically. Suddenly her glider wings turned into a pair of hands that covered her mouth and nose. She panicked. She struggled out of their grip in futility as she couldn't breathe. In actuality it just looked like she fell of her own accord, struggling against nothing. She fell into a building and Itachi chased after. Little bastard, she screamed. Her armor was damaged behind repair. It sparked and Itachi appeared in front of her a few paces away. He panted as she watched her crawl out of the small hole. Casting a genjutsu with the Sharingan still puts a strain on my eyes despite the fact that I've trained them to maturity. My body isn't fully developed yet, it hasn't accommodated for proper use of the Sharingan. As a result, using the Sharingan too much will exacerbate fatigue, he thought as he went through some hand signs. Only a small amount of chakra left, but it's enough, he finished with the ram sign. You know, I thought that my sensei and I didn't have anything in common, she glared up at him as she spoke. But I've realized that we have something in common after all. We both despise people like you who prey on the weak. This realization has helped me discover my nindo, which is to protect those precious to me, she let out a bitter chuckle. You think I'm the only one of my kind, there will be other ninja, she coughed. Other scum like me who will do anything to see you died because people like you stand for everything people like me stand for, she laughed bitter. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, he blew a stream of fire at her. It engulfed her and her laughing stopped. Naruto, the rest is up to you, he fell backward unconscious. Dodo sat on his throne glaring at the large doors in front of him. He crushed the wine glass in his hand. Come for me then boy, he yelled as the doors to throne room splintered open. Dodo's gaze hardened as Naruto appeared in the smoke when it disappeared. Why are you here, he asked. Naruto continued walking toward him. Dodo let out a wave of ki at him. Naruto remained unaffected as he glared at Dodo. He continued to walk up to him. He reached the stairs of beneath the throne. Dodo let out another blast of ki, Naruto brushed it off as he cocked his fist and punched Dodo in the side of the face. The daimyo was sent flying into the wall to the right. Naruto turned and glared at him as a strange energy on the floor around his feet spun around him at a fast pace. I'm here, to kick your ass, he yelled with conviction. Chapter 12. Explosion, Swift Release. Dodo picked himself from the wall and fell down onto his feet on the stone below. You're no ordinary brat are you, he asked. Naruto clenched his gloved fist and the yellow aura around fluctuated wildly for a second then disappeared. Hayatan, Kakuryu Bofusetsu, Dodo made the ram sign then thrusted his arm to send out a black ether-like dragon, which came hurtling at Naruto. The world around Naruto glowed. It's like using all senses at once, it's like having eagle vision, thought Naruto as the speed of the dragon coming toward him slowed considerable. He cocked his head to the side and the dragon harmlessly passed behind him. I knew I recognized you, you're a Namikaze, he chuckled. That swift release is truly remarkable. Naruto didn't answer, he only narrowed his eyes. I believe I have something of your ancestor Riku Namikaze. Naruto's eyes widened. What are you on about, freak? Asked Naruto angrily. Dodo wiped the blood from his lip and pulled a scroll from his GI. He released the blood seal holding in the item. Once the smoke cleared, Dodo held a sheathed sword in his hand. That's the Orochimanji, the spirit sword. Where did you get that? Shouted Naruto. Oh, it's been in the vault of the Kazuhana clan for generations. Your ancestor founded this country. Naruto's eyes widened. He originally dubbed this country the Land of Spring, he chuckled. The sword's sheath was black and at the top underneath the hilt guard was a red cloth tied tightly around it. The blade's hilt guard was gold and immensely strong and durable. Dodo then sheathed the sword. The blade is approximately 70 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide, with the grip measuring about 20 centimeters long. The blade looked extremely light but it looked incredibly strong. Naruto would never openly admit it, but he was quite intimidated by anything from, or resembled his ancestor. The man was a monster, and if this was his sword, this battle just got much more difficult. The grip of the blade was the Namikaze clan symbol proudly shining. Try this then boy. Dodo funneled his chakra through the blade and swung it forward. The blade created a shockwave of chakra. Naruto narrowly ducked underneath it. The energy crippled the palace and a very large portion of the tower was sliced. However, only a few support beams were destroyed, leaving a majority of the palace intact. The damaged stone fell away to the snowy ground below. Naruto looked shocked as he watched the mortar fall away. You let your guard down boy. Dodo's voice boomed throughout the throne hall. Naruto turned his head to see Dodo's figure in front of him with the Orochimanji cocked back. Naruto's swift release allowed him to react quick enough to avoid the full brunt of the attack, however it didn't avoid the blade. The blade traveled diagonally from the top of his right eye down to his left cheek. He jumped away and Dodo cackled madly. Naruto gritted a scream back as he held his bleeding face with his glowed hand. I can feel the sword's power flowing through my veins. Dodo disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto. Naruto turned around and the tyrant delivered a sharp punch to his stomach. He coughed up blood and was sent right into the stairs on the throne. You're pretty durable boy. Your swift release does more than increase your reaction time and speed. It forms a protective shield around you, making your body's chemistry stronger. He cackled as Naruto struggled to get himself out of the hole. It just means that I can enjoy this more. Dodo disappeared and reappeared above Naruto with his sword facing downward. Before he could run, Naruto threw the blonde channeled wind to his feet and kicked off the rubble. The result of the stab shook the palace as more rock from above fell down from the ceiling. Naruto backflipped up the wall and kicked off and went through a series of hand signs. I need to separate him from that sword, said Naruto as he inhaled. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, he said as he blew a stream of flames at Dodo. Now, Futon, Daitapa, exclaimed Naruto. He combined Katan and Futon. This boy is gifted, observed Dodo as he cut the powerful torrent of flames into small embers. Suddenly a lone shuriken burst through the fire and Naruto went through another series of hand signs. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the shuriken multiplied and Dodo was caught off guard. He brought his armored forearms in front of him to block them. Once the onslaught was over, he removed his hands to see a grinning Naruto with his glowed fist cocked back in front of him. Too slow, he said as he punched Dodo right in the face, sending him back into the pillar behind the throne. Dodo's face was covered in blood as his figure became embedded in the wall. He dropped the sword to the side and in his shocked and bloodied state. You're going to pay for what you did, Koyuki's family and this country, said Naruto as he walked toward Dodo, who began chuckling. Pay? I can pay whatever you want, such is the way of the world, boy, he coughed. I can see the hatred in your eyes, he chuckled. How cynical, said Naruto, stopping in his tracks. You think you're any different? Look around, Naruto, look at what we've done. Naruto observed the ruined palace with his cerulean orbs. All in the name of defeating me. We've both destroyed a palace that stood for centuries, he laughed. You know something, boy, you and I aren't so different, he coughed. Are you finished? Asked Naruto as Dodo struggled to his feet using the wall for support. I'll kill you just like I planned to kill the princess, Naruto growled. You mean Koyuki? Asked Naruto. He snapped. Something deep inside him, a reservoir of power being held back, broke and unimaginable anger erupted to the surface, setting his being on fire. You mean Koyuki? Naruto roared to the heavens as the ground beneath him shook. He was fully enveloped in the yellow aura and it spread around his figure. Dodo's eyes widened as his chakra radar on his arm cracked. This child, he thought angrily. Naruto's chakra flared in golden yellow color around him. His hair and clothes waved as his chakra flared. Dodo growled. You're just a kid, he yelled. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed. The ground beneath him cracking, he reappeared in front of Dodo and delivered a swift uppercut to his chin. This powerful punch sent Dodo upward. Yeah, I'm the kid that's gonna kick your metal ass, he exclaimed as Dodo sailed above the pillars. Naruto thrusted his palms toward the ground. The force propelled him up toward Dodo. He spun around to face him and he cocked right fist back. Dodo desperately thrusted his fist forward. Hayaton, Kakuryu Bofusetsu, he exclaimed. You won't ever defeat me, he roared as he cut right through the strong ice jutsu. Naruto then punched Dodo square in the stomach, making him spit up blood. Naruto roared again and followed through. The force of the punch was enough to send Dodo through the high ceiling. Naruto smiled as his forward momentum came to a sudden stop. He dropped back down to ground, destroying the floor around his landing. He laughed as his eyes closed halfway. The last thing he saw was a pair of shinobi sandals as he finally lost consciousness. Prodigy of a generation. The people in the movie theater cheered as the credits rolled. That was fantastic, said one critic. I couldn't agree more, said another with tears in her eyes. The director and his team sat in the front row. I'm so up for a film award, he laughed as his adoring public crowded around him. Prodigy of a generation. Naruto opened his eyes as he looked around the white room with open curtains that fluttered in the wind. Instantly, the sterile smell of the cleanliness hospital filled his nostrils and he grunted at the strong smell. Naruto groaned, looked to his left to see another bedside the window. Itachi, squinted Naruto. You're looking well, he laughed at his who looked rather beat up himself. That's a nice scar you've got across your face, commented Itachi. Naruto put both of his hands on his face to realize that he had a bandage across his forehead. He could also feel the jagged skin as he ran his left hand from the middle of his left cheek and diagonally and across his nose. A small amount of the scar was hidden above his right eye under the bandage. His upper lip was also cut and swollen. He also had bandages around his midsection. He sat up and shook his head. Where are we? He asked. We're a hospital in the capital of the snow country, answered Itachi as Naruto tried to stand up but he fell backward on the bed. You're healing quickly, you've been unconscious for 2 days, said Itachi with a chuckle. 2 days, well I did kick ass didn't I, he joked. I'd say it's more like you got your ass kicked, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up to see Rin walking through the door with some instant ramen in her hand. She walked over to him and handed it to him. He thanked her and began eating. Thought you would be hungry, she said with a smile. How are you both doing? Asked Rin. Naruto swallowed. Okay, he said and went back to eating his ramen. I'm still quite sore, but I'd imagine that I'll be better in a few days, said Itachi with a smile of his own. That's good, because we're heading back home today and let me tell you both, your mothers aren't very impressed with the stunts you've both pulled. Naruto choked on his ramen. Itachi had a similar reaction. Why you told them? Traitor, yelled Naruto flustered. Sensei, how could you, said Itachi sadly. It's my job to report to the Hokage and well, Mikoto and Kushina just happened to have gotten to the office the exact same time my report did, so technically it isn't my fault, she giggled nervously. Oh, wait, I have something for you, Naruto. Rin pulled scroll from her Jonin vest. She unsealed the contents and Naruto's eyes widened. The Orochimaru, he said shocked. It's yours, she said gently and respectfully handing him the blade. Sensei, I can't accept this, said Naruto. It has your clan symbol on it, you can't decline. This sword chose you, said Rin as Naruto held the sword in his hands. This sword is capable of unimaginable destructive power, I don't think I can use it, Rin giggled. What's so funny, he asked. Do you not know who your mother is, Naruto? She'll instruct you on how to use it, said Rin with a smile. But this sword crippled the palace with one swing, it's monstrous, said Naruto. Your mother's Beneheim is exactly the same, she was a real demon in her day, Naruto, said Rin as she crossed her arms. Wield it with pride, Naruto-kun, you've earned it, she said as she walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. Oh okay, he nodded and smiled. Good, now both of you get your asses out of bed and meet Yugao and I outside. We're going home, she said as she walked outside. Oh, and I got you this, said Rin as she unrolled the same scroll and unsealed something else. She threw it at him and he caught it. Oh, it's a holster, said Naruto before he could reply. Rin had already walked out the door. Naruto, it was nice knowing you, my friend, said Itachi. Naruto chuckled. Isn't that the sad truth, he sighed. Prodigy of a generation. Team 7, bandaged and all arrived at the gates of Konohagakure. They all sported their normal clothes except Naruto, who now opted to unzip his jacket to allow the air to get to his wounds. You could visibly see the bandages wrapped around his torso, as well as the bandage around his forehead and the now visible scar across his face. Yugao was in a same predicament. She had a bandage around her hand and around her stomach. However, her attire didn't allow her to show it. Itachi also had bandages around his midsection and around his upper arms. Rin was relatively unscathed, no cuts, bruises or wounds of any kind. Team 7 reporting back from the land of snow, she chirped as all the genin groaned. Rin giggled and wrapped her arms around the genin's shoulders. Now don't act so glum, sweeties, she joked, making them all groan. They were about to respond before Naruto and Itachi felt two large and familiar chakra signatures racing toward them. From their right they looked over and watched as Naruto and Itachi's mothers raced toward them with clouds of dust trailing behind. Itachi-kun! Naruto-chan! Naruto and Itachi grimaced a little when they heard their mother's cries and quickly found themselves pulled them into bone-crushing mama bear hugs by Kushina and Mikoto. They began check them over and they were very displeased with what they saw. Both saw the bruises that were beginning to form on their faces. Kushina was especially displeased with the large gash on Naruto's face that would look like it was going to scar permanently. Oh my Naruto-chan, my precious little baby, cried Kushina as her son blushed red with her planting loving motherly kisses on him. Kushina sighed when she was satisfied, her expression turning to anger. Naruto Riku Namikaze, what the hell were you thinking, she exclaimed. The same goes for you, Itachi, overusing your Sharingan, very irresponsible, both mothers scolded their child. Well, what do you have to say for yourselves, asked Kushina as she crossed her arms. Itachi and Naruto sighed softly together. They both looked at each other and then back at their overprotective mothers. And both came to the conclusion that they should do what any honorable ninja would do in this situation. They both sprinted yelling frantically into the village. You think you can get away from us, yelled Mikoto. You're only making it worse, Naruto-chan, shouted Kushina as the mothers took after their boys. Yugao and Rin sweat dropped. Sensei, why are they so weird, she said. I don't know, Yugao-chan, I just don't know, she sighed and shook her head. Prodigy of a generation. Itachi and Naruto jumped over a vendor who watched them both sail above him in a comical fashion. He sighed, having his stall safe, until Kushina and Mikoto came barreling through and completely destroyed his stand, much to his dismay. They don't give up, cried Naruto. When I get my hands on you, Naruto Namikaze, shouted Kushina hot on her son's tail. Keep running, Itachi Uchiha, it'll make your punishment all the more sweeter when I catch you, yelled Mikoto in a sickly sweet voice. Both boys cried out as they continued to run through the streets. Kakashi and Guy were walking through the street when Naruto and Itachi ran right in front of them. Yash! Naruto-kun and Itachi-kun have stepped up their training, cried Guy with a fist clench. I don't think that's the case, pointed out Kakashi as a pair of angry mothers seconds later zipped past them. Ha! Like you could ever outrun your Kaa-chan yelled Kushina determined to catch her eldest prodigy of a generation. Team 7 stood with their sensei next to them in front of Minato's desk. Kushina and Mikoto stood to the side of his chair with smirks on their faces. Rin smiled as did Yugao at the completion of their first mission together. Itachi and Naruto both looked miserable as their mothers did catch them, but at the concern of opening their wounds they didn't harm them. But promises of pain were made if they tried anything similar to what they both had done in Snow Country. Well, don't you all look bright, said Minato with a small chuckle. Yugao beamed whilst Itachi and Naruto sighed. Well, if Rin's report was correct, you greatly benefited from the experience and some interesting developments occurred, said Minato with a smile. Your mission pay has been transferred into your accounts. Naruto, your mother and I would like to speak to you. The rest of you are dismissed, job well done, he said as the ninja left his office. Naruto stepped forward. He expected scolding words from his father, some angry words perhaps? Are you all right, son? He asked. Naruto looked shocked, but when Minato smiled at him he nodded in affirmative. Yeah, too-san, I'm all right, he responded. Good, I understand that your swift release appeared, said his father as he leaned back in his chair. As you've most likely have discovered, the key is anger. Naruto looked at his feet ashamed. But now that you've unlocked its power, we'll work on controlling it together, he said, making Naruto smile. Naruto-chan, where did you get that sword? Naruto chuckled. Oh well, when I fought Dodo, he used it, and when I woke up Rin-sensei gave it to me, he explained. Can I see it please? Naruto nodded and grabbed the sword of his back from the shelf and handed it to his mother. The Orochimaru, she commented. The sword vibrated in her hand and she quickly handed it back to her son, who looked shocked at her actions. That sword has quite the temper, she said. Naruto, do you know who that sword belonged to? He asked. Riku Namikaze. Minato nodded at his son. Well, Sochi, it looks like I'll be instructing you in Kenjutsu, said Kushina with a sweet smile. Come on, Naruto-chan, let's go home, you rest, commented the mother as she ushered her son out. She turned around to Minato and mouthed, I love you, to which he returned in kind. He watched her, his wife and son, step out of her office and close the door. He leaned back and sighed. Sometimes that boy is too much like his old man for his own good, he chuckled to himself and shook his head. Chapter 13. Chunin Exams. Hey, it's starting, said Naruto as he watched the title of the movie appear. Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow. Raise your hands up. Sing about your dreams now. Also stand up to raise your flag in declaration. Never back down from walls that stand before you. Hands up. If we keep moving forward, will we able to reach the answers? To the new world we've been kept believing on. That's right, the fragments of our dreams have become one. Our unshakable bonds reach through the shining future. Raise your hands up. Sing about your dreams now. Also stand up to raise your flag in declaration. Never back down from walls that stand before you. Hands up. Look up. More. Held your head high. Step up. Forever. Fly over the waves. Make our wishes into one. Into the future. By drifting onto the sea. And riding up and down the waves. Those we meet and greet will join under this flag we fly. Raise your hands up. Sing about your dreams now. Also stand up to raise your flag in declaration. Never back down from walls that stand before you. Hands up. We are so cool, shouted Naruto as he nudged Itachi. Team 7, minus Rin, sat in the front row of the movie theater in Konoha. The three of them were still a little sore, but well enough to goof around, of course. It was only the opening credits, said Yugao, who sat on the other side of Itachi. Itachi sat in the middle of the two with popcorn in his lap. You must admit, Yugao, it was cool, said Itachi with a small smile. Yugao sighed and grabbed some popcorn from Itachi's lap. You're such a dork, Naruto, she crossed one leg over the other. Oh yeah, we kicked ass, exclaimed Yugao as she jumped out of the entrance to the cinema with Naruto and Itachi following behind her. I think we should visit the princess soon, to see how she's doing, suggested Yugao as she turned to her two male friends. That reminds me, I got you an autograph, Naruto, said Itachi as he pulled out a piece of paper in an envelope. Naruto grabbed the envelope and opened it. He gasped when he saw his passed-out figure laid up in bed. Some drool trickling down the side of his face and he looked like a mummy with all the bandaging. Itachi and Yugao were next to him with thumbs up and Koyuki kissed his cheek. The photo was autographed. Thank you, Naruto, always stay true to your dream and I know you'll make a great Hokage one day. Yugao broke out in a fit of giggles. Why, you dork, she squealed as she watched Naruto's jaw drop to the floor. And not funny, he blushed. Naruto Kun. Naruto was broken out of his stupor when he heard his name being called. He and the rest of Team 7 looked to their right to see a cloud of smoke racing toward them. The cloud stopped in front of Naruto and disappeared to reveal the green spandex-wearing Rock Lee. "Ah, hi Lee," said Naruto as he coughed up the dust in his face. "I heard that you got back from your first C-rank mission, the first of our age group. That is so amazing," he congratulated. "Sheesh, we were there too, Lee," said Yugao with a pout. Itachi just smiled at Lee's actions. "I have come to test you," said Lee as he jumped back and crouched down into his fighting stance. "From this day forth I dub you my eternal rival, and forever and ever we will be locked in relentless competitions of speed, strength, stamina and willpower." He clenched his fist. "Just the sound of it gets my blood pumping," he roared to the heavens. He awaited a response but heard nothing. "I can't believe that I got Koyukiheim's autograph," he chuckled. "Were you even listening to me, my eternal rival?" he yelled. Oh Lee, you're still here," commented Naruto looking up from the photo. "Oh, why do you have to act so cool all the time?" he cried. "I challenge you to a round of taijutsu to begin our eternal rivalry," he declared, pointing at Naruto with a bandaged hand. "Well, if you insist, but not here, let's go to the training grounds," he suggested with a smile. "Yosh. I couldn't have picked a better spot myself," he said. "I catch up with you guys later," said Naruto, stuffing the photo in his pocket. "Alright, come on Itachi, I'm hungry." "You're paying," she informed him. To which Itachi shook his head. Lee and Naruto walked off in the direction of the training ground. Hokage office. "Oh, that boy," Jiraiya chuckled. "This isn't funny, Baka." Tsunade growled. Minato held the new bingo book in front of his face. "This is unheard of, for one so young to have a bounty on his head. It's actually quite impressive," commented Hiruzen as he sat on the opposite couch stroking his brown beard. "I wouldn't expect any less from my boy," said Minato as he looked at his son's photo in the book. Name, Naruto Riku Namikaze. Moniker, Konoha no Jinsaku Yaiba. Village of origin, Konohagakure. Gender, male. Age, 7 to 8. Shinobi rank, Genin. Shinobi rank, B. Known clan affiliation, Namikaze clan, Uzumaki clan. Known element affinities, Futon, Raiton, Katon. Skill list. Taijutsu, 4. Ninjutsu, 3.5. Genjutsu, NA. Strength, 2.5. Intelligence, 3. Speed, 4. Stamina, 3. Hand seals, 3. Weapons, legendary sword, Orochimanji. Black sheath with a red cloth around a golden hilt guard, Namikaze clan symbol stamped on hilt. Physical description of target. Height, 120 centimeters. Weight, 25 kilograms. Hair, golden blonde, spiky bangs framing his face. Eye color, dark cerulean blue. Special abilities, Kekkei Genkai, the swift release. Known family, Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage, Kiroi Senku, Kushina Uzumaki, Beniheim, Tsunade Senju, Slug Princess, Jiraiya Namikaze, the Toad Sage. Other information, is known to have killed Dodo Kazuhana, ex-daimyo of Snow Country after invading the country's capital with only a small team of 4 shinobi. Bounty, 15 million ryo, dead stationed by Iwagakure. Minato couldn't help but smile in pride. "That's my boy," he said as he looked at the photo of his son giving a smirk with his Orochimanji blade firmly strapped to his back. But at the same time he was also concerned for his son's well-being, and now that the other shinobi nations had an excuse to increase his son's notoriety, they had jumped at it, which proves that he is in danger. "Naruto will have to get much stronger if he is to face the trails ahead of him," said Hiruzen. "Which is why Rin is his sensei," said Minato. "I have every faith that Naruto will be ready with Rin guiding him, but I'm afraid that it isn't enough," he said with a sigh. "Well, my boy, you've got a world-class teacher right in front of you," said Jiraiya, pointing to himself. "No offense, Tusan, but I don't think that Naruto could cope with your training just yet, and quite frankly you might end up killing him." Jiraiya sighed, knowing that his son was right. To ask what he would ask of Naruto, a 7-year-old boy in training, would be much too rigorous and could potentially ruin his career. "Might I suggest something?" spoke Hiruzen, getting the attention of everyone in the room. Training Ground 11. Lee sprinted forward at Naruto at breakneck speed. He went to deliver a punch to Naruto's face, but he brushed it to the side and then went to counter in his blind spot. Lee ducked under it and then grabbed Naruto's incoming kick, which made Naruto lose his balance. Naruto twisted his body around and planted his hands on the ground and delivered a swift kick to break Lee's hold. Both of them flipped back and charged again. Both of them cocked their hands back and with a battle cry launched strikes at one another. Both hit their mark and blood splatter from their mouths from the separate fists embedded into each other's cheeks. Naruto growled audible and violently pushed Lee's hand away, making him lose balance. Naruto then proceeded to deliver a 1-2 punch combo to Lee's stomach and finished but flipping forward and kicking Lee in the face. Lee skidded back and whipped the blood that trickled down his cheek. "That all you got?" said Naruto, assuming his stance. "Oh. This is getting my blood burning," announced Lee as both boys charged at one another again. This time Lee vaulted Naruto and delivered a backhanded fist to Naruto's face, which sent him back. Naruto recovered and flipped backward. Lee let out a battle cry and charged at Naruto again. Lee pushed Naruto back, forcing him back on the defensive. He blocked the kicks and punches coming his way until he sidestepped one and swiftly grabbed Lee's wrist. Naruto then kicked Lee's leg, forcing him off balance. Naruto then went to deliver a knee to Lee's temple, to which the taijutsu student blocked with his free palm. Naruto then brought his other hand back and proceeded to deliver a chop to the back of Lee's neck. Lee pushed himself back on the grass underneath Naruto's strike and flipped back to a vertical base. Naruto then went on the offensive. He jumped up into the air and brought his right leg up vertical to his body in the axe kick position. Lee jumped back, but it was only a ploy as Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed. Lee's eyes widened as Naruto appeared behind him. Lee turned around and Naruto delivered a crushing gloved punch to Lee's cheek, knocking him back along the grass. Lee struggled to get back to his feet as he and Naruto panted in exhaustion. "Well, would you look at that," said Kakashi as he stood decked out in his ANBU gear. He smiled at Naruto as he watched his spar with Lee. "Sort of reminds you us, doesn't it?" asked Kakashi, turning to his right to see Guy with tears in his eyes. "I'm so proud of them both." He wiped the tears from his eyes. "Kakashi, we have." "Oh, would you look at the time," said Kakashi hastily as he shoe-shined out of the area. "Not bad, Lee, but if you want to keep score it's 1-0 my way," said Naruto as he helped his friend up. The pair of them were dirty and blood trickled down Lee's chin. He chuckled as he stood on his feet. "That was magnificent, Naruto-kun, you have given me a lot to think about. I'll train even harder and next time I'll beat you," he said with unbridled determination. "Okay Lee, it's a deal," said Naruto as Lee sped off. Naruto opened the door to the Namake's compound as he stepped into his home. He discarded his sandals and made his way into the living room. "Hi Karen," said Naruto with a smile. "Oh," she said startled, but when Naruto plopped himself down on the couch next to her she couldn't help but smile. She had to admit, he was growing on her. "I heard your mission went well," she said with a smile. "Yeah, it did, but getting in the bingo book isn't something I planned on," he said with a sheepish rub to the back of his head. "What's your nickname?" she asked. "It's Konoha no Jinsaku Yaiba, Konoha's Swift Blade," he said with a chuckle. "Hey, that's cool," she said. "Think so?" Naruto blushed in embarrassment. "I mean, it's not like I chose it, but, you know." He trailed off. "You're such a dork," she said. Maybe Yugao was right, I am a dork, he thought with a sweat drop. 3 years later. Age of Team 7, 10. Team 7 sat atop a roof on a swing chair. Rin stood in front of them with a smile on her face. Her team of genin had gone on countless missions after the dubbed A-rank mission in the Land of Snow. The three of them had. "Well, you three, I think it's that time now where I let you go off into the big wide world," said Rin jokingly. "What are you talking about, sensei?" asked Naruto as he looked up from his seal notebook. Naruto had grown a few inches taller and his hair longer till his bangs touched his chin. He still looked rather girly, which Kushina informed him was the curse that all Namake's men are subjected to. But she showed him a picture of his father when he was 10, he was an exact carbon copy. Right down to his personality. Although there were times when Kushina's personality would shine through, like when someone insulted in his friends, yes, the young Namake's had inherited his mother's determination and tenacity. But to his mother's dismay, his, tick hadn't gone away. He wore open-toed and heeled black shinobi sandals. He also bandages around his shins, which covered the bottom half of his blue shinobi pants. He wore a mesh shirt underneath a white undershirt. The first Hokage's necklace shone brightly in between the open zipper of his white jacket, which sported a large Namake's clan symbol on the back. His temperamental Orochimaji sheathed on his back. The black sheath cut across his chest and around to his back. He also had a kunai holster wrapped around his right leg over more bandage. The Sandaime Hokage's black gloves clung tightly to his hands and his black-clothed hidden leaf hitate strapped in a tight knot around his forehead. The cut on his face had scared over, however there was still a visible jagged line across from the top of his right eye to his left cheek. It added some age to his girlish looks but it didn't really absolve him of them. Well, of course the past 3 years had a purpose. "Come on kiddo, when do I do anything without a motive?" she asked, which made him shrug. Rin wore the same outfit she did 3 years ago, except her hair silky brown hair had grown down to touch the top of her shoulder blades. "I thought it was because you loved us sensei," joked Yugao. Yugao had grown in her own right. Her light purple hair had also grown a little. She used a hairpin to hold it out of her face on the right side of her forehead. She 3/4 black pants with open-toed shinobi sandals, her toenails were also painted purple. She sported a top that was blue along her upper body but blue over her lower. She also wore a purple bracelet around her right wrist, and over her left leg she wore a kunai holster. Her forehead protector was strapped around her left arm. Itachi remained silent, however he had a small smile on his face due to his teammates' antics. He wore a brown top that sported a large Uchiha symbol on the back. He wore black pants with bandages around his shins. He also wore black shinobi sandals and a kunai holster on his right leg. His hair had grown considerable and he now wore it in a low ponytail that reached his mid-back. "I've signed you all up for the Tunin exams," she said with a smile. "No way." "Awesome," exclaimed Yugao. Itachi and Naruto gave small smiles. "Where are they being held, sensei?" asked Yugao. "Glad you asked, Yugao. Interestingly enough, they are being held in Kumogakure," she said with a smile. "Kumo," said Naruto with a scowl. Itachi remained stoic throughout. "Now Naruto, I know you're not very fond of Kumo shinobi, but this will be good for you," she said as she handed them the forms. "Listen, whilst outside of the examination you can't be touched," she said. "I'm still apprehensive," he said. "I understand, however this will go a long way if we attend to solidify an alliance with Kumo if Konoha Genin attend," she explained. "I know, but I still don't have to like it," he grumbled. Now don't be like that, just think you might get a promotion to Chunin. "I'm sure you'll all get it if you show what we've all been working on together," she said with a knowingly look. They all nodded. "Hokage office." "No, absolute not, I will not send my baby to that place," shouted Kushina. Only her and Minato stood in the room together. "Yes, I know our past with Kumogakure is shaky at best, but if we are to ever move forward and break the cycle of hatred, we must be cordial with them," said Minato with a sigh. "But what if they try to hurt him?" she said. "Kushina," Minato stood up and walked over to her. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gave her a smile. "Even I doesn't want to start a war, not so close to the one that we only just had. We've both suffered losses and he and I both know what must be done in order to achieve peace. Come on, you can't hold a grudge forever against them," he chuckled. "Have some faith in our boy, he'll surpass our expectations like he always does," he smiled and then gave her a kiss on the forehead. Chapter 14. Kumogakure. "So you've been entered into the Chunin exams, eh? That's quite a feat for one so young. Are you excited about it?" asked Minato as he and his son sat atop the Nidaime Hokage's head on the Hokage monument. They both sat on the grass as looked over the village. The sun was setting in the distance, letting the moon take its place. Beside him Naruto gave him an excited grin, one that reminded him of his. "I'm a little nervous," he said uncertainly. "Oh," encouraged Minato. "It's in Kumogakure and well Kaa-chan told me that." "Stop Sochi," said Minato making his son look at him. "Huh?" he asked confused. "Don't focus on the events on the past, you can't change them, what's done is history but the future is yours to mold," he smiled at him. "You can choose to hold a grudge or you can move forward," said Minato. "Move forward," he repeated. "That's right," said Minato. "I guess what I'm really looking forward to is test myself against other strong opponents from the other villages," said Naruto with a hint of excitement. "And so you should be, but remember to not get into over your head," he chuckled when Naruto pouted. "If you get too overconfident and complacent about your skills you're likely to be beaten," said Minato gently lightly scolding Naruto. Naruto nodded at his father's words. "I know, I won't, but I am excited to fight other ninja though," he said giggling. "I'm glad, you have nothing to be nervous over. Will you be saying goodbye to your grandparents and Shizune before you head for Kumo?" he asked with his son quickly nodding. "Good, because you'll be in the bad books if you don't," he laughed. Naruto pouted at his father. "I'll miss them, but it won't be a long time though. You'll come watch me, right too, San?" asked Naruto hopefully. "Just try and stop me, we'll all be there cheering you on," said the Hokage making Naruto smile brightly. Minato then turned serious making Naruto drop his smile. The father put a hand on his son's shoulder looking directly at him. "Since there are going to be shinobi you have to mindful that you take after me in appearance." Naruto nodded in understanding as to where this was going. "There is a chance they will recognize your name and face. The fact that you're now in the bingo book doesn't help either. You must be vigilant, you're a likely target, especially ninja from IWA," he said as Naruto nodded. "I realize that I am taking a risk in sending you, Naruto, but I know that you will be fine if you believe in yourself and trust in Itachi and Yugao," said Minato. "I understand too, San, but I doubt that every shinobi will recognize me. Isn't the purpose of these exams is to strengthen the bond between villages?" he asked. Minato smiled at him. I agree Naruto, but sometimes it takes something a little to bring out the good in others. Our past with Kumo is shaky at best, said Minato, making Naruto nod. Minato then looked out toward the village. You must also be mindful in using your bloodline also, exercise caution and responsibility, he said despite Naruto already knowing this. I know Tusan, I won't use it unless I have no other choice, said Naruto. I have something for you, said Minato as he pulled out a special tri-pronged kunai. You should get Yugao and Itachi to put some blood on the seal. If one of you channel chakra into it you'll converge on the same spot as the kunai, he explained as he handed it to Naruto. Just in case, Naruto grabbed it and put it in his jacket pocket. Good, now how about we get some ramen to celebrate, he said standing up. Naruto smiled and then jumped to his feet. 1 week later. An exhausted Team 7 trekked through the mountain ranges of the Land of Lightning. The sight of the main gates of Kumogakure came into view. The gates were similar to that of Konoha's if not bigger. They could see the different house embedded into the mountains off in the distance. 2 Chunin stepped forward to greet them. What is your business in Kumogakure? Answer quickly, one of them demanded. Rin pulled out the forms for the Chunin exams out of her pocket. Team 7 from Konoha, the Raikage ordered us to inform you that he requests you come speak with him in his office, said the guard as he and Rin bowed to each other. Thank you, she said as he handed the forms back to her. Rin-sensei, why are we going to see the Raikage? Asked Yugao once they were out of earshot. Rin walked in front of her Genin team with a smile as they walked into the Cloud Village. Just grown-up stuff sweetie, she giggled making Yugao pout and mumble something along the lines of stupid senseis. As they walked through some streets many people began to recognize Naruto and Itachi. Isn't that an Uchiha? Commented a man as they walked on. Yeah, and that's the Kiroi Seiko's boy, man the resemblance is uncanny, said another. Naruto and Itachi both began to look uncomfortable. Don't worry, remember you can't be touched outside the exams, said Rin never looking back. Ice Secretary, Mabui greeted Rin and her team at the entrance to the gargantuan Raikage building. It's a lot bigger than the Hokage Tower isn't it? Commented Naruto as Mabui bowed to the 3 of them. Welcome to Kumogakure, the Raikage is expecting you 4 in his office, follow me please, she said as her high heels clicked on the ground. They followed her up into the tower and in the up to the Raikage's office. She knocked on the door respectfully and a gruff, come in, could be heard. Team 7 laid eyes on the Raikage as he sat behind his desk signing forms. The Raikage is a tall dark-skinned man with a large muscular build, with his blonde hair combed back, a small mustache and beard. His face is very distinguished with pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his forehead. He has pointed canines and his top lip also has a darker hue than the bottom one, which could be seen through his frustrated look at the large stack of paperwork. Ashushin no Rin and her team of brats, he said looking up at the foreigners. Team 7 bowed respectfully as I ushered for them to step forward. I wore his Kage Heiori and hat without a shirt underneath, further displaying his hulking physique. He has black Fuma shuriken tattoos on both shoulders, which were faintly visible. He also sported 2 gold bangle bracelets on each wrist which have protrusions. He also wears a gold belt around his waist with a boar's face engraved in the center. You boy, he pointed toward Naruto. Me, he squeaked under the gaze of this intimidating man. Yes, what is your name, he asked. My name is Naruto sir, he said. Naruto Namikaze am I correct in assuming, he questioned eliciting a nod from the young boy. You, look like your father, he said crossing his arms. Naruto only nodded again as I continued to stare at him. It takes an exceptional ninja to survive the Chunin exams in Kumogakure, are you up to the task, he asked. Yes I think I am Raikage-sama, said Naruto still displaying apprehension. Where's your tenacity and resolve boy, you think huh? Weak, Naruto bit his lip. The 3 of you get out of my office, you are staying at Golden Cloud Hotel, here's the address. I threw a piece of paper and infused it with a little chakra to harden it before throwing it Team 7's way. Itachi snatched it out of the air and without a word he and Yugao turned around heading for the hotel. Naruto, called Yugao when she realized her friend wasn't coming. Naruto clenched his gloved fist as he looked into the Raikage's eyes. This man was the definition of power in the ninja world. The only person he knew of that could match his father. Naruto looked up to his father tremendously and for I to look down on him hurt the young Namikaze's pride immensely. Weak, he heard Ice's voice repeat in his head. Without a word Naruto turned and followed his teammates. Once they were gone Rin crossed her arms and looked at the Raikage. Sensing her question I merely smirked. Just a little extra motivation, he admitted. I've wanted to meet Namikaze's son for the longest time, he said with a grin. You sure have a funny way of showing it, she mumbled. I couldn't help myself, now we have much to discuss, please sit, Rin did as he asked and sat down in front of him. The next day. Team 7 stood outside of the Golden Cloud Hotel with eager looks on their faces. Rin made them double-check that they all their gear. Once done, Rin led the trio of 10-year-olds towards the academy building on the north side of the village. As they made their way to the examination room, which was being held in the cloud equivalent to the academy in Konoha, many teams were also making their appearance. One was a group of genin from Rock Country if the headbands indicated anything about them. There was a hulking boy with a pink scarf and green top. He wore brown pants and shinobi sandals. He had a scrawny goatee and a happy-go-lucky look. Next to him was a boy with blonde hair that was tied in a high ponytail and it covered his right eye. He wore a jacket that was zipped up over a black undershirt, with white pants and shinobi sandals. Next to him stood a girl with short black hair and pink eyes. She wore a pair of gloves a similar shade to Naruto's. She wore a mesh shirt and a small mesh material underneath a small loose-fitting pair of shorts that stopped by her mid-thigh. She also sported a green top that showed off her midriff. At first look they were at least 12 years of age each of them. The boy with blonde hair caught Naruto's gaze and narrowed his one visible eye. So this is what Tusan was talking about, thought Naruto as gave an impassive look and turned away. They kept their guard just in case until they arrived at the Kumogakure Academy building. A team from Otogakure sat underneath a nearby tree with their sensei. There was a boy with white hair and an imprint of a lightning bolt running through the top of his forehead. He wore a loose-fitting gi with black pants and his shins were wrapped in bandages. He also sported shinobi sandals and one of his white bangs were tied up at the end. His Oto headband attached to his waist. Another very tall boy with orange hair wore a simple pair of brown shorts and black top. He also sported a pair of shinobi sandals. The girl next to him reminded him an awful lot of Karen. She wore bandages around her thighs. Over the top she wore a miniskirt. She also wore a zip-up purple top. Her long red hair stopped below her shoulder blades and came down in 3 separate bangs down the front of her face. Rin halted her steps and stopped at the entrance. She turned to look at her team and gave them all a beaming smile, which personified absolute pride. "You're all prepared, right?" she asked. Yugao giggled. "I think at this point that's a bit mute, sensei," she joked, making Rin shake her head and flick her nose. "You three, Itachi, Yugao and Naruto, have made me so proud. You've done things that not many. I know the 3 of you are destined for great things. Trust in your training and each other. Go and do me proud. I know that any 3 of you can win this exam, but don't forget that it's not about winning, it's about promotion." Naruto, Yugao and Itachi smiled towards their sensei, grateful for her kind words. "Thank you for training us, Rin-sensei," said Itachi. "Thanks for putting up with us," said Yugao as she grabbed Itachi and Naruto's necks and pulled them down to her height. "We won't let you down," said Naruto in a strained voice. "My little genin, about to be Chunin." She gave them a giggle and kissed the tops of each their heads in a motherly fashion. Though she had only been their sensei for approximately 3 years, she loved each and every single moment, milestone and argument. It was like raising children to let them go out into the big wide world. However, the fact still remains is that all 3 of them were still children. But she was grateful for the little time that she had with them. "All 3 of you promise me you'll do your very best," she said with a proud smile. "Yes, Rin-sensei," they all said in unison. With nothing left to say, she stood aside and let them walk forward into the academy. "I know the 3 of you will rock the shinobi world together," she whispered and smirked as she watched them enter the academy. She let out a long sigh. Once she gathered herself, she shined away to where she would be able to watch her team compete with the other Jonin instructors. "You 3 are gonna do Kumo proud, say it loud and say it proud," rapped a voice from around the corner. Team 7 entered the building and was instantly greeted by a very loud and very bad rapping voice. 3 genin, followed by their sensei, stepped from around the corner. The team from Kumo consisted of 2 kunoichi and 1 shinobi. It was clear at first glance that they were young as well and must have been considered prodigies, not unlike Team 7. The first girl that stepped out was a young kunoichi. She had long dirty blonde hair that was tied into a brad and wrapped around in a cloth that touched the lower part of her back. She had blue slitted eyes and proclaimed skin. She wore 3/4 pants and shinobi sandals. Her toes were painted red. She wore fingerless gloves and had a blue and black top, as well as a kunai holster on her left leg. The next was a boy with the same color hair as the first girl. This shinobi had neck-length, blonde hair, worn in an asymmetrical bowl-cut style and green eyes. He wore typical attire minus the Kumogakure flak jacket. He also has bandages on his forearms, shin guards over his long black pants. He also sported a pair of shinobi sandals and long black pants. He had the kanji for heat embedded on the top of his blade that was strapped to his back. The last genin to step out was a young kunoichi. Unlike the 2 before her, her hair was a lighter shade of blonde along with a lighter shade of cerulean eyes. She wore a mesh shirt and over the top a black jacket that was zipped up with a collar. She had bandages wrapped around her upper thighs and skin-tight black shorts over the top. She had a white front and back apron around her waist attached via 2 separate belts on either side of her upper claves. She had a sword attached to her back via sheath that wrapped. "You!" cried the boy pointing toward Naruto. "Naruto Namikaze, Konoha no Jinsaku Yaiba," he called. "So hotshot, care to battle me in a hot-blooded clash of blades?" he yelled. Naruto raised an eyebrow as his father's words echoed through his head. "Always remain calm," he recited. The boy drew his sword and pointed it at Naruto. "Don't draw your sword unless you're prepared to use it," said Naruto as he narrowed his eyes at the boy. "I can assure you Namikaze-san, my friend meant no harm, he's just spirited," said the girl with the long dark blonde hair. "I must admit I was shocked to find that someone from our generation has already become part of the bingo book," she said with a small smile. "Yes, well, it was unexpected," said Naruto. Naruto put his finger on the tip of the boy's blade and flicked it upward, making him stumble. "Do you know that it's a crime for another swordsman to handle another's blade without permission? Such a transgression calls for a hot-blooded challenge," he exclaimed, making Yugao roll her eyes. "The smallest dog always barks loudest," she said as she crossed her arms. "Who are you calling dog, Konoha brat?" growled the boy. "Save it for the exams," said the girl who had yet to speak in a stoic tone. "I agree," said the other girl as they turned to leave. "What are your names?" asked Naruto. "Names?" asked the boy, drawing his sword. "Well, you all know mine," said Naruto with a shrug. "Oh, how rude of us," said the girl with a smile. "I'm Yujito ni," she said. "I am Atsui Nakano, the hot-blooded swordsman of Kumogakure," said the now identified boy with pride. "My name is Samui Nakano," said the last girl in a stoic tone. "I'm Yugao Yuzuki," said Yugao quickly. "Itachi Uchiha," he said in a monotone. "Well, I guess we will see you in the exams, hotshot," said Atsui. Naruto didn't say anything as he watched the Kumo team walk off. Yugao was the first to speak. "They're a threat, you'd think," she said. "That girl, she's very strong," said Naruto as he narrowed his eyes. "They both are," said Itachi. "Well, should we get going?" asked Yugao with a smile. "You bet," said Naruto. "With the Kumo team." "Well, that was a hot-blooded confrontation if I've ever had one," said Atsui as he put his hands behind his head. "Yes, it'll be interesting to see how far they progress," said Yujito. Samui remained stoic for the most part, but the tiniest smile appeared on her face. They walked down the hall together toward the exam room. With Team 7. Yugao walked in the inn between Itachi and Naruto. The three of them were expressionless. A Tunin proctor appeared in a cloud of smoke in front of them. He wore typical Kumo attire. "Ah, another team," he said excitedly. "You'll find what you're looking for in room 17C, on the top floor, but be careful, there's a genjutsu just down the stopping those who aren't ready to compete." He disappeared, leaving Team 7 with curious looks. This exam was already starting to become deceitful and they had only just gotten here. "It's a ninja's job to know deception," said Itachi. Yugao and Naruto hummed in agreement as they continued to walk down the hall. They reached room 17C. "Well, what do you think? Open it and find out," asked Yugao with a grin. "Think about it, was that man lying? Can we really trust anyone par our own team?" asked Itachi. "Why would lie though? If he told us the truth expecting us to assume that he was lying, then he'd tell the truth," said Naruto, narrowing his eyes. Underneath," said Yugao. "My guess he was telling the truth. There were no faint movements or twitches that are characteristic of a liar. He told us a lie by telling the truth," said Naruto. Itachi activated his Sharingan and over the top of the room sign was a wavy distortion, but behind that was 17C. "A genjutsu," whispered Itachi as his teammates nodded. Yugao groaned. "All this stupid deceitful crap," she said with a scowl. "That genjutsu was rather simplistic," said Itachi as his red eyes disappeared. "And it was a simple lie, well technically." "Shut it, Naruto," yelled Yugao as Itachi and Naruto gave her amused smirks. Now Yugao-chan," said Naruto, chuckling softly. "Enough talk, time to kick some ninja ass," she declared as she opened the door. The sheer amount of genin in the large room was a sight. All manner of ninja from different villages, if their clothing was anything to go by, were present. They were instantly looked down upon. Every other team, besides the Cloud team who were stationed in the corner, were older than them, most of them young adults. "TCH, more brats," scoffed a genin from Otogakure. "They won't last 5 minutes," another from IWA commented. Team 7 plopped themselves down on some vacant chairs near the front. Attention was instantly moved away from them, everyone returning to their original quiet conversations. Naruto gripped the table with his gloved hands as he narrowed his eyes at the team from Odo that he saw earlier. Naruto turned to his friend to see his Sharingan activated as it spun clockwise. That large boy, the one with the orange hair, there's something dark, finished Naruto. You can see it to right, said Yugao. I don't need eagle vision or a Kekii Genkai to see that, Yugao crossed her arms. The boy looked docile and placid, but in this exam nothing on the surface was the same. Naruto kept scanning the room. He stopped his wondering gaze at the team from Kumo. He met Samui's gaze. She stared coldly at him only for him to smile friendly at her. She scowled and turned her head. She's super pretty, he thought absently-mindedly. A burst of light erupted at the front of the room. Every genin covered their eyes as a Kumo shinobi appeared in front of them with his arms crossed. A display of that power would indicate the obvious that he was a jonin, and at first glance Yugao, Naruto, and Itachi could tell that he was someone who possessed prowess in the ninja arts. He looked young, around 21 to 24 at an estimate. He was short with blonde hair and dark eyes. He wore a sleeveless, black shirt with a one-strap over one shoulder, white flak jacket, black forehead protector, characteristic black, elbow-length arm guards, and the red and white Kumogakure shin guards along with a pair of sandals. Everyone take your seats, no more than one shinobi for your village to a row, he said calmly. That's not fair, shouted a grass ninja. Fail, he said. Her and her teammates collapsed. Some Chunins came and collected their knockout forms. My name is C, Jonin of Kumogakure. I am your proctor for the first part of this exam. You will do as I order or you will fail. There is no middle ground or room for negotiation, he announced. Nobody questioned him as everyone began moving to different seats. Naruto found himself at the back next to Atsui and a genin from Kirigakure. Since Kiri was in the middle of a civil war, he doubted that he was going to see a shinobi from the mist. He had tufty blue hair as well as dark eyes. He also has pointed shark-like teeth. He wore a pair of square, black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pinstriped shirt and camouflage pattern pants. He also sported his forehead protector on the front of his holster, which he used to carry a large sword on his back. The sword itself is wrapped in bandages, leaving only the double hilt visible. He also had shuriken holsters strapped onto each of his legs. Hiramakarei, said Naruto softly. I am sorry, said the boy softly. Can I help you, Shinobi-san? He asked. Oh no, I was just admiring your sword. It's not every day you see a legendary sword, you know. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Oh, the irony. And no problem, but I could say the same thing, he said, pointing to the sword on his back. The Orochimanji is a sight to behold, he commented with a toothy smile. Thanks, I'm Naruto by the way, he said. Chojuro, Naruto-san, he said with an embarrassed blush. He then turned to the room to locate his teammates. Yugao was at the front and Itachi was in the middle to the very side next to the window. They were all completely isolated from each other. The exam will be a written assessment, he said as the Chunin stationed around the room began to distribute the papers. Answer the questions in the allotted 1-hour time limit. If you are caught cheating, your team fails. If you leave the room, your team fails. If you talk, your team fails, he said, crossing his arms. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he picked up the pencil in his space of the desk. Your time will start now, he announced. All the genin proceeded to put their heads down and began writing. Naruto also put his head down. At first glance the questions seemed abnormally easy. Most high-level academy students could answer these questions, he thought to himself. That Chunin, a truth told as lie, is actually the truth. He appeared for a reason. Could the same principle apply to this test, he inwardly asked. Naruto looked over to Chojuro. As his gaze wandered to his face, his eyes widened as he turned his head around to a kunai land on the boy from Odo's paper. His gaze on Naruto's paper. Team number 4 from Odo Gakure fail, said a Chunin as 3 genin from Odo around the room quickly exited. He tried to cheat off me, he thought. There is something strange about all this. He began to scan, carefully as to not raise suspicion. And again the Chunin judges began calling out the numbers of many different teams. Already 5 separate teams had been eliminated. He turned to Chojuro, took off his glasses reflecting the answers of the person in front of them. It's a different set of questions, he thought. Naruto concentrated his vision and perception changing. He smirked as the person he was cheating off of was Chunin level easily as for several other ninjas disguised in henges. He's cheating off the Chunin, he thought. So they gave us a fake exam paper. He looked around to see many with smirks on their faces quickly writing down the answers to the easy questions. Again, deception is the name of the game. He looked up at his teammates. Itachi had his Sharingan activated and was copying the hand movements of the girl in front of him. He then turned to Yugao, who had manipulated some water in her hand. She cooled it down to the point where it turned to clear ice. She used it to reflect the answers of the person behind her subtly. We have to cheat, not only that we have to cheat off the right person, he thought. If that's the case then, Kai, he thought to himself as everything on the paper scrambled around. Even where he put his name changed to the point where Naruto was written over a congratulations note. These questions are hard, medical ninjutsu, the land swamps. Nobody would know the answers to these questions unless they knew what would be in the test, he thought. He yawned and leaned back. He unsheathed Orochimaru a tiny bit and carefully brought it forward an inch or two. There was a Tunin next to the vacant seat on his left. He angled it, seeing the exact paper and all the answers on the paper. Naruto wrote down every answer to questions for the next hour. Pencils down, said C. I'm sure you all answered every question to the best of your ability, he said, eliciting knowing nods from most genin. Are you confident? Are you sure the information you've gathered and written down is accurate? He asked as he went through some hand signs. Those that hadn't dispelled the genjutsu over their paper flared a light color and knocked out the person the paper belonged to. Almost half of the genin present were knocked out. Notably, the teams that Naruto had seen earlier that were still conscious were the teams from Otogakure, Kumogakure and Iwagakure, which included the only team from Kirigakure. Naruto watched as the Chunin began to remove the bodies from the room. For those who are still conscious, congratulations, you all pass, he smiled. When she spoke, many looked confused and asked about the 10th question, to which she began explaining to them that the choice to take the risk of continuing was the 10th question and that everyone that remained had moved on to the second part of the exam, much to their delight and others' relief. Now that the first part is over, go and sit with your teams, he said as everyone quickly converged on one spot. It's imperative that you gain and discern every single piece of information gathered. If you were to pass on false information unknowingly, you could inevitably cost the lives of your comrades. He gave them an emotionless expression. Now that all you have proven yourselves worthy of continuing, you must now use the skills that you have gained in this test to move on to the second, said C. Jo. Jen and I know y'all ready for Mazer Killa be to school ya, a figure burst through the window. He stood next to C with a happy expression on his face. I'm Killaby, Lord Eight-Tail comin' at ya hot, proctor of the second exam. I'd thought that we'd start out with a bang. Yeah, he struck a pose. The proctor in front of them had dark skin and a muscular build, as well blonde hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for iron, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. He also sported oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also wore Kumogakure's standard one-strap-over-one-shoulder flak jacket, and a long, red robe belt tied around his waist, the standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. He also had a holster on his back, which had 7 swords protruding from it. Naruto eyed the different Chunin proctors who were disappearing out of the room. C went through a set of hand signs ending with snake sign as he clasped his hands together. Let the second part of the Chunin exams begin. Raitun, Raigen Reikachu, called C as light burst from C, instantly blinding all the genin. Chapter 15. Survival Mountain. Oh crap, my head. Where does that Jonin get off doing that to me? Naruto grunted as bright light shined directly down upon him, causing him squint as he used one arm to shield his eyes from the powerful rays. He had no idea where he was, but the ground beneath him was solid and jagged. It was also the tiniest bit hot, which was odd considering that Kumogakure's climate was very mild, much like Konoha's. What in the hell did that Jonin do to me? Am I still trapped in that powerful genjutsu? He wondered aloud as he gathered himself up off the ground, sitting up. He noticed that behind him was a large cave and in front of him just a small row of rocks. A powerful gust of wind hit his face and the horizon looked awfully far away. He got a strange sense of vertigo as another gust of wind blew his hair around. The sun above him glared down upon his form. What in the world? He crawled over to the edge of the rocks and his head began to spin. Are you serious? He exclaimed as his voice echoing down to the valley beneath him. Groaning sounds from behind him interrupted his shock and outrage, at least for a moment. Looking behind, he saw Yugao sprawled out over Itachi's chest, both of their breath synchronized. Ah, I hate to break up this adorable scene, but you both need to get your asses up right now because we have serious problems, he shouted as he frantically shook them both awake. The last he remembered was being in the classroom and then being blinded by that Jonin as he casted that powerful jutsu. Naruto, shut up. 5 more minutes. Yugao's speech slowed when she realized that her comfy pillow moved up and down. She shook her head and sat up and rubbing her eyes as she did so. Oh, Itachi, why you sorry, she said as she leaned back on the ground, her legs to either side of her. Itachi stirred and the first person he saw was a very close-up of Naruto's mug. Get up now. Problems might die, he said, eliciting a shake of the head from Itachi. So the usual then, he groaned as Naruto moved away to let his friend sit up. Where are we? Asked Yugao, regaining her composure rather quickly. My guess is a mountain range, judging from Kumo's terrain and the unpredictability of these exams, surmised Naruto as he looked around. That proctor knocked us out with his genjutsu, said Itachi as the three of them began to stand up. They took a few moments to gather themselves. Much to their relief, none of them had lost any of their gear. Naruto almost had a heart attack in the moments before he grabbed Orochimaru, but he sighed and almost fell back down when he realized that he had it in his hand. It would seem that they left us a note, Itachi said as he looked over at one rock cliff face behind them. A scroll was hanging on the wall, held up by small rope and a rather large nail. They all got up and went towards it. Itachi delicately grabbed the scroll, taking it off the wall, careful as to be cautious if it was a trap. As expected, your team passed the first test in the Tunin exams, however the fun is only just beginning. You have 5 days to reach the summit of the mountain. You'll be plagued by murderous mountain lions, hidden traps and other enemy ninja. This test has a notoriously high death rate. The first part of the exam was designed to weed out the weak and simple-minded. From this you can deduce that all the teams are of high caliber. At the end of this test the number of ninja will be 12 ninja left. That's right, not 4 teams but 12 ninja, meaning that your teams are now inconsequential and the abandonment of your team to complete the mission is completely understandable. No one can be trusted. Begin. Well, once again throwing us a curveball, said Naruto dryly. So we have to basically reach the peak of that mountain? Yugao groaned as she looked up. I can't even see the summit beyond the clouds, she said. The ground will only become hotter as we progress. This mountain is in an awkward position. During the day the sun's rays are constantly going to hit it by the looks of things, said Itachi. Meaning that the closer we get to the top, the more powerful the sun's rays are going to get, said Naruto. It's going to be hot, wailed Yugao. Well, we have 5 days. Is anyone sure on the direction we should go? Asked Naruto. We must also find clean water and food, said Itachi. Got it covered, said Naruto as held his 2 storage scrolls on his forearms up. Kaa-chan made me alter the temperature inside the seals so I could carry pre-prepared meals and water. She's funny like that, he chuckled a bit. I doubt there's enough in there for 5 days though, said Yugao. Who says we need to be out here for 5 days, said Itachi. Are we going to stick together or abandon each other, blurted out Yugao. Naruto and Itachi looked at her and then each other. No sooner than later they both burst out laughing. Come on Yugao-chan, Team 7, said Naruto holding out his pinky finger. Yugao blushed. I know it was a stupid question but it had to be answered, she exclaimed as they joined fingers together with Itachi. I have an idea, said Naruto as he took of the red cloth off the top of his sword. He ripped pieces off it and gave the fabric to his friends. He then proceeded to tie the red fabric around his right arm. Itachi tied his on his left leg and Yugao around her neck. If we get separated we'll be able to sense each other because this cloth is infused from all for our chakra, after all the spars we've had together. So now no enemy ninja will be able to impersonate us unless they copy our makeup entirely, said Naruto with a smile. Also, said Naruto as he unsealed something from his storage scroll on his wrist. It was the tri-pronged kunai his father had given him. Add some of your blood into the seal on the hilt, he instructed as they both did so. Now if one of us channels their chakra into it every member from Team 7 will converge on the spot, so it's like out Team Special Kunai, said Naruto. You've thought of everything, said Yugao. I'm just lucky. Now what way Yugao? Yugao made the ram sign with hand and closed her eyes. Her sensor ability had improved drastically over the past 3 years and so did her range of motion and her distinction between chakra signatures. There are plenty of signatures, about 50 or so all climbing the mountain, she explained. The simple answer to your question is up, she said. But we have to be careful. Not only do we have to constantly maintain a steady stream of chakra to our feet because the enter layout of the cave has been laced with some slippery chakra-like substance, but there are also a lot traps, all over the place in fact, and all of them are nasty, she deduced as she opened her eyes. Those are some pretty grim odds, so you better lead the way, just in case you know, said Naruto with a soft chuckle. No problem dork, she said as she began walking into the mountain. I told you to stop calling me that, cried Naruto. I really wish that I had a summoning contract, we'd be up that mountain with the right animal's help, said Naruto with a huff. Yugao looked back at Naruto while they entered the cave. I always assumed that you were going to sign the toad contract, she smiled. I mean your father is a toad summoner and so is your grandpa. Wouldn't you want to sign it, she asked. I don't suit toads to be honest, I don't like them, they're all slimy, he said as he kept a firm grip on his sword. Aren't frogs slimy? Asked Itachi. Naruto shrugged and Yugao huffed. We have more important things to worry about now, she said. They entered the cave and by the looks of things this was going to a game of chance for sure. The inside of the cave had a dew substance coating the insides. They could make out some traps along the walls as well. They looked down toward the darkness and up toward the light, while the light provided by the openings toward the outside. Another thing, what if they were to come by another team when they were ascending? They could have set a trap and then they'd be in for a surprise attack. Luckily Yugao was here with them, otherwise this was going to be trouble. "Alright, let's go," said Yugao as she jumped on the wall. She faltered for a second but regained her footing on the slimy stone. "Other ninja, you were sensing?" asked Naruto as Yugao became tense. "Wait," said Yugao as she drew a kunai. "Jump to the other side," she said quickly as her two male counterparts complied as she threw the kunai on a trap. It exploded and screams echoed through the cave as a team from Otogakure fell to their deaths. They all watched them fall with bated expressions. Naruto and Yugao breathed out heavily, whilst Itachi sighed. "I suppose this is death or promotion," she joked, trying to lighten the mood. As she visibly has a problem with what she had just done. Both boys chuckled sarcastically, making her puff up her cheeks and pout. "I was only trying to help," she grumbled as she continued on with them behind her. Naruto and Itachi joined her and the three began to run up the wall of the mountain, using the crevices on the outside for breaks every now and then to conserve chakra. Nightfall, small crevice in the mountain. After hours of a constant regimen of running vertically and breaking for a short few minutes, Team 7 sat together on a flat rock. Fucking hell, not only is it hot during the day but cold during the night," grumbled Yugao as she wrapped her arms around herself. "Too bad you don't know Keton Jutsu," said Naruto with a frown, which he and Itachi previously used to regulate their body temperatures. The trio made a small supper with what they could spare for the first night before they found a comfortable place to curl up for the night. "Yugao, you're going to freeze, seeing as we cannot make a fire, perhaps we should share body temperature. I see no other way that preserves chakra and does not give away our position," said Itachi, a little flustered. "Pervert," she said angrily. "Yugao, Itachi is offering to help you, seeing as we need you to survive because, let's face it, we're both good as dead without you. So I suggest you take him up on that. Besides, would you rather freeze to death?" asked Naruto with a frown. Fine, but don't get any ideas," she scoffed as she walked over to him. She sat down in front of him. "Well," she said flustered. Itachi cautiously wrapped his arms around her small frame. "Their second time today," said Naruto, completely unaware of the awkward position his friends were in. Itachi's jutsu regulated her body heat to normal temperatures. She thankfully smiled but didn't show him. "Why couldn't we travel at night?" asked Yugao. "I thought about that," said Itachi. "In theory, it's a great idea, but there will be traps that Naruto and I can't see, as well as the unfamiliar terrain. As Naruto's special sight relies on movement, we'd have to travel slowly, making little to no progress," he deduced. Naruto nodded in affirmative. "Can't we just use the moonlight that sorta beams through the entrances to the mountain?" asked Yugao. "Well, what about the parts of the mountain stooped in complete darkness right now?" asked Itachi, pointing up to the blackness above them. Yugao pouted as she was clearly outsmarted by the Uchiha genius. She huffed again and leaned back. "Yugao, don't care anymore," she groaned as she closed her eyes. Naruto chuckled at Itachi's flustered face. "Should have kept your mouth shut," thought Naruto with a smile. "I wonder what's Rin-sensei doing back on ground level," thought Itachi. Naruto looked at Yugao with a frown. Yugao could keep up with Itachi and she even bet them in some shinobi fields, but she was clanless. Her parents were traveling merchants who took up residence in Konoha before she was born, so why was she so gifted like he and Itachi, who both come from prestigious clans? "Hey Yugao," he said, getting her to open her eyes. "Why are you so smart?" he asked. She raised an eyebrow. "I don't mean that in an insulting way, it's just, well, you don't come from a shinobi clan and your parents aren't shinobi, it just seems a little strange that you are considered a genius like us," he asked. Itachi looked down at her, wondering the same thing. "Why do you ask?" "It's not really that difficult question to answer," she asked. "Well, like you said earlier, my parents aren't shinobi, my little brother is about as normal as you can get, but I'm pretty much a fish out of water at home," she said with a far-off look. "Grandpa told me there was a battle that came closest to Konoha in the Third Great Shinobi War. A caravan of traveling merchants were attacked by a Wagkure shinobi and they sent him and Bachan to rescue them. The only survivors were a man and a pregnant woman. That wouldn't happen to be your family, would it?" he asked, closing one eye. "You're too smart for your own good sometimes, Namikaze," she shouted as Itachi put his hand over her mouth. "Yugao, we're in an exam with our lives hanging in the balance. Try and remain calm," said Itachi. She didn't answer him. "Yugao-chan," he pressed. My family were killed. Iwa's losses against Konoha were beginning to pile up. Defeat for them was inevitable," she choked. "So in a last-ditch effort to hurt Konoha, a small faction of their shinobi infiltrated the Land of Fire and got as close to Konoha as they could without being detected." She bit her lip. They found my family, some defenseless traveling merchants who had no business fighting and completely butchered every last one of them. The reason why I'm alive is because Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama were there to save my pregnant mother and father, to which then they were brought back to Konoha," she sobbed as Itachi looked a little perplexed on what to do. After all, he was only 10 and he had no experience and contact with the female species, par his little sister Ayano and his mother. The only other girls he knew in his age group were Yugao, Hana, Enko and Tenten, but he hadn't seen any of them cry. He did the only possible thing he could, just hugged her, wrapping his arms around her, pulling her closer to silence her sobs. Naruto just watched in silence. It's all right," said Itachi awkwardly. He looked at Naruto, who just remained stoic. "So you're strong because you're afraid of losing your family?" asked Naruto. He saw Yugao nod into Itachi's chest. I can see how that would be painful. Nobody could understand that pain, and that pain drives you to become stronger. Whilst acknowledgement makes Itachi and I stronger, yours is a much more stronger burden," he sighed. "Yugao, as a member of Team 7, one of our problems is all of our problems, and as your friends and teammates you won't have to worry because we'll always be there for you. You don't have to carry this burden all by yourself," said Naruto as a smile formed on his face. "I agree," Itachi muttered. "We'll always be there no matter what," he said with a smile of his own. "Oh, you sweet idiots!" Yugao cried before she grabbed Naruto from where he lay and hugged both her teammates. She wailed as tears of happiness cascaded down her face. "That's great, Yugao-chan," strained Naruto as he wheezed. "Fantastic, but Yugao-chan, I thought we agreed to make it to the summit as a team. We can't do that if you choke us to death," said Itachi in a similar tone. Next morning, the trio woke to the powerful sun rays hitting them in their faces. They quickly gathered their things up, Itachi uncharacteristically taking the longest as he took the last watch the previous night. They began their trek up the steep cliffs, crevasses and random rock formations in the mountain. Yugao took the lead ahead of the two boys again, but today she moved at a much quicker pace, which both boys boiled it down to her not wanting to spend 4 more days in a giant heater and cooler with no way of effectively warming herself. Although during the day she did have an advantage over her two teams as she was able to use some of her Suetun Jutsu to cool herself off. "You can take a number of paths apparently," said Itachi as he pointed out to separate caves, which led to darkness. "So they only dumped a certain number of teams different areas of the mountain. I'm guessing that the fact that some lead to ours means that we'll meet a team or two soon." "This mountain is a lot wider than I originally thought," said Naruto. As they walked and jumped upward, another Naruto unsealed some water from the seals on his arms and threw some toward his teammates, who caught both the canteens, thanking Kami above that he had such a pedantic and thoughtful person for a mother. They walked upward for a few more hours until Yugao held her hand up, swiftly stopping them both. Yugao placed her finger over Naruto's lips, silencing him as she pointed to the trio of genin resting on the outstretched rock formation above them. Itachi quickly activated his Sharingan and Yugao closed her eyes, assessing their power level. "A team from Grass Country, 2 boys and 1 girl, they all have mid to low level genin amounts of chakra," deduced Yugao. "The one on the left is a clone," said Itachi. "My guess is that he abandoned his teammates. Whilst his clone strategized with them here, he made a break for the summit," said Naruto. "What's our course of action?" asked Itachi. After a few moments of thinking it over, Naruto narrowed his eyes. "We're going to kill them," he said coldly. "Kill?" asked Yugao. "Yes, the name of this game is survival. I doubt any of us can put them in a genjutsu for 4 days despite you having a knack for it." And Itachi's eyes, "If we kill them it'll increase our chances," he said, his mind made up. "I'd have to agree," said Itachi as his tomo spun clockwise. "But if it makes you feel any better, Yugao, Itachi and I will kill the girl and boy, you can deal with the clone," said Naruto, making Yugao growl. "I didn't say that you weren't right," she sighed. "I know I'm being a baby, but they have families and—" "Don't," said Itachi as he grabbed her hand. "You'll only make this harder, don't think about it," he said gently as he ran through some hand signs. As did Naruto as a clone of him appeared above them. They genin were shocked as all 3 of jumped away. Naruto exploded and this effectively separated their team. "Now," said Naruto as all 3 of them swiftly went through. Suetun, Suiho no Jutsu. Katan, Karyu Enden. Raitun, Reikukausen no Jutsu. The 3 attacks surged upward toward the team, the clone of the boy disappeared. The boy and girl's eyes widened in surprise as the powerful collaboration of Jutsu raced toward them. As the smoke and rubble cleared, a both figure jumped away and onto an outstretched crevice. The pair of them went back to back and drew kunai. "That bastard abandoned us," growled the blonde-haired girl. "He was always shady, I never liked him," said the brunette boy with malice in his voice. "They're in disarray and they haven't pinpointed out location. Not to mention that they are outnumbered, said Itachi as his Sharingan spined in anticipation. The female ninja from Grass Country threw a kunai with a paper bomb attached to the below them in hopes of drawing their attackers out. Yugao quickly moved her head toward the open space and went through some hand signs. Suitun, Suijin Hiki, she said as she created a wall of water shielding her and her teammates from the debris. Move, she said as Itachi and Naruto disappeared from their spots. Naruto flipped over toward the other side, drawing the attention of the boy. Who threw a kunai at him? He drew Orochimaru and in one swift strike he cut the kunai in half, the pieces falling harmlessly to either side of him. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, Itachi landed in the space above them and quickly ran through some hand signs of his own. A barrage of fireballs rocketed toward the duo of grass shinobi. The pair of them both jumped off in different directions. The place where Itachi's jutsu hid burst into flames. Yugao appeared behind the girl as threw multiple chakra-infused kunai her way. She winced when they embedded into her back. However, she then burst into smoke, making Yugao narrow her eyes. Substitution, said Naruto. Naruto behind you, yelled Itachi as a kunai came into view in the corner of Naruto's right eye. You should be worrying about yourself, said Itachi as he felt a kunai pressed against his back. You're right, I should be worrying, he chuckled. Why are you laughing? Asked the girl. Because it isn't I who is in danger, he said as suddenly Yugao appeared behind him with a kunai and she quickly stabbed the girl in the back. Itachi then appeared behind her as they watched the body fall to outstretched rock beneath them. It would appear that your friend killed mine, you know what they say, an eye for an eye, said they boy. You know these exams force enemy ninja into an enclosed space, said Naruto holding up his hands. Those who hesitate to carry out the business of murder are undoubtedly going to meet their own end, said Naruto looking up. What are babbling on about? He asked angrily. Do you expect me to show mercy because you're acting insane? He exclaimed. And now shut up and drop your sword, yelled the boy. I don't believe in showing mercy to those who threaten my friends, said Naruto as he dropped the sword. The ground beneath Naruto's feet whipped up with a gust of wind. The boy brought the kunai up and went to stab Naruto in his eyes. The Orochimaru falling to the floor was suddenly snatched out of the air by Naruto's gloved hand. He ducked under the kunai and spun underneath the boy's arm. He channeled his elemental futon chakra to his feet, which made him glide across the rock. The boy's eyes widened as Naruto stabbed him in the stomach. Like I said, I don't believe in showing mercy to the likes of you, he said as he pulled his sword out of his stomach, letting the body fall beneath him into the chasm of the mountain. Yugao watched as Naruto's chakra turned from a dark, cold and merciless back to a warm and jubilant yellow. He was different, she thought. Naruto couldn't hurt a fly and here he was killing enemy shinobi like he had done so countless times before. He had truly come to terms with the life that he had chosen. She had to do the same, otherwise she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. Itachi put a hand on her shoulder, sensing her distress. Naruto sighed. He really didn't like killing, not at all. So are we ready to move on yet? Asked Yugao, obviously ready to move on and away from this situation. I agree, the longer we remain stagnant the more the enemy have a chance to pinpoint our location, said Itachi with a nod. Right, said Naruto as he wiped the blood off his sword on the rocks behind him and sheathed it back. Thank Kami above, said Yugao as she began walking upward again. At this point the resign didn't bother any of them. Naruto made a few jumps and joined on the opposite wall. He walked next to Itachi with Yugao in front, using her sensor ability again. Yugao, you shouldn't worry about it, they would have done the same, said Naruto, eliciting another nod from Itachi. I know, it's just you both seem so comfortable with all this, she said, not looking back. Itachi smiled. It's just something you have to accept. Remember what Rin-sensei said about it? Asked Itachi as Yugao thought back. 3 years ago. Are you all right? Asked Rin. I'm fine, sensei, said Yugao. That's not what I meant, I've already checked you all over for injuries, said Rin. I guess I'm shocked, said Itachi. This is a reality that all shinobi must come to grips with. We carry out the act of murder when needed, some are twisted, and do it for fun. If you can't deal with this reality, then we might as well go home now, she explained as they walked through the crowd. It's not death I'm afraid of, said Yugao. It's being the cause of someone else's. She looked down at her shoes. I know all that comes with being a shinobi, and death is something we'll come into contact with. The best thing we can do is just accept it, said Rin. It gets easier, trust me. She turned around, surprising all of them. Right, she said, using her forearm to wipe off some sweat from her brow. Is it me, or is it starting to get really, really hot in here? Asked Naruto. It must mean that we're almost to the top, said Itachi as he looked upward. Well done for making it this far, my little Konoha ninjas. I'd seen your last battle, you all causing quite a rattle. Don't worry, I won't tattle. rapped a voice as the three ninja jumped to the other side to an opening to the mountain with their weapons drawn. Across from them stood the proctor of the second exam with his arms outstretched in a rapping pose with a wild grin on his face. This man puts on the persona of a fool, but the power coming from him is like nothing I've ever felt before, other than from Karen and run, thought Yugao as she narrowed her eyes. Now I'm not here to attack ya, I'm here to reward ya for comin', this far you have certainly set the bar high, whilst most uncoolly die, he said as he tossed a scroll toward Yugao who caught it. Now if y'all don't mind it's as hot as all hell, that certainly doesn't ring my bell, gotta get out and catch Z's, killer be out without a doubt he disappeared in a burst of smoke making the genin let out a breaths of relief. That man, said Naruto. I know, he isn't all that he appears to be, said Itachi. What does the scroll say Yugao-chan? Asked Naruto as Yugao looked at the scroll in her hand. It was a small scroll, the symbol on front of the scroll belonged to the Chunin exams. I guess you should open it, said Naruto. What if it's a trap? Asked Yugao. She's right, it could be a trap. Naruto pulled his tri-pronged kunai out. We'll be able to get away if it is, don't worry, said Naruto. All right, said Yugao. As she put her hand underneath the paper a loud roar echoed through the mountain as well as a loud scream and a sickening gurgle. The ninja looked up as blood dripped down in front of them. A shinobi fell down from lifeless. They caught a glimpse of his headband before his body kept falling. It was the teammate of the grass ninjas from before. They looked again to see slitted yellow eyes glaring menacingly at them before disappearing. Those mountain lions, said Itachi. We have to avoid their lines of sight and with only a few opens as far as the eye can see we'll be able to stick to the shadows and keep moving, said Naruto. Oh, we've almost passed, said Yugao as Naruto looked down to see that she had already opened the scroll. Ah come on, you were supposed to wait, what if it was a trap, he whined. Well it wasn't so quite your whining you dork. Naruto stuffed his hands in his pockets and kicked the ground. I'm not a dork, he grumbled. The scroll says there is a route that we can take to completely avoid the lions, said Yugao. Where's that? Asked Itachi looking around. Yugao's sweat dropped at the crudely drawn illustration in front of her. It was of a triangle, 3 stick figures and an arrow pointing to the top corner on the outside of the mountain. I think we'll take our chances, said Naruto with a chuckle. I think I agree, said Yugao. Next day. Mountain summit. 2 Chunin guards stood adjacent from one another to the entrance of a small cavern carved into the mountain behind them. In front of them a flight of stairs cascaded down the exit to the mountain lion's den. They watched with curiosity as 3 figures appeared from above the ground line. It was 3 Konoha shinobi. They looked amazed at the green grass and amazing view that they were witnessing. Konoha shinobi, said one of the guards. You're the second team to make it back, behind the Kumo team of course, said the other sounding the slightest bit impressed. Lucky us, said Yugao with a scowl. Do you 3 have the scroll that Master B should have given you? Itachi pulled the scroll out from his back pouch and handed it to the guard. Everything seems to be in order, said the guard a little flustered at the drawing. Yugao was in a state she was dirty and her clothes were ripped in myriad places. She also had some cuts on her arms and face. Itachi and Naruto were in a similar state as their pants and shirts were also ripped in some places and dirt was plastered on most parts of their bodies. The 3 friends managed to slip past the mountain lion's den without little to no trouble. Although they were fearsome, they soon learned that they were more protective over their young than anything else. After one more night of travel and almost running out of Kushina's delectable bentos they were able to reach the summit. Yugao sensing some Chunin and Jonin level chakra signatures above them. So what's next? Asked Naruto. Oh, you 3 did it, they all gasped when someone with a high level and familiar chakra signature appeared in a shushin behind them. Rin-sensei, said Yugao in a shock. I'm so proud of you all, she squealed as she said as she squeezed the life out of her genin. You all look like you've had a fun time, I knew you'd all stick together, she said with a proud smile. So, considering we're all alive and we made it pretty early, does that mean that we all have a spot in the next round? Asked Yugao. Rin giggled. Of course you all have spots in the finals, silly question. She flicked her forehead making everyone in the vicinity, including the guards, chuckle. Yugao pouted and held the red part of her dirted forehead. I told you to stop doing that, she yelled with a blush. And I told you that I'd stop if you stopped doing rash and silly things, said Rin with another giggle. But yes, congrats, you have all solidified your places in the finals and passed the second part of the Chunin exams. After making their way inside the cabin with Rin, they had 2 more days and nights to rest before the test was over and before they found out who they could possibly face, what lied in store for them in the final test of Kumogakure's notorious Chunin exams. Chapter 16. Exam Preparation. The 4th Raikage stood in front of the 12 ninja that had passed his exam. A team from the Leaf, Sound, Cloud, Rock and a single shinobi from the Mist stood in front of him. All of them were dirted and sported tattered clothing. They were stationed outside of the cabin with their Jonin senseis standing to the side. Next to I was a box on a small stand, he rested his hulking hand upon it. All lined up and with high tensions mounting, I spoke in a commanding voice. Congratulations are in order, you are the cream of the crop from your generation. The next group of young ninja who will wage war on the battlefield for your village, the path that you all have chosen is a long and painful one. The purpose of this test was to give you a taste, a lifelike simulation of the conditions that you will be face as ninja. Suddenly in a burst of smoke another Cloud Jonin appeared. Yeah, hi Genin, said the man as he rubbed the back of his head. It's Darui, it's going to be rather dull, but I'm the proctor for the final exam. He gave them a lazy grin. Darui is a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slightly bulbous nose, black eyes that usually look bored, and shaggy, white hair which covers his left eye. He wears a high-collared, sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrists and the one-strap-over-one-shoulder flak jacket of a Kumogakure shinobi. Darui also has stylized characters for water and lightning tattooed on his right and left shoulders respectively. He carries a broad, foldable, cleaver-like sword, strapped to his back, when outside the village. So the deal is, you all have to come up and pick a number, that number will determine your place in the tournament. Did I mention there was a tournament? Everyone in the vicinity sweat dropped. So starting from the left in the line, come up, state your name and your number and I'll write it down on this piece of paper, said Darui as he pulled out a pen and some paper. One by one the genin came up and told Darui their name and number. Atsui of Kumogakure, number 2. Samui of Kumogakure, number 5. Yujido of Kumogakure, number 12. Daidara of Iwagakure, number 3. Kuratsuchi of Iwagakure, number 6. Akatsuchi of Iwagakure, number 10. Chojuro of Kirigakure, number 11. Kimamaro of Otogakure, number 4. Yugo of Otogakure, number 8. Yugao of Kanahagakure, number 9. Itachi of Kanahagakure, number 7. Naruto of Kanahagakure, number 1. Alright then, so this is how it's happening, he said as he turned the piece of paper around. The first match will be Naruto versus Atsui, he said as Atsui grinned and Naruto remained stoic. The second, Daidara versus Kimamaro, Daidara chuckled and similar to Naruto Kimamaro remained aloof. Third, will be Samui versus Kuratsuchi, the rock Kunoichi shrugged and Samui gave her an impassive stare. Fourth, Itachi versus Yugo, said the Jonin as both genin didn't bat an eyelash. Fifth, Yugao versus Akatsuchi, Yugao clenched her fists at her sides and Akatsuchi grinned at his luck. And finally, the sixth match will be Kojoro versus Yujito, Yujito smiled and Kojoro blushed. There now you have your opponents, in 6 months' time you will battle for the pride of your nations in Kumogakure's Ravine Arena, train hard and make your nations proud, said I as he disappeared in a lightning-style shunshin. With smiles on their faces Team 7 jubilantly strolled through the main gates of Kanahagakure. Trekking up a mountain for 3 days had taken its toll. But nevertheless they were happy to be home safe and sound. Though throughout the tournament lineup announcements Naruto remained stoic, he inwardly groaned at the prospect of fighting that idiotic Cloud Ninja that picked a fight with him at the start of the exam. Out of confidence and perhaps arrogance he thought that he'd be a good warm-up. He had noticed that when he looked at Atsui to gauge his attitude about facing he caught that Cloud girl, Samui's light blue eyes. It was as if she was analyzing him, seeing as they never met in Survival Mountain they never fought each other. But he couldn't help but think that she was the smallest bit pretty, but such thoughts weren't the best to have at the time. Okay my sweeties, said Rin stopping her team in their tracks. I'm going to tell Yandame-sama that we're back and to deliver my report on your performances, she said with a smile. The 3 of you should head back to your homes and sleep the last few days off. Although it would be a bit silly of me to think that the 3 of you will remain still for long, she giggled eliciting 3 nods from them. Now I've done the liberty of gathering each of you your own personal trainers, she grinned at their looks. I'm sure you'll all be very pleased with who volunteered to train you all, but if any of you need my help all you have to do is ask. Rin nodded and put her gloved hand on Yugao's shoulder. You're in luck Yugao-chan, I'll be training you so you can beat the boys, she winked. The tight-knitted group departed. Itachi made his way to the Uchiha compound to be greeted by his mother and little sister Ayano. His mother gave him a smile as he walked up to his front porch. Tachinizan, said Ayano as she sprinted over to her big brother. Hello there Ayano-chan, were you good for Kaa-san? He asked. Yeah I good, he chuckled as she hugged his leg. Well the prodigal Uchiha returns. He swiftly turned his head to see Shisui Uchiha stood proud with his arms crossed, sporting his umbu gear. Shisui-san, said Itachi. Rinchan said you needed a little help, his Sharingan flared to life. Naruto jumped across the rooftops and down toward the front door of his family's compound. He walked through the front garden smiling at the familiar surroundings as the orange koi fish jumped up from the sparkling water like it was greeting him. The house was rather quiet. To his surprise, after all, his house was never quiet. Since dawn would break and the sun would set, there would be laughter, cries, and screams of joy. He opened the door to see nobody in the living room. He took off his shoes, leaving him barefoot. He then set down his sword on the table as well as his tattered jacket on the back of the chair. He walked out in the backyard and the scene in front of him made him smile. Kushina held a wooden kunai in her hand as she demonstrated the proper technique as she threw it against the wooden dummy in front of her. Ren and Karen stood to either side of her with smiles on their faces. Ren's kunai sailed past the dummy and toward the door to the house along the wooden porch. Naruto stepped out as the kunai made its way toward him. He snatched it out of the air and twirled it around his finger. "This is the welcome home I get?" he asked with a chuckle. "Ni-san," exclaimed Ren as he ran up toward his brother and tackled his waist. His straight red hair wisping up in the wind a little. Naruto chuckled and flicked his forehead, making him pout. "That's for throwing a kunai at me," he smiled, making Ren giggle. "You better watch out because Kaa-chan is teaching me now," said the boy with a challenging look. "Don't get cocky, Ren-chan," said Naruto as he poked him in the stomach. He quickly looked up to hear a sweet giggle. The youngest Namikaze, Naruto's baby sister Kari, who was chasing a butterfly with outstretched arms, caught the sight of her big brother in her violet eyes. She let out a happy squeal and began make her way over to him. "Naru Oniai-chan," she giggled as Naruto bent down and opened his arms only for her to jump into them. He picked her up as his arms rested underneath her as her legs dangled to either side of him. She nuzzled into her older brother's neck, making him chuckle. "Have you been a good girl, Kari-chan?" asked the blonde Namikaze, making the small girl giggled naughtily and nodded her head. "I thought as much," he chuckled. Despite his absence due to missions and training, it was as plain as day that Kari absolutely adored her eldest brother. She also followed him around as fast as her little legs could carry her. She would beg for him to play dollies and tea parties with her, to which Naruto agreed every time due to her undefeatable cuteness attack. "Naruto-chan, I missed you so much." Kushina walked up to her eldest and hugged him along with her youngest. She gave him a kiss on the forehead, making him smile. "Welcome home, Naruto-chan," she beamed at him. "Thanks, Kaa-chan, I'm glad to be back in the land of fire, that's for sure," he smiled as Kari's little hands grabbed his undershirt tightly. "I'm so proud you," she giggled. Naruto put Kari down, earning a displeased pout from her. "What, I don't get a hug?" he asked to the figure behind Kushina. "Don't push it." Karen shook her head and blushed. "Come on, Karen-chan," he chuckled as he appeared behind her and hugged her tightly. "And Naruto? Get off me, you goof." Naruto chuckled as he let her go. "Ah, Karen-chan, you didn't miss me," he teased and shook her head. Karen scowled and bit her lip. "Shut up, baka," she exclaimed as she hugged him. Well, he let go of her as he made his way back up to the porch past the rest of his family. "I'm going to my room," he waved carefree. "I'll see you all at dinner," he chuckled as he stepped inside. Kushina smiled at her son's disappearing form. "I see more of Minato in you every day, Naruto, it never ceases to amaze me," she thought fondly with a smile. She turned around to see that her children had smiles on their little faces. The effect that Naruto had on them was truly amazing. He brought a smile to his younger siblings' faces. They all looked up to him and idolized their elder brother. Later that evening, Naruto laid on his bed with his hands behind his back. He stared up at the ceiling as the moonlight pierced through the open window as the warm air flooded the room. The curtains whipped, making him smile. He had slept for a few hours after he had arrived home. He then made his way down to the living room when his father came home and they had supper around the rectangular wooden table. Jiraiya and Minato had congratulated Naruto on the result, although they had both expected as such from the young prodigy. Most of the dinner talk had centered around Naruto's experience in the Chunin exams and how it was for him. He skipped over the gruesome parts. He questioned out loud that if he knew what his line of work would entail, he might have chosen a different profession. Hiruzen offered him some grandfatherly wisdom, stating that every ninja has to face this reality. A strong ninja accepts it, but a stronger one will try to change it. Naruto took the advice to heart. He talked up the tournament and that he had 6 months or so to prepare. "You've certainly got your work cut out for you, son," said Minato. Naruto looked up at him with a grin. "Won't be long now before I surpass you," Minato grinned back. "Those are some bold words, boy," said Minato as he got a very familiar glint in his eye that Kushina knew all too well. Naruto's grin only seemed to get larger. "Care to dan?" "Not in my house," exclaimed Kushina as she grabbed the back of Naruto's neck, making him whine in displeasure. It was a similar scene on the other side of the table with Tsunade holding her son's neck nerves as well. "You Namikaze men, I swear, fight, 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 that's all you ever think about," said Tsunade as Minato groaned in a similar fashion to his son. Jiraiya laughed. Some things never change, Hiruzen shook his head and sighed. Minato coughed and shook off his mother's hand. Son, you have a week to rest, then you won't be back in the Hidden Leaf Village until the exams are over, explained Minato. I won't? Asked Naruto. All his siblings looked rather sad. Yes, it's the best way to prepare, but don't worry, you'll out in the wilderness training and becoming stronger, Naruto groaned and rubbed the back of his head. But I really like my bed too, San, he whined. It's only for 6 months, we'll visit you every week, don't worry, he chuckled. After the entertaining dinner had finished, Naruto he took his dish and cutlery to the sink and washed them. He then made his way back up to his room after bidding farewell to his grandparents for the night. He laid in the same position he was in earlier. As he closed his eyes he recalled the events of the exam. You boy, he pointed toward Naruto. Me, he squeaked under the gaze of this intimidating man. Yes, what is your name, he asked. My name is Naruto, sir, he said. Naruto Namikaze, am I correct in assuming, he questioned, eliciting a nod from the young boy. You look like your father, he said, crossing his arms. Naruto only nodded again as I continued to stare at him. It takes an exceptional ninja to survive the Chunin exams in Kumogakure. Are you up to the task, he asked. Yes, I think I am, Raikage-sama, said Naruto, still displaying apprehension. Where's your tenacity and resolve, boy, you think, huh? Weak, Naruto bit his lip. The 3 of you get out of my office. You are staying at Golden Cloud Hotel, here's the address. I threw a piece of paper and infused it with a little chakra to harden it before throwing it Team 7's way. Itachi snatched it out of the air and without a word he and Yugao turned around heading for the hotel. Naruto, called Yugao when she realized her friend wasn't coming. Naruto clenched his gloved fist as he looked into the Raikage's eyes. This man was the definition of power in the ninja world. The only person he knew of that could match his father. Naruto looked up to his father tremendously, and for I to look down on him hurt the young Namikaze's pride immensely. Weak, he heard Ice's voice repeat in his head. He called me weak. The expression on Naruto's face began to change to an angry one as a small growl escaped his throat. Naruto's pride was damaged and felt utterly insulted. The worst thing was the fact that he was weak. Compared to his father, compared to the Raikage, he was weak. He unclenched his fists and sighed. No point in getting worked up over it, he thought to himself as he rolled over away from the door and looked at his alarm clock, which read 1 a.m. He shut his eyes and drifted off to a blissful sleep. Half an hour later, before the door to his room creaked open slightly to let in a glimmer of light from the hallway in. No doubt Kushina had left it on for Carrie if she needed to use the bathroom and wouldn't get scared. Small footsteps headed towards this bed. His Curlian eyes opened as he turned over and sat up. He was greeted by the form of his younger sister. Carrie-chan, he questioned as the moonlight illuminated her little form. She was wearing her tiny pink PJs whilst she held her teddy in her arms. You should be in bed, it's very late, he gently scolded. His gaze softened when he heard her hiccup. What's wrong, Carrie-chan, he asked as she ran up to his bed. RNH, she whimpered. He frowned and went forward and picked his baby sister up. Earlier that evening, Carrie and Ren sat on the couch watching television together before Carrie fessed up with a problem she was having. Ren, I can't sleep, she said with a troubled look. You probably can't sleep because of the monsters that live in your closet, replied Ren coolly as he changed the channel. This caught Carrie's attention as she gasped. Monsters, she voiced in a scared tone. Oh yeah, you didn't know about those monsters, they live in your closet? Kairi shook her head frantically, and Ren continued. Well kid, they've been in there forever, you know. Your room has always had monsters. That's why me and I-san and Karen Wani-chan never slept in that room. But when Mummy had you, there was nowhere else you could go, he shrugged. You had to be put in the room with the monsters, he said as he changed the channel again. Carrie was totally focused on him, believing every word. She whimpered and hugged the teddy bear next to her closer. But, Tuchan woulda got rid of the monsters, she argued desperately. No, he couldn't get rid of them, Ren shook his head. He tried using a sealing jutsu to get rid of them but he couldn't, he just hoped that they wouldn't eat his little baby. He smirked evilly at her, making her shake her head. Letting out a miserable squeak, Carrie covered her face with her teddy bear and started to tremble, unbeknownst to elder brother, who merely thought he was being funny. But, I'm sure you'll be okay, your room is right next to Nii-san's. Ren waved haphazardly and jumped down to the carpeted floor. Night, Carrie-chan, he tapped her on her head and walked off to bed. Later that night, still clutching her favorite teddy bear against her mouth, Carrie shuffled back into her own bedroom, eyeing the evil closet with obvious trepidation and anxiety. The sliding door was half open, which frightened her more. Clutching her stuffed bear a little more tightly, Carrie cautiously walked over to her closet, taking deep, labored and anxious breaths as she prepared to peer inside the dark space. Scanning with her violet eyes around in the dark space. Something soft brushed against the top of Carrie's head, musing her hair ever so slightly, making terrified shiver run up the youngest Namake's child's spine. Carrie let out a petrified squeak and jumped backwards, keeping her eyes glued on the closet. Looking back up into the closet, Carrie saw different shapes as a loud bang echoed through the house. Gasping sharply, Carrie broke out into a sprint, charging from her bedroom, down the hall for a few steps into her brother's room. Naruto wiped the tears from her eyes. "Would you like me to check for monsters?" he asked. She shook her head. "I stay here," she whimpered as Naruto smiled. "Sure." Naruto let out a tired chuckle, lifted the covers and put himself and Carrie under them. Carrie sniffed, feeling immensely better being surrounded by her big brother's warmth. She felt safe and sure that Naruto would protect her from the scary monsters. "I love you Naru Oniai-chan," she said as she snuggled into her eldest brother's chest. The next day. Hokage office. Tsunade, Hiruzen, Shizune, Kushina, Rin, Jiraiya and Kakashi stood in Minato's office. Minato had his hands held up together in front of his face as if he was in deep thought. "There has been an interesting development," he said. "What's that?" asked Tsunade, looking at her son with curious honey eyes. "Jiraiya has gathered some important intel on the new nation of Odogekure. Intel that would be cause for concern." Minato's face never wavered, not for a second. Everyone looked towards the Toad Sage, who had his arms crossed. He looked rather serious, which was odd. He was never serious about anything. "The village's Kage is Orochimaru." Many tensed in the room at the mention of the renegade Sannin's name. "It would seem that he has an in-development weapons project, one that he intends to use to wage war on the Hidden Leaf village," he said seriously. "What exactly would a single weapon do against a village's military strength?" asked Rin. "Somehow, he has managed to acquire the DNA samples from Riku Namake's." Jiraiya shook his head as expression of fear spread across myriad faces in the room. "I have some interpretation of where this is going, but say it anyway," asked Shizune. "From what little intel I gathered, I believe that he intends to make a clone with the capabilities of a fully evolved swift-release Kekkai Genkai," he explained. Meaning that Naruto will have to be the one to fight this monster," said Minato, earning a nod from his father. "Why must our baby be constantly put in danger, Minato?" asked Kushina. "Because I know it in my heart that our boy is the child of prophecy, Kushina. He's the one who bring peace to this world." Kushina shook her head. But why couldn't it have been someone else's child, not ours?" she said as she looked down at the floor. "Wouldn't it be a simpler solution to find this weapon now and destroy it?" asked Swanda. "That would normally be the case, but the Sound Village is constantly moving, and to plan an invasion force large enough to be successful and to be coordinatable against Orochimaru's other cursed weapons is impossible," said Jiraiya solemnly. "How is it that we can't find him?" asked Shizune. "Because the sheer quantity of bases coupled with the amount of rats and other vermin Orochimaru has under his control make it difficult to locate Orochimaru himself. With the Rice Daimyo died, Orochimaru has control of the entire country. He's uniting all the wayward clans together. To go looking for a person revered and feared as him in Rice Country would no doubt be improbable, considering the amount of eyes and ears at his disposal," said Jiraiya with a sigh. "We can't very well invade a country whilst still recovering from the losses in the Third Great Ninja War," said Minato. "So how do you intend to combat this?" asked Kakashi. "We have a long time before the clone is fully developed and cognitive, so there's no need to be alarmed at this point in time, but we must deal with this problem sooner rather than later," said Jiraiya. "Well, I'll inform you all of developments in this matter in the future. You are all dismissed," said Minato as he leaned back in his chair. Kushina hugged around his neck from the back of his chair. "Minute." Minato put his hand on her arm. "I've got something that will cheer you up," he said. "Yeah?" she asked as he pulled the top drawer of he pulled desk drawer out. He rummaged through it for a few moments and pulled out a form that made Kushina gasp. "Why, you did it," she said. "Yes, all it needs now is Karen's signature." Kushina kissed him on the cheek. "You're so wonderful," she nuzzled into his neck. "Well, I know, but I never get tired of hearing you say it," he chuckled. Later that day. All the Namake's family minus Jiraiya and Swanda stood in Minato's office. Carrie sat on her father's lap. Karen, Ran and Naruto faced Minato with curious looks as he and Kushina smiled down at their children. "Karen-chan," started Minato. "We've loved having you in our home for the last few years. You've truly become a member of this family," he said, making her gasp. "So, we thought long and hard about this. If you'd like to officially become a part of our family," Minato handed her a clipboard with a piece of paper and pen attached. "These are adoption forms. Why you want to adopt me?" she asked. "We already consider you our daughter, Karen-chan. You'll always have a place in our home," Karen began to cry. Ren hugged her waist. "Don't cry, Karen Wani-chan," he said with a goofy smile. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder. "You're a part of this family, Karen, you can sign it if you want, but even if you don't, you're our family," he said with a smile. "Why you, goofball," she said. Tears streamed down her face. Karen signed it and put it on the desk. Naruto opened his arms. "I know I'm only a few months older than you, but you can call me Oni-chan if you want." He gave her a lopsided grin, making her cry as she tackled him and sobbed in his chest. "I guess it's Karen Uzumaki Namikaze now," she joked as she laughed through her sobs. Naruto kissed the top of her forehead and the rest of the family joined in the hug. They all shared a loving and unforgettable family moment, and most importantly, Karen, she belonged, she had a family, she was home. Next week. "Good morning, little brother." Naruto grabbed a kunai from his side drawer only for his wrist to be grabbed. "Wa Kakashi Nii-san?" asked Naruto as Kakashi stood over the two young Namikaze with a smile gracing his features. "Well, from what you could see of them." "Let me guess, you're here to train me?" he asked. "You betcha, pack your stuff, we're leaving in an hour," said Kakashi. "How did you get in here without me knowing?" asked Naruto. "There's a lot that you don't know about your Swift release, Naruto," said Kakashi. "I don't?" asked Naruto. "No, in fact," he smirked. "You've only just began to scratch the surface." After packing and saying goodbyes to his family and promising to see them in a week, Naruto and Kakashi sat in an opening of trees in the hidden leaf forest. "So, tell me about your opponent?" asked Kakashi. "Well, that's just it. I don't really know anything about him, he's rather brash and loud. He also carries a sword and spits on about hot-blooded challenges," he said, making Kakashi smile. "So he's loud, huh? That means that he's overconfident and you can use that your advantage," he smiled. "I'll be teaching you a few things that'll surprise the others in these exams, don't you worry, Naruto-kun." He put his hand on his head. "We'll be working on everything, from your Swift release, to your Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu and Taijutsu, plus you can work on your Fuinjutsu by yourself," said Kakashi, making the boy nod. "Plus I can work on my Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu when I am on my own," Kakashi nodded. "On top of that, we'll be using your Kagebushin to speed the process up," he explained. "With Yugao." Yugao panted as she held a tanto in her hands. She knelt down to one leg as her arm was singed from chakra burns. The field in front of her was decimated as she let go of tanto. She was wet as her clothes were drenched. Rin giggled from behind her and placed her hand on her shoulder. "Very good, Yugao-chan, you're ready," she smiled. This made the young Kunoichi grin wildly. "I won't be left behind, Itachi, Naruto. I won't be walking behind you both, I'll be walking next to you both," she thought, determined to prove that she was just as good if not better than her teammates to the world. With Itachi. Uchiha Compound's training ground. Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly as he dodged the barrage of kunai sent toward him. He ducked under a swipe from a tanto. He backflipped only to be met by another pair of Sharingan. He was caught in a Genjutsu, but he immediately broke it, but not long after he was stabbed in the chest. Instead of blood spilling onto the dirt below them, Itachi simply faded away. Shursui smirked as he reshelved his tanto. "Not bad, you'll do the Uchiha clan proud," he said with a smile. Itachi grinned as his Sharingan spun once clockwise. "I'm ready to face the upcoming challenges head-on, Naruto. Yugao, I wonder if you're ready as well," he thought as he looked up to the cloudless sky. With Naruto. Hidden Leaf Forest. Naruto sat cross-legged underneath a waterfall with Kakashi looking at him with his arms crossed. Both their clothes were tattered and dirty. The waterfall crashed on Naruto's back, his eyes suddenly shot open and the waterfall stream was sent skyward. After a few moments the water crashed down on their forms. Naruto grinned as he looked up at Kakashi, grinned back.